You did get cut off. I apologize. Feel free to complete your testimony, and Doctor, please allow the lawyers to do this in our work that we do.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what I'm hearing is that Dr. Siegel reviewed the studies, at least cited them in his study, performed his own study, and still could not reach a conclusion that that causality could even be inferred, let alone concluded. Now he's going to testify before this court that he's reached a conclusion based on the same studies he cited. Plaintiffs don't understand that. Plaintiffs assert that he lacks this study and his conclusions lack any scientific foundation.
Go ahead, please, Mr. Marshall.
May I question the witness, or you are asking for my argument?
No, I'm asking. I turned to you if you wanted to ask him additional questions on clarifying this record, and then you can argue the objection.
Yep. Dr. Siegel, how is your testimony mischaracterized?
I did not review all of the other studies. The fact that they're cited, a citation is simply an acknowledgement that that study exists. I did not review those studies in writing the article. I only reviewed those studies in the context of coming to my conclusions for this case. Prior to this case, I had not come to a conclusion about the causality of large capacity magazines. And so that's why in this particular article, we said we couldn't conclude causality, because in one article, you can't conclude causality. And I had not done a review of all of the literature.
$357.
You wrote, I have further questions. On 357, you wrote, we cannot infer causality from this study. That is in the right column of 357 in the final paragraph. When you wrote, we cannot infer causality from this study, were you referring to the evidence presented in this study alone, or the entirety of the scientific literature?
No, just the evidence in this study alone.
Brother Gabriel.
And what is the difference between citing a study in an article versus performing a totality of the evidence review?
Well, you would have to present the data from that study.
Back to streaming this. We're going to let this run for as long as we can. In other words, today.
Just to cite a study, it's like a reference. You're just citing the study. But to actually review the data, you would need to actually articulate what the data was. And, typically what I do is put it in a table. And I have all the data, all the studies next to each other in a table so that I can look at the synthesis of all of them together. We did not do that in this paper. And that wasn't the purpose of this paper.
I've completed my examination on this point, and I think I believe, if I'm following the proceedings correctly, that the question I was going to ask, that were on the objection from Mr. Aiello as to what on the report, on what this article reports as the relationship between state large capacity magazine prohibitions and fatality rates, and whether the court is going to allow that testimony.
Your Honor, to clarify my objection, I'm objecting lack of scientific foundation. I would like to restate for the record that part of Dr. Siegel's conclusion is the totality of the evidence, which in part includes a plausibility analysis. That plausibility analysis is based, as Dr. Siegel has testified, on 2 events out of many that he reviewed. And there's defendants have not made any showing of Dr. Siegel's background with firearms, his understanding of reload times, or anything that would substantiate Dr. Siegel's plausibility conclusion that reloading, that being forced to reload would reduce fatalities in mass shootings. There's no foundation for the plausibility analysis, which is part of his totality of the evidence conclusion, as Dr. Siegel testified yesterday.
Gabe, you have a good day today,
I'd be
brother.
happy to re-question Dr. Siegel on that issue.
We're switching topics. I have a question that I would like the court's ruling on rather than, I mean, the court instructed Dr. Siegel.
The objection was foundation. So we asked the question and I'll make a ruling. If we've gotten so far down the road now, I'm a little lost myself.
Did this article report the results of your analysis regarding the relationship between large capacity magazine bans and fatality rates in mass shootings?
That's a leading question with a yes or no answer. You can answer that.
Yes, we did.
Yes or no? Okay.
Yes.
What were those results?
Now we have a problem because I don't understand the data. And I don't understand what specifically he was evaluating. You haven't walked through any of those pieces with me. You're sort of giving me broad generalizations about.
Remember how to damn pick my daughter up from
As a
school.
result of that stuff, he came to some conclusions about stuff. I want to know what the data is. And then based upon that data, I'll determine whether or not I'm going to allow him to testify to ultimate conclusions. Are we clear?
I think so. On table 1 of page 353 of exhibit 143, Dr. Siegel, is that the data that you reported as part of your article?
This is the outcome data. In other words, this is the data on the rates of mass shootings, the number of events, the number of deaths, the non-fatal injuries, and the total victims. So this is the outcome data that we used, the summary of the data.
And what is an event?
Event is a mass shooting.
How is a mass shooting defined in your article?
In our article, we define mass shootings as shootings that involved 4 or more victims other than the shooter, and that took place in a public place, not in the context of committing another crime.
And see, even that's so fucking
Dr. Siegel, I think you
dishonest.
may have inadvertently turned off your video feed. At least we can't see you.
I apologize. I had turned it off during the break and I forgot to turn it back on.
You just had it on like 2 seconds ago.
So this is
Dipshit.
your definition. The definition used in your article is involving 4 or more victims. I need you to identify what you mean by victim.
Fatalities. 4 or more fatalities.
These are fatalities.
Fatalities, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
Over the whole course of your study,
We have a spirit which talks about the fact that saying victim in the context of a criminal case at least is impermissible. Vouching is a ultimate fact that needs to be determined. And so I bristle based upon that case law when I hear victim. I'd like you to speak with more specificity and not be argumentative on this record. That is the case law.
Dr. Siegel, are you familiar with the term casualty?
Yes.
Sam, what's up,
do
my
you,
brother?
Understand
We back to string
the
in
word
Oregun,
casualty to mean?
Well, casualties would
See
be
what
the
happens
sum
today.
of the fatalities plus the non-fatal injuries.
How many casualties did you were used to report in your data set?
There were a total of 2,772 casualties.
In a country
How many
of
were-
Understood that that's not the data. he
almost
was looking
400
at.
million.
You just told me that he was looking at fatalities, not casualties. Again, specificity is required when evaluating this type of evidence under 702. You've just conflated two very different concepts. You told me he's relying on one concept. Now you're talking about another concept. Please
I disagree.
articulate to the courts
The judge is getting a
what the
little
conclusion is
pissed.
based on in terms
I
of
like it.
data. If it's on fatalities, I
Nobody's
want to
pissed
know
with the
that.
state anyway.
The fact that you have additional casualty numbers that you would like to add to the record, if it doesn't contribute to his decision, I'm not interested. If it does, then feel free to explain it to me and why I should consider it. Understand that you've conflated two things, correct?
I disagree, Your Honor. I was trying to comply with the court's ruling to not use the word victim so that I could go through the description of the data that was requested. The court requested that there be data. I was going to walk through the sums of that. With respect to the conflation of two issues, I was talking about the total number of data, the mass shooting data being defined.
This is all about that ballot measure
for
114.
inclusion in
So
the
this
data
is
set
basically the
as being four or
trial
more
of
deaths
the ballot
is a different
measure
question than
with the
how many
magazine ban, with the,
casualties were there in the data set as a whole.
I understand.
permit
Okay.
to purchase
I'm just-
shit, all their gun
I'm
control.
doing my best to be
right,
organized.
that's
I
right.
understand.
I'm trying to be very careful here because I want to understand scientific conclusions.
Okay. In table 1, how many events were in your data set?
There were 155.
I don't think I can remember.
How many
this
deaths?
one from the damn.
There were 1,078 deaths.
How many non-fatal injuries?
There we go.
1,694.
Well, you already said that.
Shrink it down,
With respect to the relationship between any of those data and large capacity magazine bans, what did you report? Did you report something about a relationship between
excuse you.
fatalities or injuries or casualties or all of those?
Both. First, we looked at fatalities. Second, we looked at non-fatal injuries.
Normally, I'm supposed to be the one to be able to point you to this, but can you help me where that data is reported in your
Sam, this
article?
ain't going to make a bit of damn
The
difference
fatality
on crime
data
rates.
The
This is
results
about
are reported in
targeting gun
table
owners.
4,
This isn't about targeting
and the
criminals.
non-fatal injury data is reported in table 5.
It's the same reason all the
Table
shootings
4
he's
is
talking
labeled
about
negative binomial GEE model
are
results.
mainly
What does that mean?
gang-related shootings, and they're
well,
lumping them
this
in
is
with spree
the-
killers.
We use what's called the negative binomial model because
Goddamn,
it
his
is
glasses are
appropriate for
fucking thick as
analyzing
shit.
count data.
I wonder
Since
if he
the number
does
of
see
deaths
people
is
waving when he looks at
basically
Mac.
a count, the negative binomial model is the appropriate model to use for that type of data.
And he still looks like fucking Dr. Fauci.
And in table 5, it says the zero inflated negative binomial number model and negative binomial GEE model results. What are you reporting there?
Even when I leave later,
Here
guys,
we
I'm gonna
reported,
let this
we
keep
did 2
blazing.
different models. Again, to test the robustness of the results. The first model was what's called the zero inflated
And I'll be
negative
running
binomial
around in the
model.
chat,
And what that
too.
does is it throws out the zeros. In other words, it only looks at cases where there were deaths or certain non-fatal injuries in this case. The negative binomial model looks at all cases, including the zero cases. And we wanted to see whether the results would be similar between the two methods. Finding drastically different findings would be a red flag that these results are not robust.
Was this article peer reviewed?
Yes.
That
What
doesn't
does peer
mean
review mean?
shit.
Peer review means that it is sent to reviewers who are typically experts in the field of the topic that you're writing about. They review the article, they make comments on it, and then they make a judgment as to the validity of your results. Typically, the editor or the editorial board of the journal will then read those comments, those reviews, and make a decision about whether or not the article is acceptable for publication.
You guys heard about
Typically,
the
even if the article is acceptable for publication,
it was a
you will
group of
be asked to
guys, well, and women,
revise your article based on the comments made
that
by the
submitted all
reviewers.
these articles for
So
peer
the
review.
first
and
article
they
that
were
you
just
write, the first
basically
draft is
trolling.
never what the final paper looks like. The final paper
One
will
was about
incorporate
dog
any
parks
comments that
and
you got from the
dog rape,
reviewers.
and one of them, they
How many times have you
they
gone
kinda
through the peer review
rewrote Hitler's
process
Mein Kampf and
as
submitted it, had
an
it
author?
peer-reviewed, and they were getting all these
Approximately
great
180.
reviews on shit.
What about as a reviewer?
Fucking peer review doesn't mean
Probably
shit.
120 or so.
If the peer reviewers disagree with the scientific validity of an article, would they typically recommend publication or not?
No, if the reviewers have any issues with the methodology or the conclusions, very unlikely that the paper is going to be published.
Let's see. I don't know if I can find something right here.
Is publication in a peer-reviewed journal a strong signal that that the work has been accepted by a scientific community?
Fuck,
It generally is.
Let me see.
What relationship did you report between the number of fatalities in a public mass shooting and a large capacity magazine ban at the state level?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
I think I need to confer with my colleagues. We understand the court has ruled and we've made our record on this point, and I have an offer of proof more broadly on Dr. Siegel.
What you've shown me so far is that there have been 155 mass shootings from 1976 to 2018, and the numbers of deaths and non-fatal deaths have been provided to the court. If that's your offer of proof, fair enough.
Oh, Google Scholar.
Your Honor,
If that's what you're asking me to make a decision on, in terms of coming to a conclusion as to policy, I sustain that the foundation has not been established.
Your Honor, if I can make my record about what I think the foundation was.
Sure.
So in addition to the foundation of that one table, Dr. Siegel testified yesterday about the compilation of a data set regarding the state laws enacted over this period in 1976 to 2018. He then described how he used commonly accepted statistical techniques to show the relationship between that first set of data, the laws, and the second set of data, the outcomes. I asked him, he also has testified that he has reported confidence intervals, which is the equivalent of an error rate in his field for that data, and that it has been accepted for publication in a peer-reviewed journal in the United States. I've asked him what that conclusion is regarding the correlation, and I think that I have I think we've made our record as to the foundation.
Sufficient data for the court to allow a scientific conclusion? That's what you're telling me.
We do.
Okay, well, on that record, I sustain the lack of foundation.
We have, so as an offer of proof.
An offer of proof? Under what theory of offer of proof? Your offer of you've made your foundational record on why you think this is admissible. I have denied it. I'm not going to allow you an offer of proof beyond it. If you have something you wish to continue to
Is this it?
Provide to
The Atlantic?
Foundation. I'll hear you, but you're not going
Yeah, I think this is it.
to tell me that I'm all wet on the policy determinations. I'm not interested in that. You make your record. If you can't make it, then you're not going to get the evidence in. So go ahead, please, Mr. Marshall.
I'm done making the record on the foundation. I was hoping to say what Dr. Siegel would testify to were the court to rule otherwise. If I'm not able to do that, then I understand that.
New York Times, I know they got a fucking paywall up.
I think we all know you've said what you think you would say, and you have not laid the proper foundation for me to allow that type of evidence in. 702 is a very tricky statute. It requires very specific
I hate the fucking
data sets and other conclusions to be made. If it were so simple as an expert comes in and says, I'm an expert and I've concluded this, then we wouldn't even have a need for 702. Just be experts are admissible. That's not it. So I'm not going to let you make an offer of proof. Either continue your examination or call your next witness.
We have other.
it's hysterical.
I mentioned yesterday that Professor Siegel is able to testify to other points that the court has excluded. Was what I said yesterday sufficient?
And as much as I hate Wikipedia,
to describe what he would have testified to on those points?
Based upon
and it's freaking hysterical.
Request
It
for
proves academia
my
is so
determination.
fucking
You tell me what you think. If you
just
think it's sufficient, then I'm
insane
fine.
that, you know, saying something. Oh, it's
Well,
peer-reviewed.
I would
That
rather
doesn't mean
just
a
articulate to the
damn
court
thing.
what Dr. Siegel would have testified to on the pieces of the motion in limine that were
Peer-reviewed is
denied
becoming
had
a
the court
joke
ruled
in
otherwise.
Time for
these
that
days.
would have been at the time of the motion in limine.
And
I
then
set a hearing in advance of this proceeding to allow you an opportunity to be heard. It was given proper notice. You had an opportunity to be heard
Is
of
this
that.
the other one?
And you did not present me with any additional information that at that time required me to make a different decision.
as we covered yesterday, Dr. Siegel was not one of the named witnesses that the motion in limine was requested of. So we would be, had the court not decided that the implementation motion in limine also covered evidence of the efficacy of other states, we could have provided more detail about Dr. Siegel's
This is more
potential
about
testimony
paper
on that
mills.
point.
This isn't.
Anything else?
In addition, Dr. Siegel has published broadening the perspective on gun violence and examination of the firearms
Dr.
industry,
Siegel is a
1990
fucking
to
shill
2015. That
for
relates
every
to
town
the
and
public
every
health
gun
implications
control
of
group.
changes in firearms
Then that's all
technology.
he is.
And all of those pieces of information would be excluded by the court's ruling in response to motion in limine from the plaintiffs to exclude Dr. Cook's testimony. So while Dr. Siegel would be prepared to testify on that, we understand it is barred by the court's ruling. The court also excluded evidence related to the Charleston loophole. Had the court not so ruled, Professor Siegel would have testified that in 2020, at least 2,989 disqualified individuals throughout the United States were allowed to obtain firearms without a completed background check that would have been disqualified had the background check been completed.
And that's a damn lie.
To the extent we have further information about about anybody about anything that Dr.
Let's
Siegel
get his
would have been
notes
prepared to
together.
testify to, I think we will be able to provide that in writing this afternoon through a filing.
Anything else, Mr. Aiello?
Your Honor, plaintiffs moved to strike Mr. Marshall's last comments. I believe the court said that the court would not receive an offer of proof and that the appropriate time to make that offer was at the motion in limine unless plaintiffs misunderstood the court's ruling.
I'll strike it.
And Your Honor, plaintiffs also moved to strike the entirety of Dr. Siegel's testimony as a foundation was not laid.
I'm not going to do that. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Not for the state defendants, Your Honor.
Call your next witness then. That's everything, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
The state defendants call to the stand Jorge Baez.
You have to understand
think
Vox's spin on this,
will
but
be-
this is
yes,
about
I think he's
the
on
same
site.
group of articles. And it's hysterical these guys trolled the so-called academic community like they did. Publishing hoax papers, getting them peer-reviewed. They're getting all this good publicity. And then people find out these guys are just trolling the whole fucking time. And it's hysterical.
Stiles, if you would please, sir, up here.
Look at the fucking team the state has here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Raise your right
6.
hand.
The state has like
Because you solemnly
6
swear affirm the
lawyers. there.
testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
fucking
Welcome to have a
ridiculous.
seat up here. Once you're seated, state your name for the record and spell your last.
Jorge Baez, Baez.
4, 5, 6,
Your
7
witness.
lawyers that I can see for the state.
Your Honor, we have a PowerPoint presentation
This dude's
associated
running
with this
dual
witness.
screens.
And we would like, we only intend to provide it as a demonstrative rather than moving for its admission into the court record. But I will hand a copy up to it and request that it be able to be published on each of the screens in this courtroom.
Have you seen it?
If you're not asking for it
No,
to be
Your Honor.
part of the court record, why are you even fucking producing it, you douche?
I'm sorry, your copy's already in that
No, you ain't fucking lying, Sam.
That we know which one of those is the latest copy.
Is it marked in my book or not? Okay.
I still,
Thank you.
I know there are guardrails and stuff that the appellates have to
And
follow
you may
in court,
publish
but I
and
still
you may
don't see
object
why
if you
some of the
think there's
things that they're
something
arguing they can't
Objectionable
just-
to it, but I'm going to wait until there's the conferencing is done here before you start your piece.
can't just really get into.
Yeah, this looks like a draft to me.
Like, hey, none of this fits into the damn Constitution of Oregon. None of this fits into the federal Constitution. I don't see why it's so fucking hard
Alright.
just to shoot
Are you
it down
ready
right
then,
there.
Mr.
This is
Aiello?
what the Constitution says. This is what
Yes,
the
Your
federal
Honor.
Constitution
Go ahead,
says.
please, Mr.
That's what
Marshall.
this law
Well, I'm
says.
noticing that it
Or
says
the ballot
September
measure,
20th,
and
and
it
we're running a
doesn't
little
fit.
behind
It's
of where we
unconstitutional.
had expected to be.
Fuck off.
And so thank
Such
you,
an
Mr. Baez,
number.
for changing your flight in order to allow us to examine you in person. Mr. Baez, where do you
I
work?
bet this guy likes
I work at
examining
Nira
me.
Economic Consulting.
What is your role at, well, first off, what is NERA Economic Consulting?
So Nira is a firm that does economic consulting and basically does analyses related to economics and quantitative issues for clients in a variety of different industries.
What kind of analyses does NERA
Fucking
do?
key fob, too.
Well, Nira does all sorts of economic, quantitative, financial analyses. You know, a lot of data analyses. That's our bread and butter across a wide variety of different areas.
What kind of work do you do personally?
He's got
The
that kind of
focus of
fucking
my
shoot
work
me in the
is
face
economic,
right now. I'd rather be
statistical
sucked
and
in
quantitative
shotgun.
analyses
Look.
for clients such as governments, NGOs, corporations, and parties in litigations. Almost all of my work involves analyzing data using scientific methods in a variety of different
You
fields.
can
So
just
for
lay
example,
back.
I work for the World Health Organization, analyzing the effect of asbestos bans worldwide. I've worked for
Yeah,
corporations
because
and
someone
boards of
working for the
directors,
World Health
analyzing a
Organization
variety
is
of
a
different
really
data to help them
trustworthy
make
source.
business decisions. And I've worked for parties in
WHO
litigation,
is
doing analyses
fucking
related to
gold
financial,
standard.
economic, and statistical issues.
How many
What's
years
up, bro?
have you worked at NERA?
I've been at NERA for over 18 years.
What's your title?
I'm a managing director.
Is that a senior position, a junior position?
It's a senior
I'm
position.
really quite surprised. You don't see
In
a
your
lot of
role
masks
at
in
NERA,
that
have you
courtroom.
ever worked on anything related to firearms and crime?
Yes, I've been working on a variety of different cases related to firearms and crime for the
I
past.
almost thought I saw
over-
one. I
over
think
10
that's
years
just that
at this
dude's
point.
goatee or something like.
What is your educational background?
I have a BA in economics and physics from Vassar College and an MBA from Yale University.
Did you study quantitative methods in those educational endeavors?
Yeah, they were the basis for most of my classes, both in the undergrad and in the master's program.
The plaintiffs, the defendants move to under 702 to identify Mr. Baez as an expert in statistics and quantitative social
Yeah,
science.
MC's got another video out. I have to check that out in a little bit.
Your Honor, objection, lack of foundation and relevance. I'm not entirely sure what economics has to do with ballot measure 114.
I assume he intends to eliminate the court, but in terms of a foundation,
What was Quiet Society doing 58 minutes ago?
acknowledges that he has expertise in statistics and qualitative social sciences. Is that what you said?
No, I said quantitative, not qualitative. I'm sorry. Or I meant to say at least. Maybe I said it misspoke. Quantitative social science.
I might have added an L where there should have been an N. I acknowledge that that's what it's being presented for, and we'll just see where we go from here.
Mr. Baez, let's look on slide 3 for the benefit of the court. What issues did you prepare to testify on today?
I was asked to analyze.
Oh, that's right. He's at
The first
AMCON
one
right
related
now.
with defensive gun use, and in particular, analyze the number of shots fired by individuals in self-defense incidents.
Listen to that up
And
a
the
while.
second one involved public mass shootings, and in particular, analyze the outcomes when large capacity magazines are used in public mass shootings.
Okay, let's first talk about, well, just for clarity, are these separate analyses?
Yeah, you should be able
Yes.
to find an upper hand guard. For
Let's
that
look at
VZ
your,
pretty
let's
easy.
talk first about
I
your
wanna build one,
defensive
man.
gun use analyses.
You have to let me know how that build
Um,
goes.
What sources of data did you look to
So I wanna
analyze
build a
defensive gun use?
VZ, I want to build a set.
Yes, we performed 3 different
wanna
analyses
build
based
a
on
set.
3 different data sets. The
Set
first
lead,
one,
set
which I
lead,
call the
whatever.
NRA analyses, is a study of an NRA database of defensive gun use incidents over a 6.5-year period. The second one, which I call the Factiva analyses, is a systematic and scientific study of defensive gun use incidents from news stories using the news aggregator Factiva. And the third one, which I call the Portland Police Bureau data analyses, is a study of shooting incidents in Portland with more than 10 casings.
With more than 10
Well, let's
cases.
talk about each of these data
I
sets
could reload
separately.
a fucking revolver and leave you with more than 10 casings, Jack.
What is the NRA Armed Citizen Database?
Yeah, so my first analysis used the NRA Armed Citizens Database, which according to the website of the database collects accounts of law-abiding gun owners in America using their Second Amendment rights to defend self, home, and family. So basically, they have stories that highlight the very conduct that plaintiffs claim the law here impedes. And
Objection, Your Honor. I first of all, I don't think this witness is competent to testify as to what my clients are claiming. And additionally, he's concluding without a proper foundation. The stories highlight the very conduct plaintiffs claim Oregon law impedes. I think that's conclusory.
I think the witness is stating his understanding of it. I think the evidence is perfectly fine without it. I think I'm running into an issue here where objections are being made in
Yeah,
the
you
middle of
should
answers,
just
and I
have
think it's
a
leading to a
damn,
lack of clarity in the record. So my request
auto-sear
would be that the court instruct
that rides
counsel
on another
on both
pin in that
sides
receiver.
to
It's been a
object in
while
one of
since
two
I've looked
ways:
at a
either object
VZ.
at the time of the question or wait for the answer to be completed and then move to strike. Because I think it creates a very unclear record when we have half an answer, and it creates a lack of clarity.
Well, see, now what it is, Crow, is I'm fucking, man, if I'm trying to remember right, what it is
So,
they couldn't
the
get the
argument,
technical
the
specs
Objection
for
was what?
an AK from the Russians.
So first of all, I'm going to object to the PowerPoint as leading.
They
The
basically
witness is
took an AK
reading
and
from the PowerPoint.
built the closest thing they could.
second-
Hold on, that's a new objection. Go back
Yeah.
to the first
Okay.
objection. I'm trying to.
So the first objection was that one, this witness, there's no foundation for this witness to testify as to what my client's position is. Two, that the NRA, the idea that the NRA database highlights conduct plaintiffs claim Oregon law impedes is conclusory, and there hasn't been a proper foundation laid for that.
Let's go back. I understood it was just the question of impede. So the question that's been raised to the court is one of constitutionality. That is a very qualitative and argumentative statement to say impede. So I'll sustain. You can ask your next question.
And
I think at that point an interruption was appropriate when an expert witness comes and starts making arguments on behalf of the people who have hired him.
Your Honor,
So, go ahead.
sorry, and Your Honor, plaintiffs have an objection to the continued use of the PowerPoint. It is not evidence, and it is not a demonstrative. It is leading. The witness is literally reading word for word from the PowerPoint. So plaintiffs would ask that the court disallow further publication of the slideshow to the court and the witness, so that the witness may testify from the witness's own memory.
Thank you. If he's an expert,
Okay,
he testifies
so-
an expert.
Demonstrable aid, leading. What's your argument?
I think that this is a aid to the court and to counsel to the extent that it is implicitly using to refresh recollection on particular points. I don't think that there's any harm to that. It is simply would be an expedited if there's not a figure or something that Mr. Baez doesn't remember, like how many particular observations there were in a particular data set. This would help him. This is something that he compiled, and I don't think that there's any point to exclude demonstratives like this that go to assist the court in following the testimony and its purpose.
Your Honor, I think the court has a copy
Here,
of the
Craig.
slides.
I'll throw you
Plaintiff's objection is to the witness continuing to just read from the slides.
This is
Why
red.
don't we
This was just the
the
first thing. that
witness
popped
isn't
up
needed
about the
if
rivets.
we're just going to read from the slides.
I should have brought my Ermwinkle with me. I'm going to allow you to use this document so long as it
Five-piece
conforms to
rivet
being
set.
demonstrative only, and if it starts to go into, I mean, he's right in
Ooh,
the sense that
fucking
it's
Bulgarian middle
hearsay and,
AK-47 parts
know,
kit. Fucking
he's not allowed to just read
1650.
from it, but if it helps.
Jesus. VZ-58.
You know what? I am going to strike it. I'm not going to allow it. I find that the second piece around
This
the
is Guns
NRA
America.
actively opposing
Receiving
gun
pins,
restrictions
spare
is
parts.
argumentative. So you can work through his testimony without it. Go ahead.
So I'm sorry, the basis of the court's ruling is that that line is argumentative.
It's hearsay.
Yeah.
The entirety of it is hearsay.
I'll post this too, Pro.
A database compiled by an
This
entity
is,
that actively
Guns
opposes
America. You might be
restrictions
able to
on
find this
magazine
stuff on there, too.
capacity is also hearsay and is awfully broad.
Is that the court's ruling with respect to all the remaining 16 slides or only
Stuff on the
slide
hill,
5?
I mean,
Slightest idea.
No doubt there's some stuff on the AK files
Understood.
about it.
Um,
I know this is an
It's not
AK form.
demonstrative per se. It's
Understood. Should I
taking an
confer?
individual through testimony, which is, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So do you have a copy of that at the stand? I don't think you do.
I do not.
Okay. Okay.
This is-
Are you concerned that the NRA Armed Citizens Database may be a biased source of data?
Oh, that's.
Not really. So I think if there is any bias, I would expect that, given that the NRA is an entity that opposes any restrictions on firearms and magazine capacities, I would expect that this database would show highlight stories of citizens defending themselves with firearms in the best possible light and with the most number of shots needed to defend themselves. So if anything, I would expect the bias would overestimate the number of shots fired by people in self-defense.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. Move to strike.
I'm also confused about this because I granted a motion in limine. It said that was designed to exclude the number of rounds actually fired in self-defense situations, specifically any data derived from the NRA Armed Citizens database.
Your Honor, my recollection of the pretrial hearing, and I don't have a transcript in front of me, was that the court denied that motion, but said that it would be only allowed to be presented were a proper foundation to be laid. That's my recollection. If I misunderstood the court's ruling.
No, you're right. It's been a long week, so you're right. I did say that. So thank you for the reminder, and you may continue with your direct examination.
What did you do with the NRA Armed Citizens Database?
We looked at every single story in the database during a almost 6.5-year period from, I believe it's January 2011 to May 2017, covered 736 incidents. We looked at every single one of those incidents, and we reviewed the information that was in the database, as well as compiling additional news stories about each of those incidents. And then we reviewed
Now you
all
got
that
me looking at a
information
bunch
and
of
tabulated
VZ58
certain
shit,
information
bro.
to create a database for each of those 736 incidents. The database would include the location of the incident, the city, the state, where the incident occurred. Was it occurring in the home, in a school, wherever it was occurring, and the number of shots fired by the person in self-defense, by the defender.
Did you rely only on the information that the NRA provided, or did you look for other information about those incidents?
No, like I mentioned, we looked at the information provided in the database, as well as independently finding additional articles about each of those incidents.
And what kind of information in total were you looking for?
Damn, that's cool as shit.
Well, we were trying to find out how many shots the defender fired in that incident in self-defense.
In compiling this data set, were you the only person who worked on that project?
No, I had a team that worked on this with me. That's how we do things at NERA. We have a team of analysts. We have a whole process of how we do this sort of analyses, where we have 2 researchers independently read each of the news stories and compile that information that I described, and then they would check the results against each other, make sure they're properly doing this. So it's a very detailed process. We try to make it as reliable, as replicable as possible. So that's the foundation of how we do the analyses. That's how we do things at NERA. It's a common standard.
Did you calculate the average number of shots fired in those incidents, 736 incidents that were in the NRA database?
I missed the number. You said I have a wrong number written on my form. What was the number of incidents you looked at?
I believe it's 736.
I don't know where I came up with the number I wrote down. Go ahead, please.
Did you calculate or did you catalog how many shots were fired in those incidents?
That's right.
Did you calculate an average?
Yes.
Well, it looks like
do you recall
Apex
what
has
that
a
average
good
was?
number of fucking
Objection, Your
parts for
Honor.
VZs.
Lack of foundation. May I ask a question in aid of objection?
Yes.
Triggers, mags,
Sir,
fab defense.
isn't it true
handguard
that the
set.
number of shots fired in self-defense has not been systematically tracked?
Objection, vague. I don't know whether he's talking about by this database or in the world ever, or including his analysis that he's presenting today.
I'll sustain that. You'll need to be more specific.
Isn't it
Talking
true?
about scientific evidence. Let's be specific.
Isn't it true that the NRA database does not systematically track the defensive uses of firearms?
I'm not sure if it does or
Dude,
doesn't.
I'm probably
What
not
we did
going to
is
be
try to
able
look
to.
at
I'm
every
probably
single
going to have
incident
to
in that
damn.
database.
Isn't it true that the incidents in the
after a while. I
database
won't be able to
come
do it
from individuals
I gotta pick my daughter
volunteering
up,
their
and I gotta run
stories
town.
to
I'm
the
gonna let
NRA?
This shit just keep playing. That way I can listen.
Well,
to it
not necessarily. I mean, I think there's always a news article that's related to each of those incidents.
You talking about?
So it's
with
not
old
just that somebody
camel-toe
calls
Harris
in
and
the
her office
database
gun
and
safety
says,
shit?
I defended myself and this is the story. I think there's always some sort of backup supporting that.
Isn't it true that parts of the database include evidence facts taken from news articles?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the NRA analysis does not collect data from police reports?
I'm not 100% sure about that. I think it's mostly news articles where this information is coming from.
Your
Yeah,
Honor,
man,
plaintiffs
I'm
do not
always-
believe that defendants have laid a proper scientific foundation.
If I was
Plaintiffs
any
would
safer,
object
I'd
to
be
the
a runner.
reliability of news articles as a source of data for the overall uses of firearms in self-defense. The stories, obviously, newsworthy stories are newsworthy for a reason, and are going to not cover the broad set of data as accurately as does police reports, FBI statistics, or other far more reliable sources than news articles.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
Yes.
The basis of hinging an expert opinion as being based on a news article, that theory of exclusion has been rejected in several federal cases under the Daubert standard, which is quite close to the Brown-O'Keefe standard. Some citations I would offer are Simpson against Socialist People's Libyan Arab 362 F sub second 168 177 at DDC 2005. That was affirmed by the appellate court in that jurisdiction. The Sixth Circuit also rejected the theory offered by plaintiffs in United States against Damra 412 F third 618 625. That was a 2005 case out of the Sixth Circuit.
The last set of numbers. I got 412 F third.
The page number the case starts at is 618, and the relevant section is at 625.
Sten Mark 5 SMG parts kit with wood, stock, and
Plaintiffs
grip,
would just
9mm,
add that,
Pakistan.
The witness just testified that he does not know whether the number of
248
rounds fired,
Damn, I
whether
want
the
to build one.
database from which he's drawing data used any form
I
of
wanna build
systematic
all that shit.
tracking of the number of rounds fired. So I think there's a reliability issue there, unless I'm misunderstanding the witness's testimony.
Can you clarify that issue, please? Or you can ask the question again, because I didn't hear that.
Sir, isn't it true that the NRA does not systematically track the numbers of defensive gun uses?
I do not know the answer to that question. I think the database compiles 736 incidents during this time period. I analyzed every single one of those incidents.
Your Honor, under 702, plaintiffs assert that this lacks scientific reliability. If the witness cannot validate the data source from which he is pulling data that he's relying upon, plaintiffs assert that the all he is doing is reporting what the NRA database says, and he cannot independently verify the scientific rigor of that database.
And in our view, that goes to the weight of the evidence rather than its admissibility.
214.
So this
bucks,
database we're talking about is
$400.
self-reporting by individuals who used firearms in self-defense, verified
Five,
by
six,
newspaper
seven.
articles. Is that what I understand to
Damn,
be
308
the
set me at
basis of
154.
information upon which he's analyzing?
Mr. Baez knows better than I will, than I do. So you, or feel free to
Just wanna make sure I
inquire.
heard
You may
correctly.
feel free to inquire directly. I think the testimony was that it is compiled by the NRA, and Mr. Baez's belief is that it is based on self-reporting or identification by the NRA, but not necessarily every defensive gun use incident that has happened in the United States over that period.
Good condition.
Got it.
214 bucks.
Is that accurate?
That's right.
So they come to this information comes through self-report and then sometimes confirmed by newspaper articles.
It's always confirmed by newspapers articles, or at
Okay.
least we, in the instances where there wasn't a newspaper article, we were able to verify that there was this incident and there was a newspaper article that supported it.
Yeah, dude, I could get seriously hung up on looking at damn. Yeah, well, they're in the house.
On this
babe.
issue, I
haven't
tend to
moved
agree
them
that
into
it
their
goes to
final
weight
places, but they are in the
more
house.
than admissibility.
And moving that shit up them stairs.
And Your Honor,
already know
plaintiffs would just
no
like to
damn
renew their
thing.
relevancy objection. I understand Your Honor ruled on that with regard
I'm
to
fixing
the
to go
motion in
pick Mark
limine.
up in just a
Oregon
minute,
has
and then we'll head
no
into
common
town.
necessity test. That's not an element from Christian, Delgado, Blocker, or any of the relevant cases for the facial challenge. Whether or not, as for example, from Delgado, whether or not a spring and a
You oughta tell all the
switchblade
guys
is
about that
necessary
damn
for
AR you've been
self-defense
working
is
on.
not part of the analysis.
I wish you could
Surely
post
the
pictures in the
switchblade
chat of
could,
that
or
shit.
a knife can be used for self-defense without a spring. That was not the court's analysis. Plaintiffs would just like to renew that objection on the record that there is no common necessity test.
Your Honor, we'll stand on the record that was made both in the written and oral argument of the motions in limine with respect to this evidence.
Yeah, it looks like I thought it was 7 lawyers for the state. It looks like 8. Eight motherfuckers to sit there and take your damn
I think
lunch.
I'm going to allow it to come in at this point in time, and I'll make a determination as to what, if any, weight I give to it after I consider the necessity question and more fully in my legal analysis. So you can continue with your questioning.
So, babe, you still in here? We're going to Cracker Barrel tonight?
qualitative evidence that he's evaluating to try to glean some type of conclusion from, but you know.
CNC Warrior VZ 58 parts kit.
Plaintiffs understand your ruling, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, dude, looking at these freaking VZ kits, 400, 500. The Setney kits are way.
Your Honor, I've handed counsel and the court a document marked Exhibit 111. May I show it to the witness?
Sure. I mean, the way I hear this evidence, I just want to make sure I'm super clear for the record. The way I hear this evidence is this man looked at 736 stories, and he's drawn some conclusions from those stories about the rate of ammunition that in terms of trying to offer this for any type of conclusions with regards to rate of error, on overall use of self-defensive weapons and the amount of shots
couple
fired.
minutes. I'll leave here
well
at 3 to
exceeding
go pick my
anything
daughter
that's
up.
being offered to the court at this point in time.
We understand, Your Honor.
Is that right? Do I misunderstand?
That no questions about any of the topics that the court just listed have been asked at this point.
Sure.
We have other sources, as I think Mr. Baez testified, he did 3 different analyses. This is one of them.
Right. So I just want to make sure I understand this analysis is based upon what's been presented to me foundationally.
Yugoslavian M64 fixed
Understood.
stock kit, original populated.
Mr. Baez, what is Exhibit 111?
$899.
Exhibit 111 summarizes my analyses of the NRA database.
And what conclusions did you come to?
So it looked at all 736 incidents and categorized them according to the number of shots fired by the defender in each of those situations. So this table shows these results. So if you look at the first line, it shows that there were 134 incidents, or 18% of all incidents, where no shots were fired, where the defender was able to defend themselves successfully by just waving their gun without firing any shots. There were 587 incidents, or almost 80% of all incidents, where the defender fired 1 to 5 shots. There were 13 incidents, or less than 2% of the incidents, where the defender fired 6 to 10 shots. And there were only 2 incidents, or 0.3% of all incidents, where the defender fired more than 10 shots. And overall, the average number of shots fired in these 736 incidents was 2.2 shots.
Your Honor, I've been alerted that that we are not publishing the exhibits. Maybe when I show the witness an exhibit, maybe we will publish it so that those observing outside of the courtroom may see it on the remote feed. Would you like us to do that?
Are you offering it then?
I will be eventually.
Okay.
But I just wanted to address this.
I'm fine with you publishing.
Okay. Can we publish 111 in the courtroom?
Polish
And the defendants offer Exhibit 111.
in Mill
Objection, Your Honor,
AK.
hearsay. It's not within 803.9. It's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted, not subject to any exception.
And the exception is 702.
702 does not allow admissibility, as was discussed yesterday. It allows him to rely on the evidence to inform his testimony, absolutely, but it does not allow for admissibility. The court ruled on that issue yesterday.
It does not allow admissibility either. It allows or doesn't allow.
So 702 does not say it is or is not allowed. Therefore, the rule would be hearsay. This is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted, not subject to any exception or exclusion. That at least not one that's been identified by defendants.
And our response is that he is a expert witness, and therefore under 702 is entitled to rely on hearsay. Under 703 and under 705, he can offer the bases for his opinions in order to disclose this to the court. And here, the basis of his opinion is based on his review of these other underlying news stories He's allowed to provide that in summary form, or we're allowed to present it in summary form under 1006. And Rule 703 allows the court to admit the exhibits or to admit hearsay and the underlying reason. 703 allows the court to allow the underlying reasons to be admitted into evidence in order to assist the finder of fact and to complete the record. And I think here it's a very straightforward presentation of data. We can have them read the table into the record, but it seems like a bit of a waste of time to do so.
Well, he's already read most of the data into the record, frankly. Mr. Marshall, it was a waste of time. I take umbrage. But I doubt that's what you meant to say. I think under 1006, it appears to me to be admissible summary evidence. I'll let you look at that in response before I make a final ruling.
Your Honor, this 1006 does not state any exception to the hearsay rule. It says the contents of voluminous writings, records, or photographs which cannot conveniently be examined in court may be presented in the form of a chart, summary, or calculation. The originals or duplicates shall be made available for examination or copying, or both, by other parties at a reasonable time and place. The court may order that they be produced in court. None of that goes to admissibility, and I have not heard Mr. Marshall cite to any exception or exclusion under the hearsay rules in the 800 section. I've heard 700s and I've heard 1000s, but none of that is an exception to hearsay. I think it's sufficient that the witness testify to what the report says, and it need not become part of the court's record. And plaintiffs would lastly like to say the court did rule on an identical issue yesterday regarding Mr. Siegel, and plaintiffs would ask that the court adhere to the same logic from yesterday's rule.
As I read one of our 1006, I don't think
That's why I was asking you, we going out to Cracker Barrel tonight, right?
Sustain to that. Let me look at 705.
Yeah, I'm going to leave here in just a minute and get the month and then head into town.
I'm going to sustain the
let this
objection.
play.
He's testified to the content therein, but I'm not going to allow the exhibit.
That way I can listen to this on
Exceptions
the
been
road.
made.
And Your Honor, can I inquire on the 1006 component?
And I'll
What's
have a
the piece of the
record, because I don't see a way to
I-
go back and watch this
there was a
stuff
part of the foundation that I failed to lay.
after it's aired on this freaking
The
WebEx
rule
call.
is self-evident. The originals or duplicates shall be made available for examination
I
or
don't see
copying
why
or
the
both
court
by
just
other
can't
parties
stream
at a
this shit
reasonable
right to
place and
YouTube.
time, and the court may order that they be produced in court. You've not laid a foundation that you've made that offer
Like
to
the Seventh Circuit, the
Mr.
Fourth Circuit,
Aiello,
the Fifth
given
Circuit,
him an
Eighth
opportunity
Circuit,
to
Ninth Circuit.
examine these voluminous documents.
So,
It's a proponent problem.
Yeah, no,
It doesn't mean that it's not accessible to the
Understood.
public. It has nothing to
Understood.
do with that.
no, I understand. The news articles have been provided on that USB drive. That was done 30 minutes ago or whatever, I guess less than that. So it's not super helpful. I doubt he has had time to review 736 records, but
You just gave it
That's
to
our
him 30
understanding.
minutes ago?
we're in
You-
practice on this.
What?
Sure, that's
But-
not the completion of the data, right? The newspaper articles are.
Hey, we're going to give you this evidence we're
Part
going to
of
use
the data
against
set.
you
Sorry.
There's the NRA
30 minutes before we actually throw it out there in
database
court.
totally that I don't know that you've presented to him or given him an opportunity to consider.
I believe all of that is in the expert disclosures. I'm seeing that Mr. Baez is nodding, as well as the coding that Mr. Baez oversaw at NERA to come up with these calculations. But I'm just stating that to avoid any misunderstanding. I understand the court may have a separate basis for exclusion.
Your Honor, I don't know that I could review all those records if the court gave me the weekend to do so. So,
Okay.
Because I will definitely be in the chat.
Well, I mean,
listening
it has to be
this,
done,
you
and
guys.
there's a reasonableness component to 1006. There should be a reasonable time and opportunity to be provided, and I look at that as an exception to the
Fuck me wrong.
discovery rules around
Yeah.
civil proceedings.
Here you go
We're
with
gonna offer
Biden and
voluminous,
Harris giving their
take voluminous documents and then consolidate them down into one thing. You need to at least allow the opportunity
announcement on
to
the
other
White
side
House
to
Gun
review those
Safety
voluminous
Office.
documents before you make this type of exhibit.
Okay.
I'm not saying he can't testify to it. I'm just saying that this
So
exhibit's not
we'll be
admissible.
commenting on
Because I
that.
don't hear
shit
that.
later.
I would not think in the midst of trial, one attorney litigating is sufficient time, 30 minutes beforehand, for him to be able to determine the validity of the exhibit. So
Yes, love. When I pick Monk up, I'm headed
at
into
his
town.
request.
Understood. We are about to switch topics to a different analysis, and it is 11:57. Would you like to take the lunch break, or would you like me to proceed?
That's if you're ready for lunch, I'll let you have it.
Okay.
We'll
Thank
get
you, Your
started
Honor.
at 1:15. Sir, 1:15.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one live witness. We have one who we think will be excluded. And so.
do you think we'll finish by 3? I'm just trying to decide if I think.
How long are you going to talk? That's the biggest factor. That's a big X factor.
So, like I said, I'm going to let this continue to play. And I'll be in the chat. I might, if I depend on what I'm doing, if I can get StreamYard up on my phone, I might play some other stuff during this break. Yeah, that is going to be funny, Crow. But anyway, Crackers, Perps, I will be in the chat, and I'm going to pick my daughter up. So
Looks like we're rocking and rolling. Can't really see chat, guys. I'm on StreamYard, so, and I'm rolling down the road. We'll see how my connection is, because it might get a little screwy running back here to pick the daughter up. And my phone keeps freaking turning. Kill that. Whoopsie. I know I'm all over the place, guys. Just kind of bear with me. So we are running the back roads, going to get the daughter. But it'll be interesting to see how the rest of this case shakes out. What this judge does with it, because honestly, he's been sounding a little pissed with the state and their lawyers and so-called experts. I got everybody wanting to damn sit in the road today. Well, damn, I'm freaking bouncing around, damn turning shit. So we'll see how the state's case works this afternoon. Like I said, Monday looks like it's going to be an overflow day. So while I'm at work Monday, I'll keep a stream up like I did the other day. Just let stuff play, because it's really the only way we can watch it. Now, I did post everything, the meeting information in the chat, so if any of you guys wanted to check it out on your own, man, keep it playing. If this stuff stands in Oregon, I think we're going to end up seeing a lot more of this kind of ballot measure stuff. Because it's funny the way they did it with a ballot measure. I think they knew they couldn't get it through the legislature, which is kind of a way we should be doing some things. Because we know our damn legislatures ain't worth a shit in most cases. So we'll see how this stuff goes. Like yesterday, they should be going, since Oregon, the Pacific time zone so far behind us, they should be going for a while tonight. And I am expecting to stay on this witness for a while. There's been some pretty good objections. So we'll see how the rest of it falls. Nothing else that's really going to be interesting to see how this shakes out, because it's going to be working through the federal court shortly, I believe. If the state gets shot down on this, I completely see them going to the Fed to try to push the case further. Then, of course, if the judge upholds it, I can completely see these groups that are funding this stuff working further up the ladder. What's up, Gabber brother? You guys just have to put up with me. It's going to be a bunch of damn random thoughts with me riding and waiting for this shit to crank back up. And then the White House stuff, shit, I'll cover that at some point. And I'm pretty sure 2AEDU's probably already getting it ready for his stream tonight to cover it. And if you guys aren't following 2AEDU, you need to be checking him out too. He's another cool dude. He's up in Michigan, and they're constantly putting up with the horse shit from their legislature right now, with all the gun bans, the so-called assault weapons ban, high-capacity magazine bans. Just the sheer insanity of this shit. And it's why I said, really happy about Bruin. Bruin was a pretty good decision. I won't say it's a great decision. It's a pretty good decision. But I told people then when Bruin came down, these courts are still going to be playing these stupid-ass games. These states are still going to play these stupid-ass games. Because there's no teeth in it. When they do unconstitutional shit, they don't suffer from it. They use your money, your tax dollars, to defend their unconstitutional law. All the while, unless there's a TRO like there is in this one, a temporary restraining order on the government, people are still getting their property taken for this. They're still getting, put in jail, putting handcuffs over this shit. And the state just keeps throwing out more and more shit. It should honestly be, when they throw out this unconstitutional BS, it kind of ought to be a warning. Look, if you proceed with this, you are going to go to prison because this is unconstitutional. And when they continue to support it, their asses ought to go to fucking jail. I don't know. It really just amazes me with this shit sometimes. And it amazes me how much the general public, well, no, it doesn't amaze me. I keep wanting to say it amazes me, but it doesn't amaze me. These fuckers can tell you everything about their sports ball team, whatever, and can't tell you jack shit about their constitutional rights or how they're being infringed on or what the government is doing at any particular time. They just don't pay attention to it. They don't give a shit. And it amazes me. I guess one of the reasons I started my channel is just the frustration with this shit. Watching what's going on, realizing that a lot of people they're not about to get off their ass. Actually, do a little bit of. It's your right. Just kidding. Just don't pay attention to it. And I understand it to a point. We all got lives. We're all trying to work jobs. We're all trying to take care of our kids. If you're younger and free, you're trying to find that girl or that girl for the night. And all the while, the government's just constantly there, just picking away at stuff. These freaking people, man. I'm going to do what I normally do. I'm going to pull my happy ass right over here. Get out of the way. Chill out. need to see. Da-da-da-da. Settings. I don't know a lot about StreamYard, the mobile version of it. So I'm trying to see. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to figure this out. I don't know whether there's any way I can stream that White House press conference. Probably just be a reason for me to fucking road rage anyway. Let me see. Yeah, I don't see a way I could stream that. But yeah, I will be streaming that later. This freaking White House BS. Right now, I just want to keep an eye on Oregon. Well, picking up my kiddo too, which my signal might go stupid here in a minute. It normally does right over here by the school. All right. All the buses are out of the way. I'll give it to this school though. They normally do a pretty good job of getting kids out pretty quick. And then we'll be on the roads you guys would have to look it up, man. I was listening to a story earlier today. And it's focusing on one guy, but there's a bunch. This dude just wants everybody to just think of him like a dog. He's a collie, has a collie suit, which I don't have any problems with, but much like many other things, you don't have the right to try to force me to call you a collie. That whole compelled speech thing I got issues with. in line. Got to put my. Of course, this douchebag in Alabama, one of our illustrious legislators, this last session put in a bill. So I'm carrying, as always, in line to pick my daughter up. This guy put in a bill that would basically make me a felon for having this gun on me anywhere near a goddamn school zone. Which is absolutely fucking ridiculous. The good thing was that bill got backed up, got thrown into another committee just to basically sit there and rot, which is where it belongs. Well, that and the trash can, but it's just funny to me. There were a bunch of bills in Alabama right at the end of this legislative session that they pushed that were just insane. One of them was about mag limits. They wanted mag limits down to 7 rounds of mag. So if you had a standard 1911, 7 in the mag, 1 in the pipe, that would be an illegal gun according to that proposed law. I can't remember which one put that in, but it was ridiculous. Yeah, we're on the streets, baby. We rolling. Said Oregon ought to be out for lunch for about an hour, somewhere around there. By the time I think by the time I make it into town, they ought to be back. And then we'll hear some more of their horse shit. I'm hoping a lot of this BS just freaking gets absolutely smacked down by that judge. It's a pretty pit bull they had in the truck next to him. But as usual, guys, we'll see how it goes. That's pretty pit. Oh, block-headed thing, too.
Light Repair to get stuff repaired.
Yeah, you're gonna go to Safe Light Repair, huh?
Yeah.
We down the road. We fixing to make the run.
The what limit?
Not right now, baby girl. We'll listen to that for a while.
Your annual pass, you look like Baldy.
What?
You look like Baldy from the game Baldy, wow. You got the same shirt, same pants.
I think you're messing with me again.
I'm not.
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna make you so I have.
That was a good one, Mom. If I.
I learned that from Mrs. Michael
Oh, okay.
when she was in first grade. Or second grade, she said. You do.
That daughter over here punking me out.
When she was in high school, a girl said, "No, I'm sorry." And she said, "I see you." Then laughed and said, "I made you say nice
Yeah.
things."
Freaking phone keeps wanting to turn.
That's a giant always they got somewhere.
I think it was supposed to be a peach, Monk. I think.
How's they growing so big?
They grow it so big, it's a wrecking ball. Wrecking ball, they got painted as a peach.
Guess it was a joke.
What?
Guess it was a joke.
Oh, okay.
Not plant. So, like, people that are
These folks killing me, man. You ain't got to floor the brakes, man. Just turn like.
What would you do as a vegan? Walk up to our tree, hold off a beat, and start chewing on it.
I don't know, Monk.
Maybe smack them in the face and put a glizzy in their mouth. Say, meat is all you need to survive. Not quit.
Where my child comes up with.
I am the child of every type of
Oh, we definitely hit the school rush. Huh? No, we just hit it, babe, when everybody was getting out of school and.
At least school is short, because I hate school.
Yeah, I know you do,
And
Steve.
at least it's the weekend.
Yeah, it is the weekend.
And then
Yes, baby.
this last year, when I didn't do anything.
You didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything. I was walking on the line, talking.
Oh, let me shut the window in here. Definitely running. One thing about it, at least people on this road know how to drive sometimes.
Yeah.
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 Well, I say that. Now this one wants to freaking slow down for no reason.
Bro, they think we're a serial killer.
Nah, I don't think they think we're a serial killer, Mark.
I know how to go. That's so hard. Right.
What?
I mixed, yeah, had.
state trooper is hanging out, not pulling people over. That's nice of him.
And I said when I say before correcting it, they do not know how to drive.
There's definitely some of these folks sure enough don't know how to drive.
And then I have got homework, but I got 2 things you need to sign, I think. And I got an Alabama. Or can you change it to Apple? Because Apple is my favorite. I just like Alabama.
We'll look at your stuff on the. We'll probably look at it when we get to. Yeah. When you know you're raising your child.
Look at that. So many American flag fireworks. You gotta calm down. There's a giant flag. You gotta calm down.
Fireworks place has a giant flag.
At least 12 big flags. You gotta chill out. We already know you're American.
I'm sure they know, Ma.
You know. And then, where can you find the American flag? Like the real American flag.
Where can you what?
Where can you find the American flag now, like the real one?
Well, there's no necessarily real American flag, baby. There's the American flag. There's copies of it everywhere. Get the gas. Be interested to see what this witness does when they come back. Because the judge was kind of unhappy with him. The lawyer for the people, I think he's going to come back with some pretty good objections. Why? Why are all you people hitting the brakes?
Because the people that are in cars don't know how to drive. They're just city people.
Well, they are city people more than likely.
Yeah. It mostly.
Looks like that one motard got out of the way, so we should be able to hit the gas and go on.
It's a Pacific breed of them.
It's a what, monkey?
Pacific breed of city people. And they are called they don't know how to drive.
They're called the don't know how to drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of them that sure don't know how to drive.
Yeah, right.
They think why are you guys flooring the brakes again?
Polio.
It's a turn lane. You move over, then you apply the brakes. You don't slam the brakes, sneak up on the turn lane,
They're probably.
and then slowly turn. Jump over, hit the brakes, make a turn. Simple.
They're
I don't think they're asleep, baby. I just think they're a little motarded and most. The size of the smallest thing in the world.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like the smallest
I-
thing you can't even.
But I'm the smallest thing in the world.
It's the small. No, the person's brain that moves over. It goes. Where did they just have this full of trees?
What?
Why did they have this pit full of trees?
Oh, that's the runoff. Or anytime they do parking lots and stuff like that, they got to have an area for the rain to run off. It's a spillway, basically.
Remember that time it was raining really, really hard at the
Uh-oh.
gun shop?
Yeah, I remember it was raining real hard at Gun Shop.
I almost
Spartan, what's up, brother? Now that I'm in the light, I can actually look down at the chat for a second. Yeah, babe.
I almost like went in the closet and locked myself in with a flashlight.
You almost went and locked yourself in the closet with a flashlight.
Yeah.
Because of the rain.
There's also thunder, and I don't.
It was thunder and lightning. It was mighty, mighty frightening. Move, bitch. Get out. Away. Let's see, like I said, about time I hit town, they should be starting back from lunch. Come on, folks. Let's see. I really wish they had this set instead of doing WebEx. I said it before. Instead of doing WebEx, did it to where you could go back and actually view the prior streams easier. G23 was planning on doing, he's going to see about doing a FOIA request to get the first couple of days of the trial, see whether he can get video of that. If he does that, that'll be amazing. there were some news reporters talking about one of the guys for the people, one of the witnesses, and the state just went after him hard. Talking about, oh, you can't be an expert, you're an advocate. Well, what do they think this doctor is that they've been questioning for yesterday and part of today? I mean, the dude works for every town. He's not an unbiased, expert on anything. If I'm up. Yeah.
One of my driveway is longer than the other. Can you call a doctor?
These cats are bound determined to run one another. We're in town. They ought to be starting pretty quick. There's one gas station I stop at all the time. They got a bunch of bullet holes in the posts and stuff that hold their awnings up. It's a mite bit ghetto.
Yeah, because no one likes races.
No, definitely no one likes races, baby. For sure.
I'm talking about racist signs. That, right behind the love sign. I thought you were talking about that.
No, baby. That's talking about something else.
Oh. What is that sign saying? Racist.
Hey, Barton, there's no joke, man. We did have someone with a California plate the other day that was, I don't think they knew which pedal to hit to make the car do what.
Yeah,
but
the old man was no shirt on.
there's an old dude over here looks like he's setting up the panhandle or something. My daughter said he needs to put his shirt on.
He got a buzz cut.
He got a buzz cut.
Yeah, buzz cut.
He does have a buzz cut.
Sometimes it. Come on. You're not that cool. That's some big for him. He wrinkly.
Good Lord, monkey.
Wrinkly dinkly. Wrinkly dinkly.
This town, man, is getting.
It's getting cuckoo.
Yeah, well, it's definitely getting cuckoo, but.
Cuckoo crazy. Just like what me and Robert used to say when we were little. Cuckoo crazy.
Yeah, there's crazy stuff going on.
Crazy.
Got people trying. I don't know. So,
I remember Mr. Beast posted a video where someone was dead right here.
well, there's definitely been some people who got killed over here, Mom. That ain't no lie.
Yeah. They should name this murder.
No, that's MLK Boulevard, baby. Murder, loot, kill.
I forgot this is not. This is not named as murder. I'm sorry.
I'm definitely interested to see where this will go when they come back and get this rolling again. What are you people doing? What? Yes, ma'am. You're what?
Sorry for getting all those calls.
Oh, baby, it's all right. These people are bound to running. Cut 3 lanes, bang a right turn in front of everybody. Just cut the whole group off. Screw it. That'd be all right. All right, look, handicap tag. You got a blinker on. Get over in the other lane. Get out of the way. There we go. Now we can ride. Of course, you done drug enough where we hit another light. Thank you very much for that one.
This stuff was she has a handicap tag drunk.
I don't think she's drunk, baby, but I think that, she's probably healthier than anybody else. She's just handicapped when it comes to driving. Probably get out and run the 40 and nothing flat. Just can't drive. I hope she didn't run into a pole either, but I wouldn't mind her just being anywhere else but on the road. Hard to read. That does something. Ah! Knock the phone down again. Lucky if you weren't such a wild driver, we wouldn't have to go through this. You don't know how to drive? I guarantee you can drive better than a lot of these people. We'll put blocks on your feet. Be like that little kid in the Indiana Jones movie. Of course, you've never seen that movie, but we have to watch that.
Wait, that old man on a tricycle. He can't walk.
Yes. Good Lord, people. You've been in town 5 minutes. I've already seen about, nope. Take that back. About 9 near misses for accidents with these idiots. I want to look at this AR my wife's been working on. I gotta see this thing. She sent me pictures of it. Dude had his muzzle brake on with Teflon tape, like plumber's Teflon tape. It looks like an 80% build that is horribly wrong. She said there were no detents to hold in the takedown pin. It was just a bunch of stuff she showed me or sent me on this thing. I'd be interested to see this gun. Looks like dude had like he cut small copper washers or got some small copper washers to take the slack out of the made up on the upper and lower receiver. It's just crazy what she sent me. Now, how's that cat back there wearing a sweatshirt right now with the hood up? What, 86 degrees out here? You think humidity's not that bad. It ain't sweatshirt weather.
Cat don't care. He will wear his favorite sweatshirt.
These folks can't figure out what they do. You got one dude wearing a sweatshirt back there. That dude's got his shirt off. Maybe they need to get together and meet in the middle and figure out what a t-shirt is. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I gotta come over here to freaking Money Miser when I get paid. Check their damn ammo prices. Again, folks, turn lane's not all that hard. You put your blinker on, you jump the turn lane, and make a turn. Why is this person going this damn slow? I'm like boxed in here. Got the James Bond version of a Dodge up here. It looks like he's burning more oil than gas. Man, shit stinks. Dude's got dual exhaust on that truck, and it's just pouring smoke. Freaking burning oil. What? People are like having a serious love affair with their brake pedals. I'm gonna ride down the road screaming, "It's the pedal on the right." Yes,
I see
baby.
another truck that's the same as yours.
You see another truck the same as mine?
Yeah, it passed by.
Oh, okay.
It was on the lane with the other rail. I mean, the rail.
Come on, people, for the love of God. Let me go here. You can get out the way. Move it. Get out the way. There we go. Now we're right. Good Lord. See, look, folks, this is the way you make a turn. Put your blinker on, apply the brake, hit the turn, hit the gas, drop the phone again.
You need to get up. You need to make
What are you doing, you idiot?
that. You need to make a 3D phone holder and glue
What?
it to your car truck.
Oh, I'm gonna lose it. What are you doing? This is why some people shouldn't drive.
Yeah.
Just stop 40 yards behind the light and just, I don't know.
I think that
Huh?
I think that was the robot or
No, I just think that's another person that's unable to drive.
truck persons are the only persons that are smart. Rain not smart. Any person that I love who has a car is smart.
Any person you love that has a car is smart.
Yeah.
I can roll with that.
Even if
I still got the firebox of that grill in the back of the truck. I hit a bump and that thing starts bouncing around. Oh, that's okay, douchebag. Just pull out in front of everybody and go 15 miles an hour slower than what everybody's going. It's okay. Everybody can work around you.
I already knew you were being sarcastic.
Yes, baby, that would be sarcasm. I wonder if my wife's got that AR fixed yet. We're fixing to find out, though.
Hey. Who named this store AAA Storage?
You want to know why they name it AAA Storage, baby?
Yeah.
Because used to be when it was phone books and stuff like that, it would make them show up first in the phone book listing.
And we got protect the baby.
Alright, we at the gun shop. Curb. Right.
Dada, I always like to crawl out your side because I'm afraid I'll get run over if someone pulls in. If they hate kids, they'll just
Coffee. Back.
you need to get some steppers on this thing,
I need to get some steppers on it.
yeah, the helpers. I'm looking for it.
My child. I got to get some steppers for my truck, apparently. No, he's
Okay.
give him a minute. He's gonna be racing.
Okay, in a minute.
He's gonna take off. Watch out, kiddos.
You got it. I got it. You know how to play this time. Thank you, though. You over there. All right, play. Thank you.
Ah, you're welcome, dog. Ah. So we officially at the gun shop. Yes,
Mama,
because I'm waiting for that other thing to start back up.
wait.
Checking into glockages.
Goes here.
Is that your AR from earlier? All right. Well, no, but I gotta be nosy.
Holy crap, I didn't see one.
Mill sport. Huh? SIG, 357 SIG. Yeah. On 357 SIG is not. This dude's got this freaking monster thermal on here.
There's a ghost in here. Here, there's a ghost in here. He's wet. That way. It's somewhere on that wall.
And yeah, this is the one dude had
Somewhere on that
the Teflon tape holding the muzzle device on.
A ghost?
No detents in the takedown pin. Yeah, that receiver is, I thought it was an 80% build, but it's not. American Tactical. And, I don't know, I think dude did some extra work to it. Yes, baby. Yes.
Can I get my backpack?
Can you get your backpack for no reason? If it's no reason, why do you need your backpack?
I don't know.
Right, sir. Hey, you guys do not be running out in that parking lot, you hear me?
We're waiting for that girl.
Okay, you're waiting for that girl?
I'm gonna get my backpack for no reason. Y'all have the same smell as you. Do that. Run into the car.
Yeah, do not be running through the parking lot. You stay right there. I'll get your bag.
You park.
Of course, I got to check her bag anyway. Anyway, surprised Oregon has not got freaking started again. It's killing me. I have to go around the side and reach your backpack. See why Oregon's dragging. Well, I mean, they're at lunch. But they're freaking dragging ass. Oh, let's do that. What? My daughter got stuff written all over her book bag. Chitlins. Chitlins. Hey, you notice my truck? It's got AK mags in the door pocket. Da-da-da. There we go. Monkey, I told you not to run out of the parking lot. You see that car backing up? All right. I know it's a small parking lot and it's normally not this busy, but people can't see you running around like that. Go. Come on.
Can I make a run for it?
Not chitlins. We're gonna go to the back and be nosy too. We're gonna see what else they're working on in the shop. That gun was hilarious. Shit, same old same, brother. Same old same. Freaking that's not one. I still wish I could show that freaking White House conference with freaking Biden and Harris and her gun freaking safety task force shit. That's gonna have to wait till later when I get back to the house. Our scholar's got something about the mag ban, California mag bans. I'll have to keep catch up with that later. Yeah, dude, it's that big ass thermal scope on that little ass 5.56, and it's. What you doing, babe? Why are you trying not to panic? You get everything on that AR fixed?
Everything you wanted me to.
He just
I don't know.
did he take it apart and just not put it back together right, or
I don't know. He's one of those guys. He will not let me finish the sentence. So
yeah, well,
that was the dude that showed up at 9:45.
that was a rebarrel.
Yeah, that was him. He dropped it off at 5:40 last night, and I told him, okay, I'll get it done in the morning. I probably shouldn't have said that. Like, fuck.
Why did he want it rebarreled anyway?
I don't know. He won't let me ask questions. Pat talked to him. She's
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
by the looks of everything you sent me on that build, yeah, his he does not need to build guns.
It's a coyote.
Yeah, I mean,
Rock on with your bad self.
it'd be a decent gun for a yoke gun. Although I think if I was going to do an AR for a yoke gun, I'd put a 20-inch barrel on it for a 5.56.
How's Red running?
But anybody's running all right. People in this town learn how to drive. That's kind of the plan. Hang out for a little bit. Yep.
I want the fucking fried apples, goddammit.
I think my wife's hooked on Cracker Barrel right now.
It's cheap and it's good southern food. Damn it, you can't go wrong.
I didn't say you could go wrong with Cracker
You
Barrel.
can't get a $5 footlong at Subway no more, but I can get a 3-course meal for $20 at Cracker Barrel.
Because it's a bunch of crackers.
It's southern food.
Every month, okay. Wait, the last of his soul.
Eureka? No. That was all cold for you.
Yeah.
Really? It looks good for cold. Oh, are they getting rolling? Yeah, they're getting rolling again.
There's water there for you. You want to double check to make sure there's water in it?
I'm good, but
Okay.
yeah, there is water, but I'm good. I had some water.
Well, I like to stay hydrated around here. Go ahead, please.
Actually, not
Mr. Baez, I was incorrect when I said that we were done with the NRA database before lunch. I've handed to council and will now hand to the court what we have marked as Exhibit 112 and ask permission to show it to the witness.
I mean, those look good.
Oh, you leave it loaded?
No, empty brass. Beat me for a second.
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiffs object, lack of scientific foundation. Plaintiffs assert that 11 incidents, too few incidents from which this court can derive any meaning.
Your Honor, this is simply, I think as the court described it, descriptive data or qualitative assessment, not intended to be a systematic or I suppose a better word would be a total accounting of every defensive gun use in the state of Oregon. But we think that it is still relevant that Mr. Baez collected.
Your Honor, plaintiffs would add there's been no foundation for the, are these 11 incidents representative of Oregon's overall trends of self-defense? There's been no foundation laid on that. So the way plaintiffs see this is 11 incidents blocked with no specific representative sampling.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I let the larger qualitative information in. I guess I'm just hesitant to do so with this particular evidence. I don't know what the membership is of the NRA. I don't know any of that. I know that there's national NRA, and cumulatively, I think there's some relevance in allowing it in sort of overall in the country, but this is very minute sampling, obviously, and I think that's part of your point. But I don't know how many people there are in the NRA and how many acts of self-defense occurred within the state of Oregon with use of firearms since 2011 to 2017. If I had that, I could weigh that against this and then make some type of larger determination. Do you have that evidence?
I don't think I'll be able to lay a foundation on those particular points sufficient to satisfy the court. The defendants offer 12, recognizing that the court will exclude it on the basis of his trial.
I'm going to let that be part of an offer.
Half the brick missing.
I wouldn't have let the exhibit in necessarily anyhow, but I understand this testimony that you would give under with 112, and I'll let it be admitted just for the court's reviewing court's certification of what I'm excluding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I forgot my book of evidence in there, so I did that off from memory.
I don't want to messing with it.
No more evidence.
I should have just maybe checked when I brought it before I got back on. Go ahead, please.
I'll lay foundation for a while to give both you a bit of rest on the evidentiary objections. Mr. Baez, before lunch, you mentioned that you had done 3 analyses. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the second of those that you listed is a Factiva analysis?
That's correct.
What's Factiva?
Factiva is a news aggregator. So basically, they collect
Gunshot.
news stories from over 33,000 worldwide sources. So they're not actually writing the content. What they're doing is collecting it from, the Wall Street Journal, the Oregonian, U.S. News, Reuters. They collect all that information and put it in one database. Factiva is commonly used across the sciences. Academics, researchers use it. At NERA, we use it almost every day in our work. It's a very good tool in order to obtain to do comprehensive searches of news stories.
Can you give me another example, maybe from a totally separate discipline, of how Factiva is useful in your work at NERA?
Yeah. So, for example, we use Factiva for analysis such as for types of analysis such as content analyses. We use them for analyses regarding financial issues. So, for example, when we want to understand how stock prices react to different news stories, we'll use Factiva for that. So, it's just commonly used in a lot of our work.
What did you use Factiva for in this case?
So, we did a systematic scientific analysis of defensive gun uses using Factiva to search news stories about those types of incidents. So we were trying to, just like we discussed this morning, the NRA, I didn't know exactly how that was compiled, but through the Factiva analysis and do a systematic analysis of news stories covering defensive gun use incidents.
It is a very old,
How did you search for those news stories?
Factiva has a feature that allows you to search for specific word items or key searches that you want to, and basically what we were trying to find is defensive gun use is very similar to NRA incidents that we found. So we were trying to follow those types of news stories to identify similar types of incidents of defensive gun use. So that's what we did.
What time period did you search for news stories during?
We use the same time period as the NRA news stories, so the 6.5-year period from January 2011 to May 2017.
How many news stories in total were in the Factiva database that met your search criteria?
So there were a lot. What we did is we looked at a random sample of 200 news stories out of approximately, I think it was 4,800 relevant news stories from our Factiva news searches.
Once you identified that random sample of 200 stories, what did you do next?
We reviewed those news stories and tabulated similar type of information as in the NRA analysis. So the location of the incident, and particularly the number of shots fired by the defender in those incidents. We also gathered all of the other additional news stories covering that same incident in Factiva, and reviewed those news stories as well to help us, have the best data that we can find about what we were looking for, particularly the number of shots fired by the defender.
Did you code all of these news stories yourself?
No, like with the NRA story, I had a team of people at NERA, of researchers that helped us with this. In particular, the way that we do it, we have two people separately review each news story.
There must be more no's.
Process that we do at NERA to try to have as reliable data as we can.
Did you calculate the same types of statistics that you found in the NRA database for this sample of 200 news stories?
Yes.
With the hose clamp on the freaking tip of the barrel.
I'm going to hand counsel and the court defendant's trial exhibit 113 and request that the court grant permission for me to show this to the witness and publish it to the court.
Show to the witness. I'll
Look, if Al can make this
Mr. Baez, what is Exhibit 113?
It summarizes the findings of our Factiva analysis.
What were your findings?
Objection, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I ask some questions to native objection? Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baez, how many do you know how many defensive uses of firearms there are per year? How many defensive uses of firearms there were per year from January 2011 to May 2017?
No, I don't think
Watch
that
show me upgrades on sandblast.
anybody knows that number.
You don't think anybody knows that number?
Yeah, I don't think it's, there's no statistic that follows that number.
Are you familiar with the CDC?
Yes.
Do they collect that data?
No, they do surveys that touch on that, but they don't collect that data.
So is there any way for this court to assess whether the 200 story or what representative sample size the 200 stories are of the 4,800 relevant stories, as you've characterized it, are represented in the total data?
Objection, ambiguous as to whether he's asking about the relationship between the 200 and 4,800 or the relationship between 200 and all defensive gun uses.
I agree.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Is there any way for this court to assess the percentage of news stories about defensive uses of firearms?
Objection, unclear question, ambiguous question.
I'll say it this way. It seems to me that 4,800 could be the numerator, and the total number of defensive uses of firearms could be the denominator, and that would tell this court what percentage of defensive uses of firearms were reported on. Does that stand to reason?
Could you repeat that? I didn't quite understand that.
Started using math and he was thinking about whether you know your math or not. Go ahead.
I believe it's called the numerator. So in order, you looked at 4,800 relevant stories, correct? That's your testimony?
That's what we found.
And you actually looked at 200 of those stories, correct?
We looked at a random sample of 200 of those stories.
But you don't know how many total defensive uses of of firearms there were, correct?
That wasn't part of what I was trying to do with this analysis.
So you don't know what percentage of defensive uses of firearms were reported on by news agencies, correct?
Well, I think our analysis was capturing the bulk of defensive gun uses that were reported, that were under the Factiva database.
But what about the defensive uses of firearms that were not on the Factiva database because they weren't reported on by news agencies?
Right, those wouldn't be part of this analysis.
So there's no way for this court to determine of the 200 stories you actually looked at, whether that's a representative sample size of, whether that's a representative sample of the total number of defensive uses of firearms for a 6.5 year period, right?
Well, we did some analyses to deal with the question that you're bringing. We're trying to understand that if an incident is not covered by a news story, what sort of incident is that? And so we did some analyses on that. And what we found was that incidents that are not covered by news stories are likely going to have fewer bullets. That's the conclusion we got with some analyses that I can describe a little. That I can describe if you want.
Your Honor, plaintiff's asked to strike his last comment about the conclusion. I don't believe we're talking about the scientific foundation at this time. So I think using a conclusion to justify the foundation would be improper here.
May I be heard?
Sure.
Well, I may want to ask questions to help lay additional foundation before the court rules on this question. But I think Mr. Baez was trying to describe one of the checks that he did in order to determine whether this is missing, whether his analysis is likely to miss defensive gun uses where large numbers of shots were fired by looking at whether those larger number of shots fired had more articles written about them. And I think that is part of the court's analysis. I think to the broader question, I think it's very similar to the NRA database question. Is it true that the news articles don't cover every single defensive gun use in the United States? That's true. Is it still probative evidence to an issue before the court? Yes, it is, and therefore the objection goes to the weight of the evidence rather than its admissibility.
Your Honor, may I ask one more question in aid of objection?
Yes.
Mr. Baez, are you familiar with the CDC study stating that there are upwards of 2.5 million defensive uses of firearms per year?
I am.
So when I asked you whether or not you were aware of the number of defensive uses of firearms, and you testified that the CDC does not keep that data, you were mistaken, correct?
No, what I was referring to is that the CDC does that analysis based on surveys to do estimates. They do not, nobody, to my knowledge, there is no database of actual defensive gun use incidents. I think what me and my colleagues at NERA have compiled is the closest thing to a database on defensive gun uses, of actual real life defensive gun use incidents.
So you looked at 200 stories out of, according to the CDC, upward of 2.5 million defensive uses of firearms per year over a 6.5 year period. Some quick math from me would say that that's over 12 million. So you looked at 200 out of over 12 million uses of firearms. Is that correct?
Objection. The question assumes facts not in evidence, namely that the 2.5 million number is accurate.
I just asked the witness if he was familiar with that number, and he said
Let me
yes.
just answer that question. I mean, the defendants have asked me to consider data from the CDC on a number of occasions today and yesterday, and this witness affirmed that that is what the CDC says. I think what I understand him to be saying is he disagrees with the methodology of the CDC in terms of survey as opposed to evaluation of newspaper articles. But I think you've asked me to look at the CDC's records, and I'm going to continue to do so. Here he affirmed that that is what the CDC's findings have been. Is that right?
There's a lot of surveys out there. The CDC has been
They
doing
still smashing on this dude.
regarding this for many years. There's been other surveys that have been done, so I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head. I know there's a lot of studies out there and a lot of surveys that have tried to look at this question, and they've been heavily criticized in the academic literature. But I'm not exactly familiar with the numbers sitting here today. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head.
He was saying yes to the question because he figured that was you were telling him the truth about the number. But yeah, okay. Well, I'll consider the CDC information as has been requested of me on a number of circumstances by the defendants, and I have considered that evidence by the defendants.
And Your Honor, so plaintiff's objection is that 200, an analysis of 200 stories selected from among only the 4,800 that were reported on over 6.5 years out of upward of 15 million by my math, potential defensive uses of firearms isn't, my calculator will not calculate how small that percentage is.
That's my calculator won't calculate that percentage. It's so goddamn small. Well, that percentage is as small as my don't give a fuck about this whole situation, and that's pretty goddamn small.
Did you want to respond any further, Mr. Marshall?
Only to say if the court were to sustain the objection, we would attempt to lay additional foundation.
Sustain the ejection. We're just gonna lie more. Exactly what that fucking means.
Yeah, I think I'd like you to do that. Lay further foundation for the conclusion.
Mr. Baez, are you familiar with any academic studies of defensive gun use that use news stories as the basis for its analysis?
Yes.
Can you give me an example?
Sure. So Hemingway at Harvard, he's a very renowned academic on the areas of economics and public policy. He recently published a study in a peer-reviewed journal in the Journal of Injury Epidemiology that dealt exactly with defensive gun uses, and he relied entirely on news reports to do his analyses. News reports are used across many fields and commonly used by academics, researchers, including in areas exactly like that.
You guys,
Is Injury Epidemiology a peer-reviewed journal?
Out the fact that people use guns.
I would ask permission to show to Mr. Baez and publish
something the other day.
slide 9 of the presentation. We've been asked not to
Wannabe
show
mass shooters are stopped by private citizens, not by police.
as a demonstrative for this piece of my examination.
Which is incredible when you consider all the gun-free zones where this shit happens.
If you think it'll refresh his recollection, you're welcome to use it in that regard.
What are you sending me, Warsaw?
Your Honor, if I may, is there a question that he's
I'll check it later.
recollection on?
Yeah, he hasn't asked for it. Now everything's up on the screen. It's just, anyhow, go ahead.
Does this refresh the details of the analysis that you did, that you were trying to describe to Mr. Aiello about why you think, what you think about what bias, if any, those defensive gun uses that are covered by the news has?
Yes, that's exactly right. So this analysis, what we did is I think one of the things I mentioned is when we were doing our analyses, we also looked at all of the different articles that were within Factiva for each of these 200 incidents that were covering that specific incident. And then analyzed that relative to the number of shots fired.
That echoes because my computer, the way it's set up.
And what this chart shows is the result of that analysis. And it shows that there's a strong relationship between the number of shots fired by the defender and the number of articles covering that incident. So for example, you can see that here when there's 0 shots fired by the defenders, there's only 2 articles on average covering that incident, while when there's more than 6 shots fired, there's 10 articles covering that. So I think what this tells us is that if there are any incidents that are not being covered by the news stories, they're likely going to be incidents where there's fewer shots fired. So that's what this analysis tells us.
Yeah. Typically, believe it or not, civilians fire less shots.
Is that the only estimate of the number of defensive gun uses that you're aware of?
Fucking unload.
No, there's a lot of literature on this, and you know, my recollection is the CDC has a few different
immunity on a lot of things.
I think they have a much lower estimate as well. And other academics have looked at this and come up with lower numbers, and others have come up with higher numbers. So it's a little bit all over the place.
In the estimates of defensive gun uses that you're familiar with, do those defensive gun uses include defensive gun uses in which no shots are fired, that is by brandishing a weapon?
Sometimes no, sometimes yes. I guess I have to refresh my memory on each of those.
Okay.
That's because most of your defensive gun use.
Those are the questions that I wish to ask Mr. Baez before the court rules.
Okay. What are you asking me to do? What are you asking me to do?
I was asking whether I could examine Mr. Baez on the results I think when the objection came through is when we handed him 113, and so I would be intending to have Mr. Baez report the results of his analysis of the Factiva articles through Exhibit 113. I didn't think I actually asked that question, but that was what I was going to ask, and Mr. Aiello objected to tee up the question for the court as to whether or not he would be allowed to report those results.
It's probably not good to have a couple more.
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff's objection is still that this is the court does not know what sample size the news stories represent of the total number of defensive uses of firearms. I recognize that Mr. Baez does not know that number and that number may be debated, but there's no way for this court to determine the scientific reliability of the number of stories surveyed as a representative sample size of the total numbers of defensive uses of firearms. So the way plaintiffs see it is if we don't know the denominator, we don't know what percentage of defensive uses of firearms were reported in the news. And then of that small number of 4,800, there's an even smaller number of 200 that was surveyed, and that's statistically insignificant.
I think there's a number of pieces to this analysis that I don't think I understand in the record. I don't understand what the search terms were. I don't understand specifically what the Factiva. I understand that's a source of 300,000 different newspapers. Is that right?
33,000
33,000
different sources.
different sources, and those are all newspaper sources.
Yes.
Okay.
Or like Reuters, like news agencies.
I guess I don't understand the rate of error by making the sampling size either. I understand the technique. So I'd like a little more information before I allow them to draw conclusions.
Did you calculate the margin of error for the sampling error of the 200 out of the 408, roughly 4,800 news stories that you read?
Well, here what we have is a random sample of 200 news stories, and we're just reporting the results of the 200 random samples. So we could have calculated statistics on the error rates, but that wasn't our objective. We just wanted to present the results of this random sample of 200 stories and show what's the distribution of the shots fired under that random sample.
Did you calculate the margin of error?
I think at some point we might have calculated it. We've been doing this analysis
all for the
that's
state
general
saying, "Oh, you don't need a
that wasn't the
hold more than 10 rounds." No one ever fires more than 10 rounds in the defensive
margin of
gun.
error. It's supposed to be a random sample of 200 of the 4,800 stories that we looked at.
With the do you remember the precise search terms that you used in order to pull the random sample?
So I don't remember all of them exactly. The intention was to try to recreate or capture the stories that were in the NRA database. So we used search terms that would be consistent with the type of stories that were in the NRA database. So for example, one of the terms we used was shot or variations of the term shot. So it would include shooting or shooter or things like that. So there were several different terms. I just don't remember them off the top of my head, but there were several different terms that we used in order to recreate that. And then what we found was that we were able to match over 90% of the stories in the NRA database. We were able to find.
I posted the information to get into the
remaining
WebEx
percentage
call
that we didn't find was likely because they were coming from sources that weren't covered from Factiva, but otherwise they would have been captured by our search terms.
Mr. Baez, who is Lucy Allen?
Lucy Allen is one of the colleagues I have at NERA.
Have you worked with Ms. Allen on the types of analyses that we are presenting today?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. This seems vouching because he's worked with
No,
Ms. Allen.
that is not the purpose. I apologize for interrupting.
Relevance
Seems fairly
has.
affirmative that wasn't his purpose. All of them. It's not questionable.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would Ms. Allen's prior declarations refresh your recollection about the search terms that were used in this analysis?
They would. I've worked with Miss Allen very closely for the last 10 years on exactly this work. We've done it together.
Okay. I would like to show to council first, and then to Mr. Baez, paragraphs 14 and footnote 17 of ECF 116 in case number 2:22 CV 01815-IM in order to refresh Mr. Baez's recollection about the search terms.
So you're allowed to review that and only testify to it if it refreshes your independent recollection. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's not allowed to be from it, but you can use it to refresh your recollection as to the question of what the search terms were, and if it does that, you're allowed to testify to it.
Mr. Baez, does that refresh your recollection about the search terms or types of search terms that were used to draw the Factiva sample?
It does.
And what were those search terms?
Sure. So we had a precise search string. I'm not gonna read it here, but basically it covered gun, shoot, fire, whether it's a robbery, terms related to a robbery. So if there was broken into a home, terms like that. This particular analysis focused on incidents that were occurring in the home. So the search terms would also include home, apartment, house. I think that, and there's variations on all those terms. So for example, the way you can do it in Factiva is you search for the term shot with a star next to it. And so that means it's gonna look for terms that would encompass that and other additional letters. So shooting, for example. So when you do shot star, you're going to include shooting, shooter, things like that. So we would do that star for all of these terms as well to try to, gather, as much information as we can.
Okay.
And I'll also add that Factiva is something we use in our everyday work at NERA. We're very familiar with it, and these are the types of searches that we use, and we're very familiar with how to use these techniques in order to be able to find news stories that cover these certain terms in the best possible way and not miss anything.
Okay. Go ahead.
So these guys
Do
can
the
pull up all
range
these
of acceptable estimates for defensive gun
And-
uses range from 60,000 to
count.
2.5 million?
That's right. That's I think that's the general recollection of where that literature is at. So like I said, it's all over the place from 60,000 to 2.5 million. So
Your Honor, plaintiffs object and move to strike. I didn't hear a source for that.
It's testimony.
So lack of foundation then.
Yeah, I mean, you gave him a number, he repeated back the number. I'd like to know what the source was for your estimation. I know his estimation was from the CDC, and the 60,000, I don't know where that's from.
This may be subject to a motion for judicial notice later this afternoon, because I think that there's some, I don't think we'll ultimately be able to agree that, anyway, I think the court will be able to find that the CDC maybe has a range of estimates.
Oh, so you're saying that 60,000 is within the CDC's range?
I don't want to get into a lot of like that level of detail. I know that there's a very broad range of this. I want to look at the underlying documents, and hopefully before the close of evidence, we'll be able to present something that the court will be able to rely on.
Why should he have to cite
Here in the
sources, right?
CDC ranges that the city has reiterated others' estimates.
That way they can just make shit up as they go.
Break the 60,000 until I have further information to give me an identifiable source for that number.
And Your
I
Honor,
understand. Yes.
I just want to note for the record, I did say upward of 2.5 million. So plaintiffs do recognize that there's a range.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think at this point we have laid the foundation for Exhibit 113 and wish for Mr. Baez to be able to report the results.
Right, and this is data about defensive use of firearms in a home setting. That's how I understand the data at this point in time, not as an overall survey of all defensive uses.
It's funny what they focus on.
Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
You can object if you'd like to, but I'm gonna let him do it. I think he's
So they
acting
can
within
completely
his
discount defensive gun use
I understand how to
outside
weigh
of
that. I mean, he's looking at something, he's a common source of knowledge and information. He's deriving a statistical analysis from it based upon the confines of the searches that he made. And there are numbers associated with that. That's what he's here to do. So he can provide those numbers, but you're welcome to object to my analysis if you'd like to, Mr. Aiello.
Your Honor, just one quick objection. I would like to just note for the record that I believe the answer was no, they did not calculate an error rate. And I think that the foundation, but I understand Your Honor's ruling.
Well, I understand how I weigh it. There's 4,800 articles in the 6.5-year period, 200 of which were gleaned based upon the search terms of defensive use in the home-like setting, including, I think you said robbery as a part of it. Right. So was that right? So it was reflecting an attempt to invade a property. Did you guys use the phrase burglary as well?
Yes, I believe so. So the idea was an incident where somebody is invading a home and a person is defending
A
themselves.
stranger on stranger event was who was trying to break into a home and commit a burglary or robbery.
That's exactly right.
Okay. That with that limitation in terms of the numbers, I'm happy to have them introduced. We don't use robbery typically for home invasions in Oregon. Just legally, that's just we use burglary. But I understand what you're trying to accomplish. So go ahead, please.
Mr. Baez, what were the results of your analysis of the Factiva database?
Sure. Similar to the NRA analyses we did, we found that in 12% of the incidents, 0 shots were fired. So the defender was able to defend themselves, but just waving their gun and not firing any shots. In 86% of the incidents, we found that the defender fired 1 to 5 shots. In 3% of the incidents that the defender fired 6 to 10 shots. And in none of the incidents did we find that the defender fired more than 10 shots. And overall, on average, consistent with the NRA analyses, we found that the average number of shots was 2.3 shots.
The state defendants move admission of Exhibit 113, recognizing that the court has already ruled
Arguing that people
about
don't
the
mean
abilities of Mr. Baez's
I
table
think
and
mags
stand on our prior record.
they're so dangerous. Yet when people do have high cap mags, as you put it, they're still not misusing them.
You said that you had done a third analysis. What was the third analysis that you did of defensive gun use?
So why even
The
fuck
third
with it?
analysis relied on
Besides
data.
the fact that y'all are lying sacks of shit.
What data did it rely on from the Portland Police?
So in particular, relied on 2 databases that the Portland Police makes publicly available. The first database is what I call the shootings, the Portland Police Shootings Database, and basically has incidents when a firearm is discharged and it's reported to the Portland Police. So every incident that
We
covers
can look
that.
at later.
And it's a
Approach on
figure
the donut operator
that data only
territory.
from 2019, so we looked at the data from 2019.
Watch how many rounds the lobby
Covers about
fuckers
4,000
fire.
shooting incidents.
They just
For
basically
each of those
mag
incidents, it'll report the location, time of the incident, as well as the number of casings in each of those incidents. The second database is what I call the Portland crime database, which basically has all of the crimes that occur in Portland according to the police. And again, for each of those incidents, it has the location and time and the type of crime.
Sam, you got that right.
Assault, murder, robbery, or burglary, whatever.
Oh, I can remember that first trip.
That crime is, or it could be several different crimes for one incident.
Did you
Over
do
here
this type of analysis with data from any other law enforcement agency in Oregon?
No, we looked around and
What, Murky?
any other police department
My
or
daughter's yelling at me.
that had this
Whatski?
data, particularly showing all the shootings casings.
Can I help you put
We've
the
been doing
train
this
with
for
my
a
bike?
long time,
I'm
over
sure I
2
can
years, and
probably
we've
do
worked
that.
for many different states and looked at data all over the country. And we actually had never found this
So let's
level
go see about putting train wheels on the bike
Portland
while we're
police.
Do you recall the specific name of the shooting database?
Damn it, now my
Yes.
I do
Don't
not.
guess.
phone's dying. I don't know whether I got my
You
other one.
recall the specific name of the crime database?
I do not.
Would slide 10 of the presentation you prepared refresh your recollection about what the formal names of those databases are?
It would.
I'd like to show Mr. Baez slide 10.
He can look at here and
Okay.
see if it refreshes his recollection. If it does independently, you can answer his question.
It does.
Mr. Baez, what was the shooting database called?
It's called the Portland Shooting Incident Statistics Database.
Hey,
And
Pooch.
what's the crime database called?
The monthly Portland Neighborhood Offense Statistics Database.
Are these publicly
Like
available
listening to
databases?
everybody.
Did you get any records from the Portland Police Department through a public records request or something like that?
No.
What did you do with the?
All right, well, let's get out the way and let the man get the shot.
So we wanted to focus on a particular set of incidents. We wanted to focus on incidents that from the start with the shootings database, the 4,000 incidents that we talked about. Focus on incidents that related to crime. So not all
Like
incidents are
kiddos.
related to crime. If you remember how I described the Portland shootings database was
like
has
kiddos.
all incidents where there's where a firearm is discharged and it's reported to the police, but it's not always related to a
You
crime.
wanna come see me?
For example, and we talked with the police
Scratch it?
about how they
You gonna scratch it?
compile these databases, so I got a better understanding of exactly what was going on and what's being reported in these databases. And one of the things they informed us is that a lot of times there's no crime associated with a shooting that's in that database. So the situation they mentioned was,
But I'm visiting.
for example, somebody's doing target practice in their backyard and the neighbor calls the police comes, investigates, there's no crime, but that's been reported to the police, so it's going to show up in the database even though it's not associated with any crime. So what we wanted to do is focus on the shootings that were associated with crimes, so that's when we're matching up the two databases, and then focus on incidents where there's more than 10 casings. And then within that, we wanted to look at all those incidents and find out if any of those incidents involved a defensive gun use. And then if there was a defensive gun use, how many shots did the defender fired?
Mr. Baez, did you create a flow chart in order to describe to show this process that you just described visually?
I did.
Council and the court have slide 12 of the presentation that we would request that we can show Mr. Baez and publish to the court as a demonstrative.
No objection as to a demonstrative.
I'll allow you to publish it.
Does slide 12 demonstrate the methods that you used to analyze the Portland police data?
Yes.
And how many shootings in all were associated with crimes?
So of the 3,956 shootings in the Portland police shooting database, 2,632 or about 2/3 were associated with crimes.
Your Honor, plaintiffs object on relevancy grounds and move to strike. The city of Portland is not representative of Oregon broadly. And so plaintiffs, this is a statewide measure, and plaintiffs assert that this evidence is not probative of a fact at issue regarding statewide.
Fighting off wolves is probative. This is probative as well.
Understood, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection. It was a lot of wolves. Go ahead.
Of those 2,632 shootings, how many did the Portland police data show had more than 10 casings?
398.
And how many had 10 or fewer casings?
2,234, so about 85%.
What did you do to find out more about those 398 shootings?
So we reviewed all the news stories that we could find on those incidents.
How many of those 398 shootings did you find a defensive gun use?
We only found one that was associated with a potential defensive gun use.
In that incident, how many shots were fired by the defender?
Only 4 or 5 shots. And so what happened in that incident is there were additional shots fired by the attacker. And so that's why it fell in the more than 10 casings category, but the defender only fired 4 or 5 shots.
Did you do any, actually,
I'm sorry, I'm going to object and move to strike on scientific foundation here. I didn't hear a number of the 398, how many were reported on. I heard Mr. Baez testify that he looked at news stories, but I don't know how many of those 398 had news stories produced.
You want to clarify that?
Mr. Baez, well, I'll ask that question and then I'll ask a few more.
Sure.
Mr. Baez,
I'd imagine you have more.
that are related to laying the foundation of the reliability of this method. Mr. Baez, did you find news stories associated with all 398 shootings?
No.
Do you recall roughly how many you did find news stories about?
About 60% of them.
Were those 60% similar to the 40% where there were no news stories about, or were they different?
They were different. We analyzed exactly that question. How did those incidents where we were finding news stories compare to those incidents that we were not finding news stories for?
And how did you and what were your conclusions, or what did you find when you analyzed the difference between the 60% where you did find news stories versus the 40% that you didn't find news stories?
Sure. With the data that we had from the Portland police, we could analyze certain factors about these two sets of incidents. And what we found is that the incidents that were covered were news stories had generally worse outcomes. So they were usually more likely associated with murders, with injuries, and with a larger number of casings.
So how did you know that if there were no news stories?
Well, we had the data from the Portland police on those specific facts. So the data provides whether there was whether the shooting was associated with a murder or whether the shooting was associated with an injury, and obviously what we discussed, the number of casings for each of those incidents.
Did you do any other sorts of cross checks among for other sources against other sources that catalog defensive gun uses?
I did.
I would ask permission from the court to show the witness slide 13 as a demonstrative and publish it to the courtroom.
Yes. I guess I'm just going to say what I'm looking at. That there were 3,956 shootings. 1,324 were ruled out as not crimes, according to the analysis, leaving 2,632 shootings. 10 or fewer casings with 2,234. More than 10 casings at the scene, 398 shootings. That's the information that I think was essentially testified to. There's other things regarding
Levi writing out his letters.
and only one DGU according to the police. Right?
That's right, and we're gonna, and I wanted to do one, I'm not moving on to another topic. I have more information to demonstrate the reliability of the method, and then I have a similar exhibit that I prepared as for the other two analyses. I'm going to show Mr. Baez slide 13 and ask that it be published in the courtroom.
Niggas do not have an objection to its use as a demonstrative.
Understood.
Mr. Baez, what kind of additional cross-check did you do to see whether you were missing defensive gun uses?
Sure. So we looked at another database, which is called the Gun Violence Archive, which is a database that tries to identify all of the shootings that are occurring in the United States, all types of shootings. And one of the categories that they look at are defensive gun uses. So we looked at the defensive gun uses in the GVA, is what we call the Gun Violence Archive database, that occurred in Portland during this 4-year period. And we found that there were six incidents in the Gun Violence Archive database, and then we compared those incidents to the Portland police data to analyze where they fit within that data. And what we found was that 4 of those incidents, as you can see in the table here, 4 of those incidents fall within the 10 or fewer casings. So under the 2,234 shootings that are associated with crime but had 10 or fewer casings. So those are incidents where the defender did not fire more than 10 shots. One of the incidents fell within the 398 with more than 10 casings, but it's the exact same incident that we found through our analyses. It's the incident where the defender fired only 4 or 5 shots and the attacker fired additional shots, and that's why that's why it was in the more than 10 casings. And it also included one incident where there was no shot fired by either the defender or the attacker. So basically the defender was able to defend themselves just by brandishing their weapon without firing any shots. The attacker hadn't fired any shots. So by definition, that wouldn't be in the Portland shootings database, because the Portland shootings database only has incidents where shots are fired.
Does the Gun Violence Archive report the number of shots fired in each of the defensive gun uses that it identifies as?
They do not.
So based on your analysis, how many defensive gun uses in Portland from 2019 to 2022 was your analysis able to find that included more than 10 shots being fired in defense?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of scientific foundation. May I ask a question in aid of objection?
Yes.
Mr. Baez, do you know how many total defensive uses of firearms there were in Portland from 2019 to 2022?
According to the GVA database, there were 6.
So the GVA database only covers those that are reported to the database, correct?
Well, the GVA is a database. What they do is they go out and try to find all the incidents related to shootings. So the ones that they found were 6 during this time period.
Do you know whether they obtain all defensive uses of firearms or not?
I don't know.
Your Honor, I believe we have the same issue here of what I described earlier as a numerator denominator issue. We don't know what statistical sample size these 6 defensive uses of firearms represents, or the error rate.
I am interested in the question of these shootings. How many of these were shootings with cross shooting? So gunfire and then gunfire back. How many of those were those types of incidents? because really the defensive use of guns is is a term defined by law enforcement in this circumstance as opposed to what it may or may not have been. How many were shootouts?
So I think one of the things, I don't know the exact numbers. I think we looked very closely at each of these news stories. I think how we thought about defensive gun use is based on all of our prior research that we've done and reading all these different news stories that have been identified, by the NRA, by our effective analysis of defensive gun uses, where there's some crime that's occurring and somebody's defending themselves with a firearm. That's how we define the defensive gun use situation, and that's what we were reading these news stories to try to identify. I think maybe what you're referring is if there's a shootout between two gangs, that wouldn't be a defensive gun use. That would be criminal activity occurring between two sides. And so things like that would not be part of what a defensive gun use is. I think we didn't, in this particular analysis, we didn't look at how many were shootouts. We could have looked at that closer. I mean, I think in the NRA and Factiva analysis, we showed that there's many instances where the defender doesn't fire any shots when defending themselves. I think this analysis was more focused on trying to identify situations where there's a defensive gun use and more than 10 shots are fired. So we're not trying to identify how many defensive gun uses are occurring overall in Portland. That wasn't the purpose of this analysis. The analysis was trying to find defensive gun uses when there's more than 10 shots fired.
And defensive gun uses is
Good.
a person who's clearly identified by the police as defending themselves against some type of
Tomatoes, 1 and 8 list.
activity at their home. Is that what this is?
Right. So we try to make sure that that's why we did the first part of the analysis where we're narrowing it down to criminal activity, where there's a crime being reported with this incident. And then whether there's a situation where somebody's defending themselves against this crime that's occurring.
I understand the limitations of this information then, and I'll tell you what I think the limitations are. I understand what he says about gangs, but if a person is is shooting back after being shot at without any type of initial aggression, that is an act of self-defense that's not captured here. You can use deadly force against
I got a couple AR receivers.
I'm also recognizing that these are alleged crimes or criminal conduct. I don't have any data that tells me that they were convicted of any type of crime, or if they raised the question of self-defense in their case and were successful in getting acquitted. I just don't have any of that data. I understand.
Yeah, JLM. I think they got a serious echo going. I don't think it's my setup. I think it's theirs.
Yeah,
I'm still listening to this.
The person is a victim of an active crime, an invasion into their home.
No.
And, they are using the firearm back. With that limitation, I'll allow them to speak to it now that I understand what the data means.
How many defensive gun uses did you identify in Portland between 2019 and 2022 as part of your work on this case?
Where there was shots fired.
Where there was more than 10 shots fired in defense. I'm going to hand to counsel and pass to the court 14. The state defendants offer 114, recognizing
I was
that
already thinking.
previously.
Thank you very much.
Shouldn't that's your objection?
Yes,
We're gonna walk smoking this cigarette. Listen to some more of this fucking train wreck.
Mr. Baez, are you aware of any more complete data sets of the number of shots fired in self-defense than the 3 that you presented today?
No.
Did you also look at public mass shootings?
Want to make sure we're clean on this. It's defensive gun use as defined by this book, not necessarily self-defense, which is a very broader term than what is being offered as state's definition of defensive gun use.
So, are you? Thank you, Your Honor. So with respect to your understanding of defensive gun use as you've described it today, are you aware of any sources of information that catalog the shootings in a more complete, the number of shots fired in self-defense in a more complete way than those you presented today?
Sucking down my battery right
And
now.
what about with the court's different or broader definition of self-defense? Are you aware of any source that catalogs the number of shots fired in self-defense under that definition?
No.
Did you also do work in preparation for your testimony today regarding public mass shootings?
And that, I'm just telling you what I believe the law is on that issue, not what I believe the law is. What I think the law requires to be self-defense is how I just identified it. It's not my definition.
This dude's just parroting shit from the gun violence archive,
The
which we all
court
know is full of shit.
defines the law. So,
Well, there's that.
so I that was not pejorative. I'm not disagreeing.
Legislature defines the law, we just interpret it. We have no power to define anything. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Baez, did you also look at public mass shootings?
I did.
What sources did you use to identify public mass shootings?
Oh, the trace and gun violence
Four
archive.
different sources to identify public mass shootings. The first one was the Washington Post, so the nationwide newspaper. Second one was Mother Jones, which is an investigation news
Fuck me
organization.
right. Mother Jones
Third one is the
Citizen sighting
which is
in a court case.
profit
Mother
nonprofit
Jones.
organization, and the fourth one is the violence policy organization, which is a nonprofit research or nonpartisan research organization.
Oh, they ain't none.
Do you think it's violence policy or violence project?
Ball sack.
Right. Thank you for the correction. It's violence project.
Non-partisan.
How for the purposes of your
People driving
analysis,
past the shop.
did you define a public mass shooting?
Well, I used the definition from all four sources, which was very, very, which is four or more people are killed in the incident, excluding the shooter, that it's occurring in a public location, and that it's not related to other criminal activities such as robberies or gang violence.
Do you remember the dates that you looked for public mass shootings in?
Man, they can-
Yes, we've done it. We did this analysis basically covering a 40-year period from 1982 through October 2022.
And how many mass shootings did you identify that met your definition of public mass shooting during that
Fucking
period?
non-partisan.
179.
Ball sack.
Once you had the list of 179 public mass shootings, what did you do next?
We try to gather as much
Oh, it's
information
not the damn sun.
good
I
on
can
all
see the
179 mass shootings, from news stories, from public police reports, from these four databases, and we were particularly interested in understanding what were the number of fatalities, the number of injuries, the types of weapons that were used by the mass shooter, including the magazine capacity, and the number of shots that were fired by the mass shooter.
Did you code all of those incidents yourself?
No, I had a team of people at NERA that helped me doing this coding, like I mentioned
I had
before.
a team of people to help me lie my way through this and fucking spew the statistics.
You
I
know.
didn't do this shit on my own.
Have the most reliable, results and data.
I am going to show to council and to the court Exhibit 107 and request that I can show it to
What are you doing, Weefay?
Baez and
What are you doing?
as well as
Weefay? Oh shit! Who else was popping up? Agorizer, what's up, my brother? Seriously, you want to look at damn number of rounds fired? How many fucking rounds damn pop? That would get into that. And again, your average person, citizen, in the defensive gun use is way more careful
Data is
than cops.
very similar, if not potentially identical to that this court excluded earlier this morning with regard to Dr. Siegel.
That's not what I excluded from Dr. Siegel.
Yeah, JLN, yeah. That's why they don't fucking go into places where they know people can shoot back.
I'll give you some time to look at the data.
It's also
Um,
why any of us that carry for self-defense
This was
should
a hard
completely ignore
testimony.
fucking gun-free zones.
It would normally be included in.
Check the laws in your state, but in a lot of cases, they can't really do anything besides ask you to leave. And if you don't leave, trespass you. That's the worst they can do.
Thank you.
No, this is not why.
So fuck them. If the damn criminals are carrying there, you
Off the
bet your
record,
ass
I'm going
on
to
it.
give him, Doctor, you need, if you need, Doctor, Mr. Baez, if you need a break, go ahead and take one, and then I'd ask you to talk with Mr. Aiello if he has any questions. Okay, thank you. 15 minutes. If not, you need 15 minutes. Okay, we'll take more time.
My wife's sitting there showing me guns from across the parking lot. Look, it's an Arisaka. Yes, it is. My fucking phone wouldn't cut out and go back in the shop and show off some more shit. But it seems like my signal drops to the floor as soon as I walk in the shop, so their building seems like a fucking black hole for cell signals like my building. Yeah, that should be a gun-free zone right there, Ag. Walk in. Oh, here's your gun, by the way. Yeah. A free gun zone would be way more better. Gun-free zone. There's fucking idiots that come up with this shit. We're gonna stick a sign up and it'll stop criminals. The fuck it will, you bunch of morons. Oh, they're killing people. Yep, murder's been illegal forever, motherfucker, and they're still goddamn doing it. So just leave us alone, let us have the tools to defend ourselves and others, and jump on your little scooter and fuck right on off. I'm telling you, anybody around this place is gonna think I got goddamn Tourette's. Yeah, the Batman premiere, yeah, that was a gun-free zone. And when they researched that guy, started investigating him and all that shit, forced questioning and stuff, they found out he passed up other theaters because other theaters weren't gun-free zones. It's like going in the damn mall down here, gun-free zone sign. Yep, kiss my ass. I'm carrying. Why? Because I know these little gangbangers carry because they shoot each other in the fucking mall all the time. What you doing, Ski? Huh?
I want to hang out with you.
Why you want to hang out with me? I'm old and mean. I'm not mean? You think I'm mean when it's bedtime. Huh? Climb up. You want to climb up? Yeah, that dude, he scoped out a bunch of places and passed up anything that wasn't a gun-free zone, and that's where he went, was the one that was a gun-free zone. It's kind of like the last that Nashville school shooting with old trans chick. She passed up plenty of places that were, didn't say they were gun-free zones or said that the staff carried. She went to the one that pretty much advertised they were a gun-free zone. Huh? Not that I know of. Well, instead of your mom's glasses. Say hi. Okay, let's do this. Here, now you can say it.
Hello.
My child. My child.
It's maroon, and I was not maroon.
Well, watch your foot. Yeah, I'm recording. So I guess they're trying to figure out whether to let this witness go on any further, or if he can prove his any of his testimony. What are you doing, child? Was in the gun shop earlier. I don't know if you guys heard. I can't remember whether I had my phone muted or not. This dude brought in a Glock 40 cal.
Dad, you used to have it as USB looking thing, and you used to just.
Yeah, but he showed one of the casings. The case head was completely separated. The brass was bulged all the hell and back. And then my wife's boss looked at it real fast. He was like, "Damn, the extractor's in backwards, the plunger and everything for it." What are you doing, though? Yeah, I know my school sticker thing's coming apart. Okay. Oh yeah, 100%. That was a hog tusk. Yeah,
Ooga booga.
came out of a pig skull.
Ooga booga. Ooga booga.
I need to fill that with some resin or something.
Ooga booga. Ooga booga.
That was a pretty decent hog tusk.
Ooga booga.
Yeah.
The caveman mode.
You in caveman mode, huh?
What does this knob do? What the knob do?
It's to the radio, bud. But yeah, Barton, you're 100% right on that too, man. And these people know good and damn well these gun laws tend to trap more innocent people than they do anybody else. Oh, you got a gun on you, you get to go to jail. Why? Because you had a gun. Well, yeah, yeah. The gun's not hurting anybody, neither am I. Oh, you still get to go to jail. Which one, Sam?
You in the military? There's a military.
No, can't remember what that was. Yeah, they're definitely, the audio's definitely off. Like I said, it's playing at the computer all the way at the house. And then I'm checked into StreamYard on this end, so it's probably a little bit screwy on my end, but definitely a lot of that echoes on them. That one Sam, I think, was an H&K. That 40 cal with damn case head separation, that was a 40 cal Glock. And dude said he got there. He's talking about he got the rounds from somebody, just some guy, just had them in an ammo box, bunch of rounds, bunch of loose stuff. There ain't no telling what the hell that guy loaded those rounds with. Whether he had the right powder, whether he had too many grains in it, whatever. It's all cast lead bullets, which ain't nothing against cast lead or people doing their own cast, but there's no telling what that guy did to those rounds. It goes one of the car seats, I think, though. We'll see. I'm gonna be streaming this until this ends. And then later on tonight, I'll probably stream that White House press conference with Kamala and her Office of Gun Violence, whatever. No, that's one of my ace wraps. What I wear around my arm and my elbows bugging me. Firearms guys posted a video. Yeah, that's one of the college catalogs. Speaking of that, let me see that. I wonder if they fix that stuff in my program yet. Bet they haven't.
Why is there a over? Why is there just?
Oh, that's where my boot normally is. Come on, people, wake up. The expert. Oh, they freaking.
Reasons.
Nah, I don't want them right now, baby. Thank you. Cyber. Where's my damn program at? Yeah, some business welding options. We got one of the short certificates fixed. Computer design, precision measurement. That means my guys next semester will get that gas mark. Yeah, man. Anything that goes against the approved narrative, they try to shut down. I kind of wonder if that's why Oregon's making this such a pain to be able to watch this and not be able to go back and get the past video. Doing this stuff as a WebEx meeting like they're doing is just freaking stupid. But again, if any of you guys wanted to check into the WebEx meeting instead of getting and see if the echo's any better, all the information's down in the chat, or not in the chat, but in the description.
My skin wants to get out. Let's.
Who? Dude, I don't know, JLM. I don't think I follow the cat. But if he's someone I should follow, I'm gonna have to check him out.
Monks, you don't want to spill your coffee.
Well, come on now. All right, hold on. The wife's flagging me down. See what she's got to show off. What you got to show off this time? Did you get that Brown Auto 5 together?
Come in it.
Yeah. Get that Brown Auto 5 together. Yeah.
You can remain seated. Court is now in session.
Okay. We were at 107.
Your Honor, the witness doesn't have Exhibit 107. And so I think the first question before the court is, may I show it to the witness and publish it in the courtroom?
Your Honor, plaintiffs just make a quick statement for the record.
You may make your objection.
Okay. Your Honor, my objections under Rule 1006. I have been given a set of data. This data is in the one PDF is 9,412 pages, which plaintiffs understand to underlie this report. I would assert that this is not a reasonable time and place to be given nearly 9,500 pages of data in order to independently verify the veracity of the data compared in this report. And so plaintiffs would ask that the evidence be
with all
excluded.
jacked up, pitting all in the barrel.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's just the one PDF. There's also 3 Excel spreadsheets, about 500 lines in total. Plaintiffs' counsel could probably.
Yeah, I think some of that's the audio on there.
9,412 pages. Plaintiffs.
And again, I may have screwed up, not muted my other computer
this month.
But no, because I thought the audio was freaking good when I left.
Your Honor, at this point, we haven't offered Exhibit 107, but
so I can hear it and understand what the hell they're saying.
The objection seems premature in that manner. In terms of the timing of the disclosure, I think that we have kind of underwent the conversation on Monday about the nature of and timing of expert disclosures and
definitely want
exclusion. I mean, this is conventional time under Oregon practice. It was attorney work product in this case until the time that we had called Mr. Bias to the stand, and that in light of that background rule, it is in fact a reasonable time to provide it, and to the extent that there is, I think no conclusion of this data for us complying with that is not justified.
Need that damn speed reader that was on the show a couple years ago. May have been like Cavuto or something back when I actually watched Fox. So it's been 7 years ago. It was I think it was one of the tax bills or something. It was like 10,000 pages worth of shit. And this guy's just sitting there speed reading them. Surprised brother G23 ain't stepped in yet. He's paying attention to this too. Of course, he's up there in Oregon, so he's got some fucking skin in this game. Man, I hate it for him.
Well, I agree that
fucking numbnuts.
Oregon's rules, you can dump 9,400 pages of information on a litigant the moment you're going to call that particular witness. I'm a little less convinced. In fact, I'm actually convinced of the opposite being true, that under 1006 you can introduce a chart if they haven't had an opportunity to review the data in advance. So I guess what I'm telling you is litigants have
Sounds like this judge is smashing on them again.
provide voluminous documents in advance of the trial, give a reasonable amount of time for the individual attorney to review the data against whatever's being offered.
Yeah, he is.
And offer it. Or we have to go through it piece by piece. You can't offer a summary without giving them a reasonable opportunity.
Yeah, Barton, you are too. That's right.
Says and whether they can verify the information is true. I'm sure there's a statistical way for him to review those particular that voluminous amount of
Trust me, things are good in Alabama right now, but these damn Democrats put in these bills last legislative session.
He hasn't been hired to help Mr. Aiello do statistical analysis without denying through that much information.
Warsaw sending me.
Accurate and inaccurate. I'm not suggesting it's inaccurate. I'm just saying it's a right to know and to prepare.
Warsaw's usually sending me some pretty good shit.
So can I show Mr. Baez the chart? I mean, to me, this it sounds like we're discussing the question of whether 107 is admissible.
Right.
So I was going to show.
That's what we just. That's what I understood.
Yeah, and so I'm going to ask Mr. Baez about the information he collected. It sounds like I have a very low likelihood of success of getting the court's admission of this document. But I would still like to show it to Mr. Baez and examine him on the document and the data collection process that underlies his opinions in this case.
G23 said this judge is really a constitutional
Give it to you guys. You just created all kinds of
constitutional judge.
issues for the court to consider this week. I really appreciate it. Most of the time, I'm just thinking about who gets what cash. I appreciate that. I need to think about whether you can do what you just said using the document. Go ahead, please, Mr. Aiello.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, plaintiffs would
Big
like
plans
to.
with your life, I see. Go ahead.
Your Honor, plaintiffs would like to bring to the court
no kidding, Barton.
a recent decision. Plaintiffs would first like to state that
Just like a lot of other things, man. The
federal
cities
court
are what's
has no
killing it.
bearing on the court's decision, especially not on evidence, as this court has previously ruled. However, plaintiffs would like to draw the court's attention to a case that was decided, I believe, about an hour ago. This is Duncan v. Bonta, case number 17-CV-1017-BEN. We would just like to bring that to the court's attention as a notice of authorities, specifically with regard to this witness and the evidence presented. My understanding, though I have not read the entire opinion, is that the opinion does address
Benitez put his
type of
decision.
data. And so plaintiffs just want to draw that to the court's attention and don't expect any evidentiary ruling on the basis of federal court's determination, but just wanted to state that for the record.
Yeah, I'm not going to consider that.
Understood, Your Honor.
See, even in this case, I don't understand why he wouldn't
I'm reading
consider
in
that.
Patrick at page 1025 is what I figured the logic was, but I was looking for it. It says a chart, summary, or calculation may be excluded where the underlying documents were not made available to the opponent for examination. There's a site in there, a federal case site. The chart, summary, or calculation should also be made available in advance of trial in order to make the examination of the underlying documents meaningful. If the summary is likely to confuse or mislead a jury, or
Yeah, it looks like Flying Rich, Crump,
maybe
Dark
it's
are all going.
403. So there's a suggestion in the rules that the normal discovery by ambush rule should not apply when you're trying to bring in a summary. The data should be provided in advance of trial. And I would note again that Mr. Aiello is trying this case on his own for the plaintiffs. The state has 8 attorneys that have been present throughout these proceedings along with staff. He has not had much of an opportunity to review and consider all the things that are being filed with the court. And certainly he was not given an opportunity, it sounds like, to review the underlying 9,400 pages prior to trial. You're not required to do it, but then when you don't do it, it leads the court to make certain determinations about what exhibits can be admitted or not admitted. And I would say that based upon the evidence,
Hopefully this is going to last a little while.
403, because it creates an unfair prejudice to the plaintiffs.
Your Honor, may I be heard on this topic further?
Of course you can.
Thank you, sir. The one piece of additional information I'd like to provide to the court is that this chart was made an exhibit in the federal trial. Mr. Aiello filed motions in limine that seem to be related very similarly to the federal trial. For example, moving for exclusion of Dr. Cook, as well as another witness related to victim testimony, suggesting that the plaintiffs and their counsel had actual notice of those proceedings. Ms. Allen was a witness in that proceeding. The plaintiffs moved to exclude her testimony, meaning essentially the first half of Mr. Baez's testimony here, on the theory that Ms. Allen, or as it turns out, Mr. Baez would be presenting this type of evidence here today. So in terms of this document, I think that it was publicly available. It was likely to appear here, and there was no request from the plaintiffs for the underlying records in advance of trial. And so I think that would be an additional factor. I think the other, I guess, just practice and discipline rules that I think, in our view, the practice of the work product protection trumps the 1006 fair notice in all respect to Professor Kirkpatrick and the court's rule.
At least my phone looks like it's charging this time.
I think what the rule does is protects that right. The question is whether or not you want to use a chart or not. And as a proponent of the evidence, you have a choice to make. I'm going to include distribution of this information and not be able to present a chart, or I'm going to provide the information and have it consolidated down into a chart. As to what happened in the federal case, again, he was not a party to that. The proponent has the obligation to provide sufficient evidence, information, or that the opponent can have an opportunity to review underlying data. Finally, I would say I saw a chart very similar to this chart in the December documents, but we're not including that information here. So I'm familiar with this type of documentation. I don't remember which of the exhibits it was.
That's a far better example, Your Honor, than the one that I cited to you. So I would actually need to go back and refresh whether that was submitted, and so I think that would actually be.
This was submitted something very similar in style.
Well, I
don't
think Ms. Allen's declaration may have been submitted.
Then you guys bounced catch Trump and dark and everybody.
Raises the same issue as to whether or not there was notice to Mr. Aiello of the fact of the chart.
Yeah, but that's not what the rule says, is it?
No,
but there's notice that there's going to be a chart. It says you provide the documents, and then you can admit the chart.
But upon request, if I'm not mistaken. So the question is whether Mr. Aiello had a reason to request the documents ahead of time to put us to this choice.
It says the originals and duplicates shall be made available for examination or copy, or both, by the other parties at a reasonable period of time. It doesn't require a discovery request.
So I understand that language to suggest that, not to suggest that it is an affirmative obligation upon request. Obviously, the word upon request isn't in the text of the rule.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Can I show Mr. Baez Exhibit 107?
Let's see what Grub sent me.
For him to describe in more detail his the research that he had done in order to come to his opinions today.
And Adam Grubb's a cool ass dude. What happened? All right, we're back. I think.
Can ask him questions, and if he needs to charge for purposes of revision of recollection, I'd let you do it that way, I guess. There's no foundational requirement for documents of refreshing recollection, but I'm not going to override the objection of the plaintiffs. I'm not going to let it be admitted or used as a descriptive form.
Okay. Mr. Baez,
It's like the judge just shut him down again.
you said that you and your colleagues tried to categorize which sorry, I need a moment.
Yeah, you need a moment, all right, buddy. You need to go home and rethink your fucking life choices.
Your Honor, maybe I have 5 minutes to consult with my colleagues.
Sure, of course you can.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, can I have 5 minutes so I can figure out how to get this fucking testimony in? Because you keep knocking my damn witness down.
Yeah, otherwise, credibility or otherwise, it's just procedural protections under the law to maintain those. So.
It ain't far from my wife to shut down the gun shop. I think it's funny. Bonita has released his opinions and shit while this is going on. A lot of shit cover here. I know, which I said earlier, 2AEDU, I know is going to be covering a lot of this tonight. He's normally on top of it. Do him up. Do him. I love you.
Push us. Get push.
Always saying Barton. Oh, there's a 7-day stay on it? Man. Benitez just needs to go ahead and slap California. I mean, just go ahead and just slap the pee out of them. You know what I'm saying, Muck? You know what I'm saying? Slap the pee out of them. Judge Benitez just needs to go ahead and tell California they cannot limit mags. Tell them that their handgun roster is completely unconstitutional and get it over with. He did the same thing after he smacked him before. He put a stay on his own order. I see. You know, I honestly don't see why Benitez put a stay on and stuff like that. I mean, why not just go full bore and tell California to get bent? Monster. Mama ain't far from closing down the gun shop. You gonna go to dinner with me and Mama?
No, like, where else eating?
Yeah, we're gonna go to Cracker Barrel. Mama's hooked on Cracker Barrel right now.
What is Cracker Barrel?
It's a restaurant that does like Southern cooking. So more than likely we could get you some chicken fingers or something that you like. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see whether Mom wants to go out, just me and her, or whether she wants to take you in the woods.
This is like big.
Matt, what's up, my brother?
Dada, can I go to that gunsmith side?
Yeah, the 9th is going to be the real hurdle. Because God knows, man, the 9th will come up with some BS just to find anything that's freaking gun control, find that shit constitutional. Yes,
Can
ma'am.
I go to the
We're going to finish this witness no matter what today, because I know he flew in from a long distance, and the weekends are great in Harney County, but I'm certain he probably wants to get home.
Yeah, well, it'd be nice, Barton, if we did.
Talk to him about it after. Did you calculate the number of fatalities that had occurred in these 179 mass shootings?
I did.
What was the total number of fatalities?
I don't remember it off the top.
Would Exhibit 107 refresh your recollection?
It would.
Man, I love how he's just sitting there trying to just snag everything he can to get past the judge's order. Wait, would this refresh
What was
your memory?
the total number of fatalities and the overall number of incidents?
So overall period, there were a total of 1,272 fatalities.
Your Honor, plaintiffs are pushing
May you go with me to investigate?
1,006 that plaintiffs have not had the opportunity to review the underlying data.
Your Honor, we're not offering the chart with this question. We're offering the expert's opinion.
You don't go down and
And under the work product rules, there was no obligation to provide the reliance materials prior to Mr. Baez being called to the stand. When Mr. Baez was called to the stand, we promptly provided those to counsel. Mr. Baez, how many fatalities were there in the
with
179
a ton of information 30 minutes before this dude took the freaking stand?
incidents that you identified?
Yeah, 1,272 fatalities.
How many injuries?
1,417 injuries.
Barton, it'll come up eventually.
You and your
This
colleague
case is going to keep
determine,
climbing to the courts.
which of
You
the
bet money on that.
were determined, which of these
So the Duncan case,
were
that'll come up in a lot of these mag ban cases and
magazine
shit
was
like
involved.
that.
We did to the best of our ability.
What was the average number of fatalities in an incident where there was a large capacity magazine involved?
10 fatalities,
What about ones that were without that?
6 fatalities.
And then what about injuries?
There were
See,
16.
that's an absolute fucking horseshit way to argue this. Because again, it's not like you can take somebody
The shooter
that
did not-
committed a mass shooting with a high capacity magazine
What about the number of shots fired?
and then have them commit the same shooting with a low cap
How
magazine.
many
What,
of these?
there's a difference in the amount of people that
What was the
get
average
harmed.
number of shots fired when a large capacity magazine was used?
99 shots,
And what about when a large capacity magazine was not used?
16 shots.
Their whole fucking data set they're using is so goddamn skewed. It's not even funny.
Do you recall the total number of incidents in which a large capacity magazine was used?
I think it was 79, but I don't remember the exact number.
Would the chart you prepared refresh your recollection of the exact number?
It would.
I'm showing to council and providing to the court Defendant's Exhibit 109 with the request that I can provide
Yeah, I knew DLD was
a collection and publish it to the courtroom.
he popped up, Crump popped up, Flying Rich popped up, John Crump News popped up along with John Crump Live. So yeah, they were going buck wild with it.
Recollection.
Your Honor, may I be heard on one quick matter?
Sure.
I'd just like to state for the record regarding 109 and 107 that plaintiffs have also made a hearsay objection that the court has previously sustained regarding these documents when it goes to
It looks like we fixing to hit the road.
Your Honor has also ruled
We're still gonna be listening to this.
under 1006.
You gonna ride with Mama or you gonna ride with me?
Clear, I believe.
Huh?
Plaintiff's objection to the admissibility
You gonna go
would
with
be
me?
hearsay for both
All
of
right.
these.
Come on, jump up here and
107 and 109.
we're going to Nan and Papa's right now.
Plaintiffs would ask that the court's ruling on admissibility reflect it's the court's ruling on hearsay as well.
Get there and get buckled up.
No, it's fine. I mean, it's been
Huh?
admitted without objection, so I guess he's
Yeah, well, we still got to go through a ton of traffic to get Nan and Papa's place.
And
answering the question around match.
So-
Yeah.
under 702, 703, and 705, the witness is allowed to rely on hearsay for calculations and so forth related to his opinion.
Plaintiffs
We're about to have fun. I'm gonna be in traffic and listening to this. This is
Your Honor
gonna be-
has plaintiffs understand ruled that these documents are inadmissible under 1006. Plaintiffs are also asking, just for the record, that this court also finds it's our hearsay. We've had quite lengthy discussions
Sir, hold
about
on, let me stop you there. He's not offered it.
understood.
Using it to refresh his recollection based upon how he calculated his data. I'm allowing him to do that if it refreshes his recollection.
Yeah, I mean, if you do that, we can go straight to the cracker.
The remaining pieces of the objection would be, we're talking about admissibility, and I would consider it for now.
So we're gonna be late, so hold on the button, if not.
Mr.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, didn't you rule on admissibility regarding 107
Okay.
It was not admissible.
under 1006?
What's this?
And plaintiffs
What's
are
this?
stating for the record the hearsay
That's
objection
right with you because I left this car seat.
on the hearsay objection regarding 100
All right.
exhibit 107.
Yeah, there's no, it's not a
Slow
record.
ass drivers get out of my way. I really see how it runs.
That's what I was trying to say. So, in too many words. Go ahead, please.
Overall, in the 169 179 mass shootings that you identified. How many were you able to confirm used a
Come
basket?
on, we'll go get gloves and then we can all ride in your truck.
How many were you able to confirm that no LCM was used?
42.
How many were you not able to confirm one way or another?
63.
And with respect to those that you were not able to determine one way or the other, what was the average number of fatalities?
5 fatalities.
And what was the average number of injuries?
3 injuries.
Did you do any work to determine the trend in the number of public mass shootings over the time period you studied? Mr. Aiello has previously been provided, not that long ago, defendant's trial exhibit 108, and I'm now going to provide it to the court. Well, maybe I'll ask one question first. Do you remember what those trends were?
Thirst.
Generally, yes.
And what were they?
Over the last 40 years, what data covers, there's been an upward trend in the number of mass shootings.
Let's go fight some traffic. I gotta get my damn phone thing fixed back up.
So I'm going to provide to the court exhibit 108. Defendants move admission of 107, 108, 109, expecting that the court will rule that they are barred under 1006 for the reasons previously stated on the record, and that other issues of admissibility are not ripe.
Plaintiffs renew their hearsay objection as well, Your Honor.
So you're adopting what he says you're going to say as the objection.
And for the clarity of the record, we're standing on the previous record we did, of course. Okay, we're getting faster. Better very late than never. Did you consult any other sources of information to look at the question of whether there was a trend in the number of mass shootings?
I did.
What other source of information did you consult?
The Gun Violence Archive, which is a database that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it's the Gun Violence Archive.
Including information from all of
So trustworthy when it comes to statistics.
They also have their own, they use their own definition.
Kills me. This dude's citing Gun Violence Archive, Mother Jones.
What definition did they use?
Every absolute leftist gun-hating source.
Or killed or injured. So for example, my definition had where people had to be killed. Their definition was 2 can be killed and 2 can be injured, then that would qualify as a mass shooting. Additionally,
No fatalities.
could be a mass shooting, that's correct. In addition, they also include shootings that occur in the home, which my analysis was particularly focused on public mass shootings. So they include that, and they also include shootings that are associated with other crimes. It's really at least four injuries, they're combined, 4.
Did you consult that data also for Oregon alone?
I did.
Do you remember the number of shootings with 4 or more fatalities or injuries in 2022 in the United States? I'm going to provide Exhibit 110. Counsel of the court request that I can show Mr. Baez that document to refresh the recollection.
She swung around behind me. She just cut 2 lanes. Your mama. Yep. Ooh, shame on her. The shooter was killed to death. Yeah.
I mean, you can, yeah, I mean,
Cut out his tongue and then shoot his tongue.
Mr. Baez, does Exhibit 110 refresh your recollection?
It does.
How many shootings with 4 more fatalities or injuries under the gun violence archive definition did you find in 2022?
Red light.
And what about in 2021?
689.
Let's look at, well, I'll ask you the question. Another question.
Boy, they love to try to inflict these damn.
Fatalities were there in 2022? Would looking at page 2 of this exhibit refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Let's look at page 2. Does it refresh your recollection about the number of fatalities under the GBA definition? How many?
1,000.
And is that the number of fatalities and injuries in total?
That's the combined.
Okay, let's separate it out. How many injuries?
2,657.
How many killed?
600.
And then for 2021, how many? Let's just start with how many killed.
600.
Remember, you got to balance this
How many?
against a country of over 350 million people.
And
Probably way closer to 400 million by the time we factor in.
Mr. Baez, do you know how much Oregon's population increased in 2014 and 2022?
I do.
How much
They brown this dude. No, why? Because they're a bunch of no-dropping jackasses.
And I'm sorry, I think that
what,
number
the one?
it's from 2014 to 2020 is what I know. That's the numbers I know, and it's 6%.
Do you know
I
how
don't know
much?
it for 2022. I can figure that.
Your Honor, plaintiff's objection is scientific foundation.
I understand this now.
the numbers that I've asked Mr. Baez for
You can't drive.
very, very soon.
These numbers for
You're all right, but you really need to hit the gas.
okay.
Let's get over. Yep, and we're getting over. Da-da-da.
Did you also look for these numbers in Oregon?
I did.
Do you remember the particulars?
Not off the top.
Does page 3 reflect that? How many shootings in Oregon were there with 4 or more fatalities or injuries in 2014?
Your Honor, plaintiff's objection based on Mr. Baez's same answers regarding.
That guy's name is Mr. Bias. Yeah, he's definitely biased.
22.
I mean, this is just statistical data that he's deriving. I give the weight to it that I choose to give to it based upon the information provided. It's a statistical analysis. It's not some type of policy determination. It's not even I'm not analyzing the data in terms of policy. So I'm allowed to testify to it. It's statistical. He wants to poke holes in that statistical information.
Understood.
How many
make
shootings with 4 or more fatalities or injuries were there in Oregon in 2014?
2.
How many in 2015?
2.
How many in 2016?
2.
How many in 2017?
0.
What about 2018?
0.
2019?
1.
2020?
2.
2021?
7.
2022. Did you also look at the total fatalities and injuries from these events in that time period?
I did.
How many were killed in 2014 in these incidents?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Would page 4 of this exhibit refresh your recollection?
It would.
How many were killed in shootings with 4 or more fatalities or injuries? How many were injured? In 2015, how many were killed?
10.
In 2015, how many were injured?
13.
In 2016, how many were killed?
Really like something like
In 2016, how many were injured?
5.
You said there were no
give their analysis.
shootings in 2017 or 2018, right?
That's correct.
In 2019, how many were injured?
5.
Were any killed?
No.
In 2021, how many were, in 2020, how many were killed?
1.
How
I'm gonna
many,
let this play, but I'm gonna disappear for a little bit.
how many were killed in 2021?
5.
How many were injured in 2021?
32.
How many were
I'm still gonna
injured
be listening.
in 2022?
5.
How many were injured
Here.
in 2022?
23.
Come on, Ski. And of course, all this should still keep playing.
Let's stick with Exhibit 110 here for a moment.
Don't stick that
You
there.
can look
Quit
at
putting stuff on my window.
that exhibit.
Killing me, kid. Don't stick it anywhere.
Did your study look at any specific causes of these shootings?
Objection ambiguous as to whether it's his study
Come on, kid.
as a whole or just with respect to this data in Oregon.
I'll sustain.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Byers, in reference to exhibit,
Yeah, I don't know why you did it either.
so the portion of your analysis, did you do any analysis regarding the causes of the shootings identified in this exhibit?
We reviewed the news stories and the incidents, but I don't think we did any specific analyses on that.
So you don't know what the causes were?
No, I said we reviewed the news stories and we would have seen what some of the causes were. I don't think we did not do a particular analysis of that, but I think we did know the causes.
Mr. Byers, from your personal knowledge, you do not know what the causes of these mass shootings were, correct?
Well, Baba.
I don't understand what you mean by causes.
You don't know what prompted the
Want to
shooting.
go to dinner with everybody?
Well, in some instances, the news stories
What's going for dinner? Crab cake?
what might have prompted or theories of what might
Purple, yeah.
That's
You
right.
gonna go to dinner with mom and daddy?
Direct testimony, Mr. Aiello. I think that's what this is offered for. It's really just a numbers piece, fatalities.
I join the court's objection.
I'm just saying.
No, and I was late on the
I
objection.
don't want him to, I don't want him to speak about cause.
Yeah.
It's not part of the evidence.
I love it. You gonna eat the rest of your ice cream? Mm-hmm.
Have you watched this trial over the last 5 days?
I've watched little pieces here and there, but not all of it.
Were you- Did you observe Sheriff Bowen's testimony?
I'm not sure.
The NRA study covers 736 incidents over 6 years, correct?
It's almost 6.5 years, but yes, 736.
That'd be fewer than 122 incidents of defensive use of firearms per year, correct?
I can't do that math in my head that quickly. It sounds generally about right.
You understand that there are more defensive uses of firearms per year than 120, correct?
No, I haven't got it in place yet.
Yeah, yes, that analysis wasn't supposed to cover every single incident of defensive gun use. It was looking at all of the incidents within the NRA database.
Does the NRA database include reports from non-NRA members?
It does, because a lot of it was based on news stories. A lot of the information in there is based on news stories from different sources that I don't think have any connection to the NRA.
How the NRA receives its data from self-reporting, correct?
It's a little unclear how they decide what they put into their database. They're not very clear in their description of the database how they do that.
Sap sucker.
Yeah.
The you testified that you used Factiva, correct?
That's correct.
Factiva explains how they gather their data, correct?
Yes, they compile their data, their sources from, I mentioned over 33,000 sources worldwide.
Gonna be ready? Good pill.
There's no
See, he's right there.
with the NRA data for rural versus urban uses of
No.
defensive uses of firearm, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Does
Yeah.
The NRA data does not? You know what a control is, right?
I guess I don't understand in what context you're using it. A lot of times when I use the word control, it can mean something very specific regarding some of the analyses that I do.
The NRA data does not, for instance, capture defensive uses of firearms for wild animals, correct?
It does.
It does?
Yes.
The NRA data does not cover defensive uses of firearms outside of the home, correct?
What?
No, it absolutely does.
You gonna be ready to go to dinner?
Yeah.
The NRA database tell you the number of assailants.
Uh-uh.
Well, the NRA database just gives
Wait
you
till Mama says.
what the incident was, and sometimes there'll be enough information to determine that, and sometimes there won't. I think in most cases there would be enough information to determine that, according to the news stories and the information in the database.
NRA data
Ready to go to dinner?
total, correct?
So no, I would say they've changed. They changed a little bit how they reported over that time period that I looked at. So at the beginning, they would have a paragraph that was written by somebody. I'm guessing that later on they just put it news story. Also, what we did is we always tried to find at least one additional news story, and we did for, I think, almost all of them. We found an additional news story that supported whatever was in the NRA database.
The NRA database is not peer reviewed, correct?
I don't understand what that means in this context.
Do you know what peer review is?
You mean peer reviewed as in a journal?
Correct.
It's not a journal, so it wouldn't be peer reviewed.
Ow.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Thank you for your time. If you're going back to
I'm not
Boise,
gonna ride with mama, so
there.
No, I'm going back to Redmond.
when we get done with dinner, we'll come back, get my truck.
You recommend anything there? Happy to.
Oh man,
Quietly.
oh man,
This
oh
is
man.
clause, that was approved.
We're gonna hang on it.
It's pretty nice.
Well, don't pull on that like that.
Getting safe travels home. Thank you.
About to stick you right upside your head.
Your Honor, we'd like to address 2 exhibits we'd like to move into the record, and Mr. Jindal will be handling that.
Mr. Who?
Thank you, Your Honor. Defendants will move for
What'll
exhibit
be handling it?
105. Move for the admission of 104 and 105. Now,
Let me get there.
Of course.
Before you get started.
do you mind if I
I
sit?
can't remember. Is this the same guy from yesterday or was it another dude? Tactical Fudd, what's up, my brother? Wilbur, what's happening?
Thank you. I believe they should be in everyone's binders.
Oh, he's got binders.
Okay, I have 104 in front of me.
Thank you, Your Honor. And
What? Hell, my damn phone
this
is
is
not
going
recording.
to fall under your relevancy objection or relevancy rulings from the motion to eliminate hearing and throughout these proceedings. But given the disdain that the appellate courts have for standing objections, I thought we would make the motion.
That. I
Yeah.
think that's a good idea.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the plea allocution in a federal criminal case. It's U.S. versus Ernest 319-CR 1850 AJB.
Hey, JV, at least it had
For-
been FJV.
Just for context, this is the plea allocution for the Poway shooter in Poway, California.
That'd have been a way better case. number.
Interested in pages 14 to 16, where the perpetrator of this shooting
1964
round
FJV.
magazine loaded in an AR-15 style rifle. He brought 60 rounds of ammunition with him and was stopped by worshipers when he stopped to reload his firearm. And he specifically said in his public comments that his intent that day was to kill more individuals, and he would have killed more individuals. Stopped while reloading.
Okay.
So we move for the admission of 104.
Now,
Your Honor,
what was the magazine capacity that he had?
uh,
Said he brought 60 rounds. Did he just bring 3 mags
I took notes.
or 2 extra mags? Yeah, what was his mag capacity? Why did he reload? What was happening when he went to reload? All that shit. Look at my wife's truck. She's got a big ass pile of damn horse treats in there.
The door locked on him. It wasn't intentional, Mr. Wilson, I promise.
Sure it wasn't. Tell that lie to somebody else.
Mr. Aiello?
I cannot find my notes, Your Honor, but that's okay. So plaintiffs object. One, plaintiffs do assert that this was covered by the court's motion and the court's rulings on plaintiffs' motions in limine. Further, it has no relevance to this case, and most importantly, it is hearsay.
I'd like to respond to the hearsay objection. I think on first, at least, we believe it is admissible under 804.3c as a statement against penal interest, and also under the residual exception. It's a statement against penal interest because it's a plea colloquy, and Mr. Ernest is admitting to violently killing multiple people and desiring to kill more. And it's residual exception because it was made in a court proceeding. It was heard by a magistrate judge. The shooter would have been under oath. It was testified by
directly related to the penal interest of a party at issue in the case.
I don't think that's right, Your Honor.
They will tell me why it's not right.
Let me pull up the rule here. It says the statement, which was at the time of its making so far contrary to the declarant's pecuniary interest or proprietary interest, that a reasonable person in the declarant's position would not have made the statement unless the person believed it to be true. And I have a Seventh Circuit.
Need to call him as the declarant as a witness for you?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that's the first line of the rule on page 119. So.
Well, I believe we just have to show that he's unavailable, and he's unavailable because he's currently serving 2 consecutive life sentences for the crime he described in the transcript we're trying to get admitted.
Clever, but
no. I'll move on then, Your Honor.
I have absolutely no foundational basis to believe that you would have called him as a witness. If I were to allow this in, I would be in a position of allowing every colloquy ever made within the states on incidents regarding mass shooting, which to me is not particularly valuable evidence. I also don't think it meets the rule. So the answer is totally.
Can you write your name?
Go ahead, please.
Right, Levi.
Understood, Your Honor. The next one we will move to admit is Exhibit 105. This is the police report from the Las Vegas shooting, which is the largest
Very good, Wubba.
history. The killer killed 60 people and wounded hundreds more. Here we're particularly interested in pages 84.
You got to leave your tablet here because we're going to go.
I just do want to warn you, this is a police report, and I believe it includes a picture of the shooter dead at the scene of the crime. I just deserve that warning before turning the page. And those shows scene photographs as well as cataloging the evidence found at the crime scene, which includes many, many large capacity magazines, including 25 round magazines and many, many 100-round magazines.
Yes.
So we move for the admission of Exhibit 1.
Plaintiff's objections are first, that plaintiffs believe this is covered by this court's rulings on plaintiff's motions in limine. It is irrelevant. It is irrelevant to Oregon. It is hearsay, and it is unduly prejudicial.
Your Honor, I'll start with the hearsay exception. We believe it's admissible under 803.8a and c. It's a public record in this case.
Right. Come on, Wubba.
Department's official record. It describes the official activities of the agency under 8a.
We'll see you guys in a little bit, Pop.
It's the results of an official investigation under 8c.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on, Wubs. This way. Wubs, come on. Hey, go to Mama. Go to Mama. Go get in your seat. Wubs, come on.
Yeah. So you want to respond?
Oh, here.
there is a balancing question under 403 that I need to make a decision about as well. Since it happened. Not sure what additional indicia
Bounce all the way under the car.
relevant.
All right, well, go with mama and get in the seat. He knocked my hat off, and then my earphone fell underneath the car.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I do not have case law open on this, but my understanding is police reports are not routinely admitted under this exception without testimony from the officer.
Go, mama. Get in.
What I was describing is there's a confrontation clause problem in criminal cases, which isn't what we're.
Oh boy.
Apologies for the ambiguous use of confronted there.
Also, plaintiffs would add that plaintiffs believe there needs to be a custodian of records.
Your Honor, if I may be heard, my understanding is that he's challenging the authenticity of the document. We pulled it from the Las Vegas Police Department's official website. My reading of the rules is that a public record could be offered with a copy. If necessary, I'm happy to have the paralegal that helped pull this document authenticate it by describing the act of going to a publicly available website and downloading it.
If that was the case, Your Honor, then the Oregon Secretary of State website article would have gotten in. Sorry,
I don't.
Plaintiffs sought to introduce one Oregon Secretary of State article, and it was turned away on hearsay grounds.
I thought I admitted those. Maybe I misunderstood.
No, Your Honor, the court did not admit the article itself. The court did admit the source documents under the ancient document exception to hearsay.
Your Honor, I believe that that's a slight mistake there. We stipulated to the authenticity of the document as appearing on the Secretary of State's website.
I'll think about it. I need to read it and think about it a little bit more. I haven't looked at this rule. Since most of the stuff I deal with criminal cases where it would absolutely not be admissible, but that isn't, the subsection B doesn't apply in these circumstances.
Understood, Your Honor. I just want to point out one thing that I missed is that in C, it specifically says that in civil actions, it's permissible. It says in civil actions and proceedings and against the government in criminal cases. And so the requirement that I think that makes clear what I was describing earlier, that in civil proceedings, the report comes in. The problem is when it's against the defendant in a criminal case.
I need to think about what that means and what reports mean, and I need to look at the specific case law around that question before I make this determination. Another one of these doors went open that creates significant evidentiary challenges for the court, just in terms of 179 police reports, right? I'm just not sure that that's something that I'm prepared to do on this record. And I'm not sure it's relevant to the court's inquiry at the end of the day.
Understood, Your Honor. One housekeeping question. What was the basis on the 104 denial? I'm not trying to relitigate it. I just didn't have it. And I want to make sure the record's clear.
I don't know what you're saying right now.
I'm sorry. What was, I believe you sustained the objection to the admission of Exhibit 104. I didn't catch the basis for the
104, see, because I've been doing 104 hearings all week.
Oh, understood, Your Honor.
I don't think the rule provides a hearsay exception for what you're trying to introduce.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Did you want to respond to the question of relevance as well on 105, since we've just sort of plugged into the question of hearsay versus relevance?
Yes, Your Honor. I think that this is
inartfully a 403 objection along with that, which how I read it. Understood it.
Good. Confirm that. Okay. Yes, Your Honor. I think we've briefed this a bit, but both in our motion in limine briefing and in the brief that we filed yesterday, we believe that part of the inquiry includes inquiring into the reasonableness of the public policy.
Great.
And the public safety interests, and here the use of large capacity magazines in one of the most significant mass shootings in the nation, including one that happened very recently, is relevant to the public safety implications, and it would have been information available to the voters and on the voters' mind. And it also goes to magnitude of the harm that the law tries to guard against. This was the most significant mass shooting in the nation's history.
Go ahead. If you'd like to respond, Mr. Ayala.
Yes, Your Honor. So this is a tragic mass shooting in Las Vegas, Nevada, not in Oregon, not in Harney County, not in Multnomah County. So plaintiffs would assert, first of all, that this is irrelevant to Oregon, and then also that it's irrelevant under Your Honor's prior ruling regarding the motion in limine. I think as far as public safety goes, defendants have been allowed to show statistical data regarding public safety. One mass shooting, although tragic and extreme, is not indicative of, it does not help this court determine whether ballot measure 114 will further public safety or not. It's for humanity, it's significant. For determining public safety, it is not. For Oregon, it is not.
Sorry.
Go ahead. You're welcome to respond.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have two quick responses. I don't want to belabor the point because I do think we've briefed and argued this a bit. The first was that both the legislative history that's been presented in this court, including the testimony of Mr. Paterno and the preamble itself, indicates that the people of Oregon, when they passed Measure 114, were concerned with and affected by news reports of, or not just the reports, but the actuality of mass shootings nationwide. And the second point was just that plaintiffs were permitted to put on copious amounts of anecdotal testimony regarding their self-defense needs. As you indicated earlier, we heard many stories about wolf hunting. I think that the same type of example evidence is fair for us to put on.
And Your Honor, again, plaintiffs reiterate that defendants have alleged, have put forth before the court that so defined large capacity magazines are not useful for self-defense. That is, the plaintiff's evidence went to rebut that, not to make some broad claim about public safety based on plaintiff's evidence. Plaintiffs understand that this court has, to a certain extent, altered the court's ruling on the motions in limine. But plaintiff's evidence did not run contrary to this court's ruling. Plaintiff's evidence went to rebut a specific claim on a motion in limine that was denied by the court, which plaintiff said relevance regarding the 2.2 rounds issue, and this court said that the court would hear the evidence. So plaintiffs presented evidence on the usefulness of so defined large capacity magazines, and in doing so, they did not open the door to broad claims regarding public safety. Plaintiffs did not, for example, put on statistics about how many wolf attacks there are per year. Plaintiffs showed that firearms, including firearms armed, utilizing as many rounds as possible, are useful for self-defense in these situations.
I'll think about it. I'm going to think about it first on the hearsay exception. And if I allow it past the hearsay exception, I'll make a determination about it under 401, its relevance under the guise of Christian, and then after that, if I decide it's relevant there, I'll make a balancing determination under 403 and give you an answer. I want to think about it. I wasn't anticipating this type of evidence. And just because I wasn't anticipating doesn't mean I shouldn't be available to make a ruling, but I want to make the right call here. I mean, I recognize that the Las Vegas shootings is the most horrific act of domestic violence involving a mass shooting in American history. So it's interesting in that respect, but I just need to think about whether it's relevant to the court's inquiry under Christian. That's what I'm bound by, right? Is there anything else you want to argue on it?
Nothing further from defendants.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, I'll think about it over the weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Because we're obviously going to go on Monday. So, go ahead.
Your Honor, can we take a brief recess before defendants call their next witness so I can get my expert on the line? He may already be on the line. I just want to call and check with him.
All right, let's just get it. We'll give another. I'll come back on the record at 3:55. All right. So I think it's pretty clear we're going to go into Monday. How many more witnesses does the defendants intend?
This will be the last witness, Your Honor, and then we'll have one brief motion for the court, and then I expect that we will rest.
Okay. And rebuttal-wise?
Plaintiffs do anticipate, largely dependent on this last witness, Your Honor, a brief rebuttal case on Monday, and then closing.
We'll start at 9 on
Yes,
Monday, and we'll go up to the 5 o'clock hour. And if this witness is going to take much more than that, I really do have to be home with my kids because my wife's coming down here for orthodontia work. So going past one another. But I understand the state has paid for someone to be here, and I'm going to get it done if I can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls James Yorgulaitis.
Yes. Hello. Raise your right hand, sir. Under the penalties of perjury, you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Thank you. Have a seat up here, sir. Once you're seated, please state your name for the record and spell your last.
James Yorgulaitis, the last name is spelled Y-U-R-G-E-A-L-I-T-I-S.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yorgulaitis.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the court what your current professional position is?
I currently am self-employed as an independent consultant, and in that capacity, I provide firearms-related technical assistance or expertise to legal counsel, corporations, and other entities in the public and private sector.
Where did you go to college?
St. John Fisher University in Rochester, New York.
What is your degree in?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science with a minor in psychology.
Could you describe for the court briefly your employment between college and your present position?
Yes. After I graduated from college in May of 1986, I took a position with the U.S. Department of State as a special agent in the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, where I served in the Washington Field Division for 2 years. I'm sorry, a year and a half, then on the Secretary of State's Protective Detail for 2 years, and then 2 years after that in the Washington Field Division again. After that, I accepted a position with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms in 1990 and was assigned to the Baltimore Field Division, where I, after training, basically worked on large task force operations with other federal agencies that targeted violent narcotics trafficking organizations as well as other violent crime organizations.
Could you describe for the court briefly your employment as it relates to firearms between college and your present position?
Well, in terms of employment, obviously after going through basic special agent training for both Diplomatic Security Service and ATF, which involved a significant amount of firearms related training, I also was chosen at one point in ATF. In 2001, ATF decided to create a cadre of special agents who could testify to the interstate movement of firearms and ammunition so that they could testify as expert witnesses in federal criminal trials where that was an element of the offense.
What practical training on firearms did you receive during your career?
When I first started with diplomatic security, we had some obvious basic firearms training to familiarize ourselves with the firearms that DSS utilized. And we also had a good portion of training in foreign weapons that we might encounter overseas while we were working either protective details or working out of embassies as assistant regional security officers et cetera. Also, when I went to ATF, there was a significant amount of training in terms of firearms classification in order to be able to identify and classify the different types of firearms that we would encounter in criminal investigations.
Were you assigned, at ATF, were you assigned duty weapons?
Yes,
How often did you have to qualify on each duty weapon?
quarterly.
What law enforcement trainings regarding firearms have you taught?
While I was an agent with ATF in the Baltimore Field Division, I taught firearms classification training to in-service classes for the Baltimore City Police Department for a period of over 1 year. I was teaching one of those per week. Later, when I left the Baltimore Field Division and I went to the ATF Laboratory Center to run their forensic firearms training programs, I taught some part of some of the courses in the National Firearms Examiner Academy, which was a 1-year forensic firearms training program that I was responsible for the administration of. I also taught firearms identification and firearms trafficking training at the International Law Enforcement Academy in Budapest, as well as serial number restoration training for forensic laboratories in Canada, and classes for students that had come into the United States from Central and South America.
During your time at ATF, did you tour firearm manufacturers?
Yes, as part of the training to establish a group of agents who could testify competently to the interstate nexus of firearms. ATF provided, in conjunction with numerous firearms factories in the United States, the opportunity to tour their facilities and gain, some insight as far as how those firearms were manufactured, what markings were on those firearms, and the history of those particular firearms manufacturers. So we visited quite a few in the United States, to include, Colt, Mossberg, Marlin. Gosh, I'm drawing a blank here for a second.
Did you visit Springfield?
Springfield Armory National Historic Site we visited in order to look at the reference collections there. We also visited a number of other reference collections in the Connecticut Valley region that were associated with some of the firearms manufacturers.
Did you tour firearm manufacturers in Europe?
Yes, as an expansion of part of the training that we received in the United States, we also toured 2 weeks, or had 2 weeks worth of tours of firearms factories in Europe, and visited Heckler Koch, Fabrique Nationale, Glock, Czechia Zbrojovka in the Czech Republic, as well as some of the European proof houses.
When you went on these tours, who did you meet with?
Not quite used to talking so much.
I understand.
The tours weren't along the lines of regular public tours that some of these factories would actually, bring in or open up to for the public. We were accompanied on those tours or guided on those tours either by corporate historians, manufacturing engineers, production engineers, other custodians of records, in those firearms factories, as well as managerial personnel, sales personnel, marketing personnel. And they consisted mainly sort of a stem to stern approach, where they would start mainly where the raw materials came in. You would see all the production processes. You would see, and those would be explained by obviously the production personnel and the design engineers. And you would basically follow the production processes for these firearms from raw material to, finished inspected firearms that were packaged up and ready to be shipped out to wholesalers.
When you met with historians at those manufacturers, what did you talk to them about?
Essentially, they would explain the differences in production processes that they had gone through over the years, the different types of firearms that were manufactured by them over the years, the difference in markings on those firearms that would help determine their place of manufacture, which was an important part of that expertise that ATF was trying to build. And basically showing us, in addition to the production personnel, how their production methods had changed and how that affected, the way the barrels were rifled, the way that frames were manufactured, forged, or, investment cast, or manufactured from bar stock, things like that.
How many times have you testified as an expert over the course of your career?
In a trial setting like this, as an expert, approximately 10 times. However, as an expert in federal grand juries, over 100 times.
Have you examined firearms?
Yes.
How many firearms would you say you have examined?
Conservatively, I would say in excess of 5,000 as part of that responsibilities for being trained to be able to testify to the interstate nexus of firearms and ammunition. We were required to inspect and examine all of the firearms that either ATF seized during criminal investigations or other agencies in those task force settings had seized during group criminal investigations. And that was mainly in order to facilitate tracing of those firearms and to ensure that the correct information was sent out to the tracing center to, in order for those firearms to be successfully traced after a criminal investigation.
What work have you done as a consultant over the course of the past 10 years?
Over the past 10 years, well, this trial, for example, perhaps expert reports that were requested either by different law enforcement organizations in particular states, working as an individual who could advise a governmental entity in terms of the type of response that they could file, in a lawsuit such as this. I also have done case reviews and evidentiary reviews for defense attorneys that were both private and the Federal Public Defender's Office in 2 federal judicial districts. And additionally, some business assessments for corporations that were involved in the firearms industry or investment companies that were involved in the firearms industry.
Does your consulting work require you to keep abreast of the current market for firearms and firearm accessories?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
Well, one of the most important things that you can do is go to either local or national trade shows or gun shows. As I'm sure that anybody who's interested in firearms wants to see what the latest models and accessories are, et cetera. So during my tenure at ATF and as a private consultant, I've been to the SHOT Show, which is the National Shooting, Hunting, and Outdoor Trade Show, and it's massive. It's usually held in Las Vegas in the convention center. I've been there on 7 different occasions. Also, the gun shows that I've attended around my local area, being in Maryland, Virginia, Maryland gun shows, Pennsylvania gun shows, and will, when I have the opportunity, hop into a local federal firearms licensee and see what is available for sale and talk to the individuals that own it and see, what are the most popular firearms that you're stocking right now, or what seems to be more popular.
Do you review firearms catalogs?
Yes.
Do you review periodicals about firearms?
Yes, I do. And I also maintain a reference library of I would say 75 to 90 separate books on firearms, whether they're brand specific or they're price guides or other reference materials.
Mr. Yurgulaitis, I'm going to show you an exhibit that has been pre-marked Exhibit 155.
Why don't we close the shade so he's not getting baked out of the room? I think that might be part of it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sun creeps around on us once in a while here. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Yurgulaitis, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a copy of my CV and also what I call a qualification statement, which essentially is a document we used to provide to the U.S. Attorney's Office in criminal cases that goes into more detail about our specific training or training that we've received in the discipline that where our expertise lies.
Does it fairly represent your professional experience?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to introduce as Exhibit 155, Mr. Yurgulaitis' CV under OEC 104 and 702.
No objection, Your Honor.
Well, 155 is admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, defendants would move to certify Mr. Yurgulaitis under OEC 702 as an expert in the areas of the technical aspects of firearms and the commercial market for firearms.
Plaintiffs have objections. Can I ask a couple questions in aid of objection, Your Honor? Mr. Yurgulaitis, when's the last time you toured the Colt manufacturing facility?
I'm trying to think. I've been there approximately 7 times. I think the last time I was there was 2012.
What about the Mossberg manufacturing facility?
The last visits that I had to most of those manufacturers would have been 2012 or 2013.
So over a decade ago?
Approximately.
You are not yourself a federally licensed firearm dealer, correct?
Correct.
You do not yourself buy or sell firearms professionally, correct?
Correct.
When is the last time you attended a trade show?
The Harrisburg Gun Show, I believe, in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I believe that was this past spring. Whether it was March, I don't recall exactly.
You testified that you keep abreast of the current market for firearms through trade shows. I will characterize it as occasional visits to federally licensed firearm dealers and then through catalogs and periodicals, correct?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I'd be happy to stop by your shop and take a look and see what you have down there that's popular.
You do not visit websites as part of your research, do you?
Oh, I do. Yes. I don't rely exclusively on them, but supplementally, yes.
Your Honor, plaintiffs assert that under 702, occasional visits to federally licensed firearms dealers and receiving catalogs and periodicals is an insufficient basis on which to qualify Mr. Yurgulaitis as an expert in the commercial sales of firearms. Plaintiffs will cite back to this court's ruling regarding Ms. Hablinski reviewing a handful of documents regarding World War II. Plaintiffs feel that those qualifications are similar, where it's not a regular practice of his professional activity to visit federally licensed firearm dealers. And plaintiffs assert that catalogs and periodicals are an insufficient source of knowledge for the present market in commercially available firearms.
Your Honor, Mr. Aiello's objection mischaracterizes Mr. Yurgulaitis' testimony. He didn't testify that he makes occasional visits. He testified that he intentionally seeks out and visits federally licensed firearms dealers because it is part of his job as a consultant. He also didn't testify to having reviewed a handful of articles. Ms. Levinsky had reviewed 4 or 5 documents in a subject matter she otherwise had no familiarity with. Mr. Yurgulaitis testified that he maintains in his home a reference library of approximately 75 titles, and he has testified that he makes a study of the market of firearms as part of his professional career, which he has maintained for the past decade. That is in no way similar to the credentials that Ms. Levinsky put forward on the subject of Oregon history.
Anything in response?
Yes, Your Honor. As far as misstating the testimony, I asked Mr. Yurgulaitis, I said I was characterizing it as occasional visits to federally licensed firearms dealers, to which he agreed in the affirmative yes. If that's incorrect, I'm sure Mr. Yurgulaitis can correct me. But the objection would still stand regarding catalogs and periodicals representing the broad swath of available firearms and firearm magazines
I'll let you ask
available.
questions about that. I'm gonna overrule the objection. It's clear to me from his CV and that he does maintain a pulse on the commercial aspects of firearm sales in America. Now, you can ask questions about different things, and if you can't answer it, I'll consider that when I consider the overall weight of the testimony.
And then, Your Honor, plaintiffs would also just like to note for the record that to the extent Mr. Yurgulaitis testifies regarding visits to firearm manufacturers, all of those are greater than 10 years is Mr. Yurgulaitis' testimony, and being contemporaneous with a case in 2023, plaintiffs assert that is too far removed from Mr. Yurgulaitis to testify to.
Thank you. I understand that objection.
Mr. Yurgulaitis, what is a magazine?
Magazine is either a device or a portion of a firearm frame or receiver that holds and feeds ammunition into a firearm.
What is the difference between a detachable and a fixed magazine?
Well, a detachable magazine is, as its name states, one that can easily be detached from the frame or receiver of a firearm. A fixed magazine is one which is either permanently attached or semi-permanently, if say it's pressed into the receiver, or forged into the receiver, and can't be removed without the use of tools, or can't essentially be removed without damaging the firearm.
Can you purchase pistols in the United States today that come standard with magazines with a capacity of 10 or fewer rounds?
Yes.
What are some examples of pistols that you can purchase today that come with magazines with a capacity of 10 or fewer rounds?
Essentially, because there are firearms manufactured in the U.S. for states that both restrict magazine capacity and do not restrict magazine capacity, most major firearm brands produce state compliant, what they call state compliant versions of firearms. So Glock 17s and Glock Model 19s are very popular firearms that are available in state compliant models that come with 10-round magazines, as opposed to the larger capacity magazines that they come with in states that don't restrict magazine capacity. So essentially, any manufacturer that deals both in states with magazine restrictions and without magazine restrictions will make a model that is state compliant. That meaning that it comes with a magazine that is restricted to, or will only hold 10 rounds.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike regarding what firearms manufacturers will or will not make to be state compliant. I do not believe there's been an adequate foundation for that answer, and move to strike.
I'll open it. Go ahead.
Can you purchase pistols in the United States today that come standard with magazines with a capacity of 10 or fewer rounds that are not necessarily state compliant? They just come with 10 or fewer rounds?
Yes.
Yes. Well, there's some examples of pistols that come with magazines with a capacity of 10 or fewer rounds that are not necessarily state compliant, just they come that way.
Glock Model 23. There are various, well, obviously, Colt Model 1911s have magazine capacities that are initially only 7 rounds in 45 caliber. There are a number of SIG pistols, the SIG P320, or I'm sorry, the P365 compact. Essentially, the more compact models produced by most major manufacturers come with a 10-round magazine capacity, standard magazine capacity.
In addition to pistols, can you purchase rifles that come standard with magazines that have a capacity of 10 or fewer rounds?
Yes.
What are some examples of rifles that come standard with magazines with a capacity of 10 or fewer rounds?
Well, again, those that are considered state compliant models, quote unquote. For example, Smith & Wesson produces their M&P 15 in a state compliant model, comes with a 10-round magazine. There are also other traditional hunting rifles, like the Browning BAR that only has a 4-round internal magazine capacity. So there are those with detachable magazines, again, much like the pistols. Many of those can be found with, or can be purchased with detachable magazines that hold a maximum of 10 rounds.
What does a capacity of 10 plus 1 mean?
Well, essentially the plus 1 refers to in firearms that you can safely carry with a loaded round in the chamber. That is the plus 1 in any capacity description. So essentially, if you have a 10-round firearm that only has a 10-round magazine and you can safely carry one in the chamber, that will be your 10 plus 1.
So the plus 1 is not in the magazine, correct?
Correct.
Do most modern firearms allow you to safely keep a round in the chamber?
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to safely.
Sustained. You can restate your question.
Mr. Urgulitis, would keeping a round in the chamber present any safety concerns?
It would be dependent on the firearm, whether that firearm could withstand being dropped without discharging. Most modern striker-fired semi-automatic pistols, it's safe to carry a round in the chamber, and even older pistols like the Browning High Power and the Colt Model 1911 have manual safeties that would allow you to carry those even though they're single action pistols.
Does the term drop safe mean it's safe to keep a round in the chamber?
Objection, leading.
I'm going to overrule.
It is a term used to describe a pistol that will more likely than not be safe from discharging a round if it's dropped. If there's a round in the chamber and it's dropped.
So in light of the explanation that you just gave, do most modern firearms allow you to safely keep a round in the chamber?
Yes.
What types of firearms take detachable magazines?
Semi-automatic pistols, semi-automatic rifles, machine guns. There are a number of other shotguns. There are bolt-action rifles with detachable magazines. There are shotguns with detachable magazines. So many.
While you were an agent with ATF, between 1994 and 2004, were you charged with enforcing the federal assault weapons ban?
We were, ATF was responsible for the regulatory portion after that was made law. So, although from personal experience, I can say I did not work many criminal cases that involved that. ATF was responsible for enforcement of that law.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike pursuant to this court's prior rulings on public carry laws under plaintiff's motions in limine. The witness just testified regarding a national firearms law not at issue in this case. Plaintiffs will add that they see this going down the path of legal conclusion.
Your Honor, first of all, the federal assault weapons ban is not a public carry law. It was not the subject of the motion in limine that Mr. Aiello is referring to, and I haven't asked Mr. Urielitis for any legal conclusion of any kind. So any objection that Mr. Aiello has is at a minimum premature.
Okay. How is it at all a public carry law? Assault ban, federal assault ban. I guess I don't understand the objection. I mean, first of all, it's preliminary, and he did indicate that he wasn't involved in very many of those prosecutions, that the ATF had responsibilities on that. So I guess I would start with that. So I'll overrule.
Mr. Urielitis, you testified that the ATF had the responsibility for enforcing the federal assault weapons ban, correct?
Correct.
So were you personally familiar with the provisions of that law?
Yes.
What did the federal assault weapons ban regulate with respect to magazine capacity?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for a legal conclusion. What did the federal firearm ban regulate is a legal conclusion.
Your Honor, I am not asking Mr. Urielitis to interpret the law or asking him for any legal conclusion. I am asking him a factual question about what the law regulated as a practical matter, and he has personal knowledge of the answer to that question because he was an ATF agent tasked with enforcing the law during the period of time it was in effect and would have been aware of its provisions. I'm asking him only as a factual matter. It's the equivalent of asking him if murder was illegal at the time. I'm not asking him to interpret the law.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the relevance to the court's inquiry under Article 1, Section 27.
I think that, Your Honor, I believe that the questions that follow this one will demonstrate to the court the relevance.
I'm on the legal conclusion question. I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
What did the federal assault weapons ban regulate with respect to magazine capacity?
It restricted manufacturers to providing or producing magazines with a capacity of a maximum of 10 rounds unless they were for the military or for law enforcement.
What changes occurred immediately after 1994 in the market for detachable magazines?
Well, after the passage of the assault weapons ban, obviously the manufacturers, as far as providing magazines for the general public, they were limited to providing magazines with a 10-round capacity. So both the manufacturers as well as the aftermarket manufacturers either modified their existing detachable magazine designs in order to stay within the confines of the capacity limit, or they either redesigned them or sort of made new models that had the same outward dimensions, but had a restricted or a lower capacity.
Other than Oregon, do some states also restrict magazine capacity today?
Objection, Your Honor. This falls within the motion limine regarding public carry laws.
again, Your Honor, I'm not asking about public carry laws. I'm asking about restrictions on magazine capacity, which was not the subject of the motion in limine or his objection.
Which is a public carry law regarding the ability to possess magazines in excess of 10 rounds.
Your Honor, a public carry law is a restriction on where and how one can carry a weapon. A magazine restriction is a different type of law.
Back to the red apple moments. I'm gonna sustain without a much better foundation.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't think that I understand what foundation you're asking for. I'm not going to ask him about any specific.
Large capacity magazine bans. I don't know how that's defined. I don't know how that's defined state by state. I don't know how that's what he's talking about. Some have 15, some have 10, some have others. I don't know. I also don't understand how it's relevant to the court's inquiry that other people do it. Just because they do it doesn't mean that we can do it under our Constitution. I mean, to me, that's the primary problem with the analysis is, well, my neighbor gets to do it, why can't I? Because it's illegal, your neighbor does it. It doesn't matter that he does it, you can't do it too.
So, Your Honor, so to speak to that question, this line of questioning for Mr. Urgulaitis has to do with the market for magazines and what is available. So to back up a little bit, plaintiffs have put forward a couple of witnesses now experts who have testified to the effect on the market for firearms that Measure 114 is that they believe it's likely to have. And they've put on that testimony. This line of questioning goes to the market for magazines nationwide, first during the assault weapons ban, and then in states today that limit magazine capacity. We are not making an argument about whether ours is identical to theirs or whether it's exactly the same. We're not going to compare anything. This is a line of question about how the market has responded to that, which directly rebuts testimony the plaintiffs have already put on in this case through their own experts.
Here's my concern about this notion of large capacity magazines, the way that it's being presented here. And my primary concern is this, that I don't know if these large capacity magazine bans require fixed plates or not. I don't know if they don't allow any type of extender. I don't know anything about the nature of these particular bans, which influences the marketplace, right? So maybe it's a limitation to 10 rounds, but it doesn't have a fixed plate because everybody wants to be able to clean their guns. And I don't know that he knows that.
Well, I'm not going to get into it at that level of detail with him, Your Honor. And I
be in marketplace discussions of what's available in the market. I think that's a crucial distinction to make.
Honestly, Your Honor, it's really just one follow-up question of how the market in general has responded. We aren't intending to go into the nitty-gritty of the market for magazines in each state that has a magazine capacity limitation. It's a general statement about how markets respond to regulation. We're not going to go into the specifics of any one state. And I understand your ruling from earlier, and I understand that you don't want comparisons between Oregon's law and other laws at that level of granular detail, but that isn't where this line of questioning is going.
If you can show me that it's a red apple, like our red apple, then I'm happy to hear about it. Anyhow, in terms of responsiveness of the marketplace, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Later in my questioning on a different subject, we are going to touch on some other states, and I do have a handout with their magazine restriction statutes as well as the federal assault weapons ban. May I approach and show it to Your Honor? We have it printed.
Okay, you can approach. Did you have a copy from Mr. Ayala?
And Your Honor, that handout is really a reference for later in the questioning, which I'm sure we'll get into at the time, but this question really is just a broad general question about how markets respond to regulation. That's all that it is. I'm not going to ask him to compare anything.
Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiffs would also say that this is speculative about the impact on Oregon's marketplace, and would also, just in response to defendants' arguments, state that plaintiffs' evidence goes to show the scope of the firearms to which ballot measure 114 applies, not any implementation evidence, which has been excluded by Your Honor.
I am not going to ask any forward-looking questions of any kind, and I am not going to ask him about the effect on Oregon's marketplace, and I am not going to ask him to speculate on anything.
Then I don't see any relevance of how the marketplace has responded in the past if defendants aren't attempting to argue that the marketplace will, hopefully, if it goes into effect, respond in kind in Oregon. So then relevance.
I am not going to argue. I am not going to ask Mr. Yergilitis what is going to happen in Oregon in the future. I will note that plaintiffs have put on significant testimony as to what they believe will happen to the market for firearms in Oregon in the future because of Measure 114. I think even if I did ask him, it would probably be admissible and relevant under 401 to rebut plaintiff's evidence, but I'm not going to ask him that. I'm not asking him to speculate in any way. The arguments that Mr. Aiello is concerned about are legal arguments, not factual arguments that I'm going to ask my witness about.
All right, I'll let him testify to, repeat your question again.
My next question is going to, so I asked him if some states also restrict magazine capacity today. I can't remember if he's answered.
He has not answered that.
Then that is the question.
I'll overrule the objection as to that.
Mr. Yergilitis, other than Oregon, do some states also restrict magazine capacity today?
Yes.
How have manufacturers responded?
Well, much like they did in 1994, manufacturers don't make money, which they are in business to do by not providing what the market wants. And so therefore in 1994, manufacturers provided what the law allowed them to provide. And they have done much the same as, in those states, in the marketplace, to address markets in those states that have regulations on the maximum magazine capacity.
Are 10-round capacity magazines less reliable than large capacity magazines?
Not in my experience.
Will most firearms that take a detachable magazine function with a magazine that holds 10 or fewer rounds?
Objection, vague as to most.
What does most mean? Most could be 50.1. That's it. So is it 50 plus 1 is what you're asking about?
Well, I suppose I wasn't asking him for a specific scientific number, but
It was a scientific testimony, right? So.
Well, I don't.
You don't think so?
Well, it's expert testimony. I don't know that it's scientific. I don't think he's done a study.
Okay.
But I will.
So he's being offered just to talk about what he sees in the marketplace.
He is being offered to testify to his extensive knowledge of firearms based on his experience with ATF as a firearm examiner, and also his expertise in the marketplace, which he's been qualified to discuss, yes. But I will, if most is vague, I will rephrase that word. Will a significant majority of firearms that take a detachable magazine function with a magazine that holds 10 or fewer rounds?
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to significant majority.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to ask him for a sense of, out of the firearms in existence, a sense of how many will take a detachable magazine that will function with 10 or fewer rounds. I'm not asking him for a number. And Mr. Calloway testified to the same information in his testimony.
I'll let him testify. I mean, to the degree that it's relevant to the court's inquiry, I'll allow this evidence to come in, and I'll make a weight decision afterwards. not as to whether you're credibly answering the questions, but to what weight it offers this court in terms of its constitutionality under our Constitution in Oregon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please, miss.
Will most firearms that take a detachable magazine function with a magazine that holds 10 or fewer rounds?
Well, since magazine capacity in, for example, a semi-automatic firearm is not a determinant of whether that firearm or the arbiter, if you will, of whether that firearm will function or not, the answer to that is yes. I personally own firearms that I have both restricted capacity magazines and large capacity magazines for, because I happened to purchase them during the federal assault weapons ban, or they were manufactured during the assault weapons ban. And therefore, there is no difference in the operation other than a firearm with a 10-round magazine will need to be reloaded more often than one with a larger capacity.
Is that true whether a firearm is a handgun or a rifle?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the brand Glock?
Yes.
What is Glock?
Glock is a manufacturer of probably one of, if not the most popular handgun lines ever produced, both in Europe and in the United States.
What are some popular Glock pistols?
Model 17, Model 19, Model 23. I believe that the plaintiffs and a witness, and I will agree with him, that Glock is a world unto itself. Models change almost on a daily basis, but I have to couch that with I couldn't tell you every pistol that Glock makes at the moment.
Does the Glock 17 come with a magazine holding 10 or fewer rounds?
Yes.
What about the Glock 19?
Yes.
What is the Sig Sauer P320?
It's a semi-automatic pistol manufactured by Sig Sauer in New Hampshire.
Is the Sig Sauer P320 a popular handgun?
Yes.
Does Sig Sauer sell a P320 with a magazine holding 10 or fewer rounds?
Yes.
What is the Smith & Wesson M&P?
It's a semi-automatic pistol line manufactured by Smith & Wesson in Springfield, Massachusetts, although I believe they're maybe moving their production or part of their production to Tennessee.
Is the Smith & Wesson M&P a popular firearm?
Yes, that line is very popular.
Does Smith & Wesson sell the M&P with a magazine holding 10 or fewer rounds?
Yes, they sell their M&P pistols and their M&P AR type rifles with that capacity.
Are you aware of any major firearm manufacturer in the United States that produces handguns that does not manufacture models that take 10 or fewer rounds?
No.
Do firearms accessory manufacturers make aftermarket 10-round magazines?
Yes.
What are some aftermarket manufacturers that make 10-round magazines?
Two of the largest, Checkmate, Metgar, Magpul is another large aftermarket magazine manufacturer. They make 10-round capacity or 10-round maximum capacity magazines for a wide variety of firearms, both rifles and pistols. As a matter of fact, they also manufacture, I believe, the standard factory quote unquote magazines for a number of manufacturers that don't make their own magazines.
Can you purchase AR-15 style rifles with 10-round magazines?
Yes.
What is a manufacturer that sells an AR-15 style rifle with a 10-round magazine?
Well, as I mentioned before, Smith & Wesson manufactures or offers their M&P 15 with 10-round magazines.
Have you personally fired firearms with varying capacities of magazines?
Yes.
What effect, if any, did magazine capacity have on the operation of a firearm?
Other than having to reload it more often if you exhausted the 10 rounds, there was no change in operability or no effect on operability.
Do you personally have available to you a firearm for home self-defense?
I have a number of them, yes, but sorry.
Do you have one firearm that you would consider your primary home defense firearm?
I have if something happened in the middle of the night, there is one close by. It's secured, but close by.
What is that firearm?
A Colt Delta Elite 10 millimeter semi-automatic pistol.
How many rounds does it carry?
8 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
And why did you choose that firearm?
1911 model pistols are a time-proven design. They are easy to work on if you wish to do any work on it yourself. They're reliable, they're rugged, and I just happen to like the 10 millimeter caliber cartridge because I load my own ammunition.
Do you feel that a total 9 rounds is sufficient for self-defense?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation. We don't have any foundation laid for Mr. Yergolitis being an expert in self-defense, home defense, or any other type of defense.
How is his personal opinion as to whether he thinks his decision is appropriate for his own self-defense at all relevant to this court's inquiry?
Well, Your Honor.
We could put everybody in this room up on, they could all tell you a different story about what they think is sufficient for them for self-defense. And frankly, he's also a very well-trained firearms expert, so I would imagine his need for additional rounds is significantly lower than, say, me.
Well, Your Honor,
So,
that may or may not be true. I don't know your proficiency in firearms, but that would go to the weight of his evidence.
Proficiency in firearms.
That point would go to the weight of his evidence, it's not whether it's admissible. And the inquiry throughout this week has been whether Measure 114 places too heavy of a burden on the right to self-defense. And so his testimony that he personally chooses 9 rounds is relevant to that inquiry for whatever that's worth to the court, and perhaps you will decide it's not worth much. But we have heard.
I think it's very relevant to the fact that a highly trained individual believes it's appropriate to have 9 rounds in self-defense, and others who are less trained may need more rounds. But I don't know that it's a relevant inquiry of this particular individual at this particular stage of the proceedings.
Well, plaintiffs, Your Honor, have presented, again, multiple witnesses who have testified to how many rounds they believe they need in self-defense. And some of those people included sheriffs who gave anecdotes about wild animals. So I think that, for whatever it's worth, I think that this testimony is as relevant as their testimony was, and the court can take it for whatever weight the court would like to give it.
And Your Honor, plaintiffs would add that plaintiffs' witnesses were actual Oregonians, and Mr. Yergolitis is not.
Your Honor.
I'm going to, look, I'll let you introduce the evidence. I've just told you how I'm intending to weigh it, so feel free to ask the question and he can answer it.
Mr. Yergolitis, do you feel that a total 9 rounds is sufficient for self-defense?
For your self-defense is what I said you could ask.
Okay. For your self-defense?
Yes.
Did you have a duty weapon when you were with ATF?
Yes.
What was it?
At the time I left ATF, it was a Sig Sauer P229 and 40 caliber.
What was the capacity of that firearm?
It was 13 plus 1, so 14 rounds.
Given that you had experience with a large capacity magazine as a law enforcement officer, why didn't you choose a firearm with a higher capacity for home self-defense?
Well, because I'm no longer a law enforcement officer. And as such, my need for self-defense and my need for a semi-automatic firearm is different than what it was when I was a law enforcement officer.
How is it different?
Well, my concerns are about keeping myself and or my spouse, who is a fairly good shot with that pistol as well, safe, as opposed to apprehending a fleeing felon or serving a search warrant or participating in an arrest warrant or a traffic stop, as I had been doing for a living. So my needs for, in terms of what I consider appropriate in choosing a firearm and its capacity is significantly different than it was.
And the 40 MMs are easier for reload.
They are.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
The 10 millimeters are easier to reload. That's it.
Why would a law enforcement officer need to have access to a large capacity magazine where a civilian does not?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for expert testimony, and this is outside the scope of his expertise. He's concluding that, or he's being asked to conclude why a civilian does not need a so-defined large capacity magazine. He has not been qualified as an expert to give such a conclusion.
Your Honor, Mr. Urgulitis' personal experience is as a law enforcement officer and as a civilian. I can rephrase it to ask, in your personal opinion, he doesn't have to testify that this is an expert. He has more than enough experience to be able to give an opinion on this subject.
Sure, and I have an amicus brief that says just the opposite of what you're trying to elicit from him from the National Association of Police. And so if you want to have him give opinion evidence as one, he's welcome to do so. I've relied on that other document. You're allowed to counter that through his testimony if you wish. I do want to let everybody know that all of our systems go down at 6 p.m. tonight for patch updates. So even though I may sit here till 6, we can't do anything beyond that.
Thank you.
And traveled a great distance.
Wub, 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 wub.
Crab season, so
You're always welcome to come to Maryland.
Go ahead.
Mr. Urgulitis, in your opinion, why would a law enforcement officer need to have access to a large capacity magazine where a civilian does not?
As I said before, in my own personal choice for the firearm that's, closest secured to me in the middle of the night, there are different.
Way up there.
Your job as a individual,
where's the moon at?
defending yourself against something in the middle of the night, I'm talking about a home defense situation,
Where's the moon?
is different than, for instance, that of the deputy sitting in the back of the courtroom this afternoon.
Fire?
It's not.
See if it come back over.
My job as an individual is not to engage in a protracted gunfight with somebody trying to break into my house in the middle of the night. My job is not to do traffic stops, not to search warrants. My needs personally, in terms of what I select as a firearm, are different than they were when I was a law enforcement officer.
He's eating moths.
How long does it take you to reload a firearm with a detachable magazine?
Sit up here. No. Wait for daddy.
1 to 2 seconds, depending on the situation.
How long, on average, in your experience, does it take for a brand new user with no experience on that particular firearm?
Depending on the situation, it can take longer. I mean, on the same firearm, maybe 5 or 6 seconds after they've practiced it a number of times.
Did you ever have to qualify on a new firearm when you were with ATF?
Yes.
Did you watch other people do that?
Yes. When in the early 2000s, ATF switched their primary shoulder weapon, at least for enforcement activities, from the Heckler Koch MP5 to a Colt M4 carbine, which is a derivative of the M16 platform. ATF required that we go through a 40-hour, basically 1 week long conversion course where, you spent the first day, if you had no familiarity with AR-15 platforms, taking it apart, putting it back together, taking it apart, putting it back together, and learning that rifle from, every single pin and bolt, every single part of the bolt carrier, etc. And then we did increasingly faster shooting drills and increasingly faster reload drills, and increased stress levels in those drills. So it was 1 week of going from 0 to 100 and being proficient with that firearms platform. Subsequent to that, we had to qualify on it every quarter, like we did with every other firearm that ATF had a standard issue. And I can speak from personal experience, even though we had to qualify with it every quarter, I could, almost every time we're out of the range, there would be one agent that would try to load the magazine in backwards or not release the bolt catch before bringing it up to his shoulder to fire. And I have done that. I can guarantee you I got tapped on the back of the head by the firearms instructor once after I did a magazine, swapped out a magazine, put it up to my shoulder, pulled the trigger, and it went click because I did not release the bolt catch on the side and load around into the chamber. So even if you're experienced it with a particular firearms platform in a stressful situation, you may skip a step. You may miss the magazine well when you're trying to put the magazine into it. So, obviously repeated practice with your chosen firearm is going to make your chances for survival in a self-defense situation better. However, that's a perishable skill, and it's something you need to do regularly.
What year is the federal assault weapons ban in effect?
2004.
What was your job in 1994?
In 1994, I was still a field agent in the Baltimore Field Division. I was there until 2003.
What was your job in 2004?
In 2004, I was the program manager at the ATF National Laboratory for ATF's forensic firearms training programs.
In 1994 and 2004, were you familiar with the civilian market for firearms?
Yes.
Where did you learn about the market for firearms during those years?
Largely, I was lucky enough to attend a number of factory tours. A lot of the information came from either attending the SHOT Show or firearms factory tours, where we had production personnel and or marketing, sales personnel or.
No, that's no, sir.
Did civilians continue to purchase firearms in the commercial market between 1994 and 2004?
Certainly.
Did they continue to purchase firearms with a capacity of 10+1? What is a magazine extension?
You want to go back in with mama?
Extension is a device that
You go back in with mama?
increase the capacity of a detachable magazine.
Is an extension designed and intended to increase the capacity of a magazine?
Yes.
So you can't use duct tape and parts around the house to create an extension?
I suppose if you were extremely creative, you could, but no, I would not guess that you could.
Do firearms commonly come with magazine extensions?
I wouldn't say that they commonly come with them. I'm aware that manufacturers on a periodic basis will make a special edition for a wholesaler that they deal with. And they may include extenders with those magazines as a special feature or a different firearm finish, or say an optic on the firearm that they don't normally offer with as a production piece to the general public.
Do Glock 10 round magazines take an extension?
I believe that most, if not all, Glock magazines will take a magazine extension. Some of the ones that have a 10 round capacity, maximum capacity, may not, depending on if the bottom of the magazine is the type that has a sort of a polymer plug at the bottom that takes up the bottom 20% of the magazine.
But at least some of them do.
Yes.
All right, let's say that you have a 10 round magazine that has a removable base plate. How would you increase the capacity of that magazine without using an extension?
Without using an extension, I don't know that is possible. I have not done that myself.
Did you hear testimony earlier in the trial about reduced capacity magazines that use dimples to keep them to 10 rounds?
Yes.
Can you increase the capacity of a reduced capacity dimpled 10 round magazine without using additional tools or parts?
Can you increase the capacity of a dimpled 10 round magazine without tools or parts? No.
Manufacturers make 10 round magazines that have not been reduced from a higher capacity.
Well, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Do manufacturers make 10 round magazines that have not been reduced from a higher capacity? In other words, they just come with 10.
Yeah. Yes.
Can you give me an example?
I believe Glock makes magazines that have basically a polymer plug at the bottom that reduces the capacity. That's not a conversion, if you will, or a modification of a larger capacity magazine design.
I'm trying to get at magazines that don't have a plug or a dimple or anything, just a straight up magazine with the base plate at the bottom that has 10 rounds. Do those exist?
Oh, yes.
Yes. That's okay. Can you give me an example of one of those?
SIG makes 10 round magazines for their smaller compact pistols because their designed capacity is 10 rounds.
So maybe the P320 compact, does that sound right?
320 compact is one.
Could you increase the capacity of a Sig Sauer P320 compact 10 round magazine without using additional tools or parts?
No.
Can you add a magazine extension to...
Just by tools or parts? What do you mean? Those are two separate things. Can you increase the capacity with tools, or unless you use a tool, you can't increase the capacity? Is that what you're saying?
That I believe so, Your Honor. I think we're asking, if you just had the magazine and you had no tools and you had no additional parts, could you increase the capacity?
Sure. Got it.
Can you add a magazine extension to most 10 round magazines with a removable base plate?
I would say, presuming that someone produces a magazine extension for that magazine, yes.
All right. Mr. Urgulitis, I am going to hand you an exhibit. And Your Honor, these are physical exhibits. I don't have copies for the court. And opposing counsel.
Checked by the deputy there, fine.
It has been, and opposing counsel had an opportunity to inspect these exhibits before this testimony.
Yes, Your Honor, I did. And I just, because we're at 5:05 and we're going into the weekend and Mr. Urgulitis is leaving, I'd just like to make sure the exhibits are staying here.
I have assured opposing counsel that they are staying here.
Thank you.
They're in an evidence bag, and I admit them. They're staying here. I promise
Yes.
you that.
They're not going home with him.
I do want to note, I don't know how far along you are, but I really need to get give him an opportunity to be cross-examined and such, so.
Your Honor, I don't believe this section will take very long. My guess would be 15 minutes.
15 is
And
great.
this is the end of this is
15
work.
is perfect.
Great.
You're speaking my language.
Great. Wonderful.
Continue. It's only 8 o'clock at home.
Exactly. It's the night is young.
Mr. Yurgielitis, I've handed you Exhibit 174. What is it?
It's a Glock factory 9mm caliber 10-round magazine for a Model 17 semi-automatic pistol.
Did you purchase it?
Yes, I did.
Where?
At Village Sports in Westport, Massachusetts on August 30th of this year.
Did you put it in that bag?
Yes, I did.
Is that your handwriting on the bag?
Yes, it's my handwriting on the seal, and I also initialed the back of the package when I purchased it.
Your Honor, for the sake of time, plaintiffs don't object to the authenticity of any of these exhibits, if that will help speed you along with it. I've had the opportunity to look at them, and I plan on using them myself, so it would be foolish of me
Great.
to object.
Get them all in.
Moving on.
All right. Does Exhibit 174 have a removable base plate?
It appears to, yes.
Will it take an extension?
It should.
Could you increase the capacity of this magazine without using additional tools or parts?
No.
All right, Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 174.
No objection.
174 is permitted.
Just knocked off the desk.
Mr. Yurgielitis, I have just handed you Exhibit 175. What is it?
It is a 10-round magazine in 5.56 or .223 Remington caliber ammunition for an AR-15 type rifle. The brand name is Amend to AMEND and the number 2.
Where did you purchase it?
I purchased that, or this magazine, at the same location, Village Sports in Westport, Massachusetts on August 30th of this year.
Does it have a removable base plate?
It's a little bit tough to see because of the packaging. However, on the back of the package, they do state that it says toolless disassembly for quick ammo dump and cleaning,
So that would be a removable base plate.
presumably.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Could you increase the capacity of this magazine without using additional tools or parts?
No.
Okay. Glad to.
You're moving to admit 175, are you?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
It's admitted.
No objection.
Mr. Yurgielitis, I've handed you Exhibit 176. What is it?
This is the third of 3 magazines that I purchased from Village Sports in Westport, Massachusetts on August 30th of this year. It is a 6-hour factory magazine for a model P365. It has a 10-round capacity.
Where did you purchase it?
Village Sports in Westport, Massachusetts.
Does this magazine have a removable base plate?
It appears to, yes.
Would this magazine take an extension?
If it has a removable base plate, it would.
Could you increase the capacity of this magazine without using additional tools or parts?
No.
Oh, right. Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 176.
176 is admitted.
Mr. Yurgielitis, I have handed you Exhibit 178. What is it?
It's a Magpul brand PMAG 10 round capacity magazine for a Glock 17 model, or a Glock Model 17 pistol. And I purchased that from D&L Shooting Supplies in Warwick, Rhode Island on August 30th, 2023.
Does this magazine have a removable base plate?
Yes, it does.
Does this magazine take an extension?
I believe you can, if it's, I have not seen an extension for a Magpul for this model, but presumably they make one. So yes.
Could you increase the capacity of this magazine without using additional tools or parts?
No.
All right, Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 178.
178 submitted.
Mr. Yurgielitis, I have handed you Exhibit 179. What is it?
It's a Smith & Wesson factory 10 round magazine for their M&P 9mm caliber pistol. And it was purchased from D&L Shooting Supplies on West Shore Road in Warwick, Rhode Island on August 30th, 2023.
Does this magazine have a removable base plate?
Yes. It's hard. Let me restate that. It appears as though the base plate is removable. However, the bottom 20% or so of the magazine is a solid blocking plug.
I see, so a plastic plug that
Yes.
you could pull out.
Yes.
Okay.
However, I am unsure whether you can attach an extension to this.
You anticipated my next question.
Thank you.
Could you increase the capacity of this magazine without using additional tools or parts?
No.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 179.
This is,
Oh, was that 180?
yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Darn it.
That's all right. 180 submitted.
I think we missed 177 as well. Just
We did, but it's intentional. It's a receipt. It's coming later.
understood.
That's 170.
All right, Mr. Yurgielitis, did I now hand you Exhibit 179?
Yes, you did.
Great. What is it?
It's a Magpul brand PMAG 10 AK/AKM, which is a 10 round magazine for an AK platform rifle. Caliber is 7.62 by 39, has a capacity of 10 rounds, and it was purchased by me from D&L Shooting Supply in Warwick, Rhode Island on August 30th, 2023.
Does that magazine have a removable base plate?
It appears to. It's hard to tell from the packaging, but I believe it does.
Assuming that it does, would it take an extension?
Yes.
Could you increase the capacity of this magazine without using additional tools or parts?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Are you moving to admit it then?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. 79 submitted.
Mr. Yurgielitis, I handed you Exhibit 182. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a 6 Hour factory magazine for a model P365 9mm caliber semi-automatic pistol. It is a 10 round capacity magazine, and I purchased it from Davis Shooting Sports, 1230 Pulaski Highway in Goshen, New York on August 31st, 2023.
Does this magazine have a removable base plate?
Yes.
Would this magazine take an extension?
Yes.
Could you increase the capacity of this magazine without using additional tools or parts?
No.
All right, Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 182.
182 is admitted.
All right, Mr. Yurgiladis, I've handed you Exhibit 183.
Yes.
What is it?
It's a Glock factory magazine, 10-round capacity and 9mm caliber for the Glock G43X and G48 model semi-automatic pistols. I purchased it as well from Davis Shooting Sports on Pulaski Highway in Goshen, New York on August 31st of this year.
Does that magazine have a removable base plate?
Yes.
Would that magazine take an extension?
Yes.
Could you increase the capacity of this magazine without using additional tools or parts?
No.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 183.
183 is admitted.
All right, Mr. Yurgiladis, I've handed you Exhibit 184.
Yes.
What is it?
It is this is the brand name, Wyndham Weaponry, WINDHAM Weaponry, common spelling, 223 or 5.56 caliber 10-round magazine for AR-15 or AR platform rifles. I also purchased that from Davis Shooting Sports in Goshen, New York on August 31st of 2023.
Does that magazine have a removable base plate?
Yes.
Would it take an extension?
Yes.
Could you increase the capacity of this magazine without using additional tools or parts?
No.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 185.
185 is admitted. 185 or 184.
That's 184.
184.
Oh, 184. Skipped ahead.
184 is admitted.
It's late in the day.
77, 81.
Right. Mr. Yurgiladis, I have handed you 3 exhibits.
Yes,
The first one, Exhibit 177.
correct.
Is this the receipt for the magazines you purchased in Massachusetts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 177.
Objection, hearsay.
I think it's a business record. I'll allow it in. Allow it in.
Is the next exhibit I handed you Exhibit 181?
Yes.
Is this the receipt for the magazines you purchased in Rhode Island?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 181.
Same objection.
Same objection.
Overruled.
Understood, Your Honor.
181's admitted.
Did I hand you Exhibit 185?
Yes, you did.
Is this the receipt for the magazines you purchased in New York?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Exhibit 185.
Same objection.
Overruled.
No further
185's
questions.
admitted. All right. No further questions? Go ahead. She came in under 2 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Yurgiladis, you testified regarding the Glock magazine. There were several. Let me be more specific here. I believe it was Exhibit 174. Can we recall that exhibit, Your Honor? Sorry.
Don't be sorry, Mr. Aiello. You want him just to have all these magazines? Is that what you're gonna asking questions about it? Pile them up over
Call
there.
for-
Yeah, so why don't we do that?
We're just gonna pile them up and then sort through them. I think they're in numbered order, but, okay. Well, one just fell in the trash, so.
Thank you.
And 2 more. He was asking about 174, which is 9 of these, so. Oh, 2 more, another one.
Thank you.
So we'll start with Exhibit 74. Can you remind me what firearm that is for?
I'm sorry, exhibit number 174.
Yes, sir.
It states on the package it is for the Glock 17.
What is the standard capacity magazine for a Glock 17?
17.
Okay. How has that magazine been modified so that it only accepts 10 rounds?
Well, without actually taking it out of the bag and examining it or taking off the base plate, it's obviously looking at the back of it, it's been converted or been manufactured as a single stack magazine as opposed to a double stack. I would presume from my knowledge that there is a polymer filler inside the magazine tube that has basically forced it to be a single stack magazine.
Is the polymer on the sides of the magazine?
Without disassembling it, I couldn't tell you for certain.
So you don't know how that magazine has been modified to only accept fewer than 10 rounds or fewer, do you?
Well, Glock will manufacture magazines to fit their pistols that have a larger capacity magazine. The 10-round magazines that they manufacture, they basically, the polymer component on the outside of the magazine body is thicker than it would be on the original 17-round magazines.
That's for magazines that are double stack, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if that magazine has a spacer in it?
Without disassembling it, I couldn't tell you.
So you don't know whether the spacer can be removed without tools or parts, do you?
Well, you can't. Let's put it this way. I can't even take the base plate off without a tool. And a tip of a pen is a tool. My finger is too large to depress the detent at the bottom of the magazine. So I couldn't even disassemble it without a tool.
So when you say that a magazine is not capable of being extended without tools or parts, you would include in that definition such a rudimentary tool as a pen, correct?
Well, I'm talking about a pen and any other tool you might need to shave off polymer, to make a base plate fit, or to turn the metal, if there's any metal magazine lips at the bottom of the magazine tube that need to be adjusted or curled or tuned, so to speak, in order to make that spacer fit, or to make an extension stay on there. Plus, if I recall correctly, and it's been in my experience, most magazine extensions require you to tighten up a set screw at the bottom. So I suppose if you have, at the very least, a screwdriver and a pen would be helpful in putting an extension on the bottom of this particular magazine.
So my question, sir, was in your definition of tools or parts, you would include a pen among tools, correct?
Yeah, actually I would, because the forensic firearms and tool mark training programs that I ran at the ATF laboratory, a pen is a punch tool or can be a punch tool. So yeah, a pen is a tool, a pencil is a tool, depending on how it's used.
Let's look at Exhibit 175 now.
I'll take that back. Are you done with this exhibit?
Yes, Your
It's
Honor.
pretty crowded up there.
175 is which magazine, counsel? I'm sorry.
I believe it's for it's a 10-round 5.56 for an AR-15.
Oh, okay. Yes, I have that.
You would include on you can remove the base plate of that magazine with a pen, correct?
It's a little difficult to see, just because of the packaging. So there is most base plates on AR-15 style magazines or rifle magazines don't necessarily have a detent that you would punch a pen into. In order to remove them, you sort of have to tap at them from the back end of the base plate in order to get them to slide forward and come off the curved or the curled metal that's at the bottom of the magazine tube. So a pen, without opening this up and taking it apart, I couldn't tell you for certain, but a regular standard Colt AR-15 magazine that's metal, I could not disassemble with a pen.
Okay, I'm gonna, without recalling Exhibit 174, just asking another question about it. That magazine could, in the future, accept more than 10 rounds if it was modified, correct?
Well, you just said Exhibit 174, and we're looking at 175.
You went back to the.
Yes, sir. I'm just going back to 174. That was the
Glock magazine?
Yes, sir. So that magazine could in the future be capable of accepting more than 10 rounds if it was modified through an extender, correct?
Yes.
Is the same true with Exhibit 175? Could it in the future accept more than 10 rounds of ammunition if it was modified with an extension?
Possibly if someone makes an extension to fit the shape of, the base of this magazine tube. But it potentially, if somebody manufactured it, certainly.
At the risk of drawing an objection, I'm going to ask this question this way. Could the magazines in Exhibit 176, 178, 180, and 179, and 182, and 183, and 184, so let's just say all the magazines, those could in the future, if modified with a base plate, be capable of accepting greater than 10 rounds, correct?
Potentially, however, I do not believe that 180 could be modified as such because of the lower 20% of that magazine being a solid polymer piece or a solid polymer slug. However, I do believe that is the one exception. So I would say with the exception of Exhibit 180, that would be correct.
Okay, so let's talk about Exhibit 180 then. Can that polymer plug be removed? How is that polymer plug attached to the magazine?
Well, it looks like it's basically slides on much like a magazine base plate would. So there's a notch on the front end of it, an L-shaped lateral cut that goes to the back of the magazine tube. So if someone did or would manufacture an extender that would adapt to that particular profile, then it could be modified, potentially.
You could remove the base plate and the plug and replace the base plate, correct?
Without doing it, I couldn't say. Possibly.
Okay.
Yes.
So you don't know whether you would need additional parts in order to modify that magazine to accept more than 10 rounds, correct?
Well, base plate's a part. So if you wanted to replace that plug, so to speak, if we want to call it a plug, with a base plate, you would need a base plate. So that would be an additional part.
Is the plug attached to the base plate?
It appears to be molded as in one piece from the bottom of the magazine, the metal magazine tube, all the way to the bottom. It does not appear to be a separate piece.
How many rounds of ammunition can be fired from a 10+1 magazine?
11. Although I should say, I'm sorry, let me modify that if you will. How many rounds can be fired from a firearm with 10+1? The magazine itself is only 10, presumably, in this example. So it would be the firearm with a 10+1 configuration.
You testified regarding drop safe firearms. You recall that testimony?
Are
Yes.
you done with these exhibits? I don't want to crowd.
Yes, I'm
them.
sorry, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I tried to do it in one fell swoop and then
It's my job to be courteous when I can be.
Thank you.
you testified regarding drop safe firearms, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you can carry around in the chamber so long as the firearm is safe to do so, correct?
Yes. In other words, I would not carry my 10 millimeter 1911 pistol with a round in the chamber unless I had the manual safety engaged on it. That doesn't mean that that particular pistol is drop safe, quote unquote. However, it's dangerous to carry it with the safety off. It's safe, in my opinion, to carry it with the hand, locked and loaded with the safety engaged. So it's a condition in some firearms. It's a manufacturer safe. It's either manufactured into it or you can add active safeties to pistols. So drop safe is kind of a catch-all term for a lot of different things.
That's your recommendation, correct?
Well, it's not just my recommendation.
All firearms are capable of carrying a round in the firing chamber, correct?
Yes.
Regardless of whether they're drop safe,
No,
right?
certainly.
Regardless of whether they have a safety, correct?
Correct.
Glock firearms don't have a safety, correct?
Well, they have a type of safety.
Safety's in the trigger, correct?
Correct.
Law enforcement officers commonly carry Glock firearms, correct?
Yes.
You were asked whether most firearms, whether most handguns are capable of accepting a magazine of 10 or fewer rounds, correct?
Yes.
Can you define most for me?
Well, that's, we don't have the time nor the opportunity to go through, the 30 some odd thousand firearms that are available to the purchasers, these days. I would say a large percentage, if not most, if not all, almost. How about we go to all almost? Because there's another nebulous term that defines a large percentage. I can't give you a numeric percentage. I don't have any statistics on which ones can and which ones can't.
You testified that shotguns accept detachable magazines, correct?
Some do.
And that's regardless of whether they are semi-automatic or pump action, correct?
Correct.
The same is true for rifles. Bolt action rifles can accept detachable magazines, right?
Some can, yes.
Even hunting rifles can be modified to accept detachable magazines, correct?
Some can, yes.
You saw Mr. Springer's video and testimony on that issue, correct?
Yes.
Do you disagree that that's a capability of, I think it would be a colloquial term, hunting rifles, correct?
I do not disagree.
Do firearms manufacturers recommend aftermarket parts for their firearms?
Some manufacturers even offer aftermarket parts on their company websites as being compatible with their firearms or recommended by them or endorsed by them.
When you were a law enforcement officer and you engaged in law enforcement activities, you had access to backup, correct?
In varying quantities depending on the situation.
You could call for help, correct?
Well, you can call for help. That doesn't mean help's going to come or help's going to come quickly or help's going to, that helps around the corner. Depends on, it's situational and relative to the location.
During your testimony, you made reference to a gentleman in the back of the courtroom as one of the sheriff's deputies. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
You stated that his position is different than that of a civilian, correct?
Yes.
And you've been here were you here for Sheriff Jenkins' examination?
I'm not sure if I was here for that or if I watched it. If you could summarize some of his testimony, I could tell you whether I observed it or not. Yes, I heard that.
Easily identifiable.
So you're aware that Sheriff Jenkins disagrees with your conclusion, right?
Which conclusion?
That law enforcement needs access to firearms that civilians do not.
Yes, that's his opinion.
And you're aware that Sheriff Bowen disagrees with you as well, correct?
Can you quote me something where he said it? I'm not certain.
He testified remotely about being Union County Sheriff and being surrounded by wolves.
Yes, I recall that, and I think there was one thing that was remarkable about his testimony about that circumstance, in that he stated that he, I believe, fired 30 rounds to scare off the wolves. I don't think he mentioned to the court that he was carrying a .22 caliber semi-automatic pistol.
How do you know that to be true?
He said it was a PTR 30, and he emptied the magazine. So he was surrounded by wolves, certainly, apparently, according to the story, if it's true. But he stated that that was the pistol he was carrying, which is really not something I would be carrying on my hip if I was walking around in wolf country.
You'd want a larger caliber, correct?
The same thing that's by my bedside would work.
You'd want an 8+1?
Certainly.
No more rounds than that?
Oh, no, I'd carry a few extra magazines.
Can you identify for me a Glock firearm that does not accept an extension?
I cannot think of one. There's not one that immediately comes to mind.
So you testified that some may not. So were you incorrect?
The Glock catalog, it could have changed during my testimony. So there may be a new Glock model there that just came out in the past 45 minutes that I'm not aware of that they might not make an extender for. So I can't say with absolute certainty, but it's likely that all Glock pistols, there are extenders for likely all Glock pistols.
I believe you testified that there was no way to increase the capacity of a 10-round magazine without an extension. Is that a correct summary of your testimony?
Objection, that misstates testimony.
I asked him if it was a correct. The question is that correct? So he's
Fair
more than
enough.
welcome to correct.
Fair enough.
No, I thought that the question was, could it be increased without parts or tools?
Yeah, I believe that was the question regarding specific exhibits, but so I'll ask the question open-ended. Are there ways to increase 10-round magazines without extensions?
Without extensions, possibly. Without tools, no.
You observed several methods of increasing the capacity without an extension, correct?
I can think of one or two. I'm not certain that I caught all of the testimony with from your witness where he was using epoxy or grinding epoxy off on a belt sander. I kind of caught that out of the corner of my eye while I was doing something else. So I was not present here for that testimony. No.
I'm putting you on the clock because I got to allow them to redirect. So you're on the
Okay.
clock.
I am almost done. In your time with the ATF, did the ATF consider epoxy to be a permanent alteration?
Not that I'm aware of.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
Thank you. Mr. Georgioulitis, when plaintiff's counsel asked you about all of the exhibit magazines and if they could be modified, you answered yes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you mean that they could be modified with an extension?
They can be modified with an extension. They could be modified in other ways. You could potentially you could take the base plate off a magazine, take the internal parts out, and modify the spring. If it had dimples, again, pound out the dimples, remove the rivets if there's rivets in it, or whatever other way that the manufacturer has chosen to restrict the capacity. So,
If you had a magazine with a removable base plate, would a pen alone allow you to extend the capacity of that magazine?
a pen alone? No.
Would removing the base plate of a 10-round magazine without adding an extension to it increase the capacity of that magazine?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
Yes. If you had a 10-round magazine with a removable base plate,
Yes.
and you removed the base plate, but you did not add an extension, would removing that base plate increase the capacity of the magazine?
No, and it would likely render the magazine inoperable.
Mr. Georgioulitis, I want to go back to your answer to my first question on redirect. When you described the various ways a person could modify a magazine, every means that you described would require parts or tools or both, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Wish you safe travels.
Thank you very much.
And you are released from further testimony.
Very well. Have a good weekend.
You as well. Thank you. So we had a calendar for 1:30. I'm more than happy to start earlier than that. It's on Monday. I think it might make sense for us to reconvene at 9. So we have enough time to work through any additional legal arguments that you've developed today or that come to your brilliant minds over the weekend. And then we can get into closing arguments and analysis on the facial challenge issues that exist in this case, which I think are going to be fairly extensive in terms of time.
That's very good with defendants, Your Honor. We will have a couple of matters for the court Monday morning, but we will not call any additional witnesses, and then we will rest.
All right. Then you'll have your extra witness maybe. You'll think about it over the weekend. I'll give you that time to think things through. And then we'll get into closing arguments. I'd like to try real hard to be done on Monday for everybody. I knew I was right to schedule 6 days. We're gonna lose our record, so I'm not gonna take on any more argument because I'm not certain I can get it completed within the time frame. And when they say shut down, they shut down everything, including our record for the patch. So I have no control over OJD in that way. Anything else from a shorter perspective between now? Anything?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
9 a.m. I wish you all a good weekend. Thank you all for your hard work and attention this week. It's been a challenging week. It's something I needed. So thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's see. Let's see if I can do this while riding out there. Trying to do this. I'm a damn biker gang. Trying to do this. All right. So, anyway, that's the end for that one for the day. Missed some of the stuff while I was out at dinner, so I'm gonna have to go back and watch some of that. But it looks like they're going to try to get everything done Monday. So I'll be streaming that while I'm at work. Do like I did last time. I'll stream it at work, and then when I get home, finish streaming up the rest of it. There's bikes out there. I'm trying to see where those were patch riders or whether just a couple of cats on bikes. I think it's a couple of cats on bikes. So we're gonna do this. We'll stream this stuff Monday. I gotta catch up and see about Benita's and stuff with the mags. California and their mag ban. Catch up on that. I have to get gas here in a minute. But yeah, after that, well, before that, I'm going fishing tonight. So maybe late tonight, I might be doing some stuff from the boat just to show off. Depends. Fish are biting. Might stream some stuff. If they ain't biting real good, then it'd just be one of the chill out nights. So as soon as I get through all this, get on the road out of town, I'm gonna shut the stream down. Yeah, we'll all split off, go find 280U and go hang out in a couple more chats. I'm sure 2A will be talking about a lot of this stuff too. Just the sheer insanity of this shit. So, damn. It's been crazy listening to this stuff. Hopefully either G23 can get the first 3 days of the trial and we can go back and watch that. Or maybe I can dig it up. I'm working on digging it up. If I don't dig it up, maybe G23 will be able to do it, and then we'll be able to watch those. Because those first couple days are where the people were putting up their witnesses, and it'd be decent to see how their witnesses actually performed, how the state cross-examined them and shit like that. Come on, Movo, go, 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 go. Green light, go, go. Hit the gas. You gotta talk to these people while you're driving. Then they sit right off the freaking corner of the truck and just ride there. God, y'all a bunch of no driving people. I gotta get over because I gotta get over in this lane. And this dude's slower than the other dude. Man, we got ambulances going and all kinds of shit. Oh, sounds of the city, baby. Don't stop, you dumbass. They're not behind you yet. Go. Jump at Jesus. They went the other direction. Crack head. Got a rear view mirror, motherfucker. Use it. This is riding with me. Look at it. Talking shit the whole way. Damn, this shit's bumpy. Go railroad tracks run right through downtown, like bumpy as a mofo. I'm about to hit the old state docks. Go to the house, hit the boat, had to stop, get some gas, some ice. And then I'm going to chase some bait, see if I can't go put a couple of catfish. So, if the fish is biting, I'll probably do some streaming. And still shoot the shit about general stuff. You know, freaking just chilling. Get through downtown, get away from all the police. But anyway, just chilling. Wife decided she wanted to go with me last minute, so me and the wife hole are gonna hit the river. See if we can't get into some catfish. Jesus, people. Drive. Hit the gas. It's that silly little pedal on the right-hand side of the floorboard. That fixing to cross the river, headed back into Alabama, and looked at the river earlier. It's low still. Sucks. But I got some places that I looked at. Well, I've looked at a couple times. Last weekend gator hunting, stuff like that, trolling down through the river. A couple of spots that I really want to check out. Deeper water with a lot of dam structure. I know it because I've hung snatch hooks and that shit so many times it ain't even funny. But we're gonna see if we can't go catch some fishies. And maybe if we're lucky, get a flathead or two. That would be nice. Damn, flatheads are one, good eating fish, two, they fight like a mother. So that is what it is. So you perps be cool as always. Keep that thing on you at all times. And I'm gonna try to figure out a way to shut this shit down and get on with it. Anyway, much love, everybody. You guys take them easy. If you guys are up after a while, maybe we'll get some catfish then. You boys be cool. I'm out.